The song will end soon, so like, share, do your thing, and then we'll get this bus moving. You get what I'm saying, guys? Much love to all my morning crew, my night crew. I know that there's people in other parts of the world. You know, everyone's welcome here. Doesn't matter what spiritual path you're on, doesn't matter who you worship, doesn't matter. This is about knowledge, wisdom, as well as growth of self. Dar? I didn't have the mic on. Thank you, Lulu. See? See how fast that was, guys? Is that someone says, hey, can't hear you. And then here I am. But what I was saying is that I was reaching out to Dowd, try to get him on this stream, because he's actually very knowledgeable in this type of stuff. Alright. So, Lulu, can you hear me now? Good. Can you hear me now? Good. Alright. Let's see. There we go. Alright. So, first I'm going to load up my vape pen, obviously. You know, been cutting back on cigarettes. All that good stuff. Trying to be a little bit more healthy. You know, now, whole thing is that I have this up here for when we actually do the Psalms. So if you guys want to follow along and do them. So let's go look for good old Psalms here. Ho, 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 ho. Well, it probably would be better to do this. So, Psalms. Alright. So, we go here. Oh, shoot. There's 91 words that have Psalms in here, so we're going to have to go to page 309. Let's go to page 309. Alright. And it still didn't want to do that. Alright. 309. Take me to page 309, please. And it's, let's see. Book of Esther. It's 289. No, 291. Ah! Computers really don't like to keep parsed with the PDFs, do they? 301. 307. And Psalms. Alright. Psalm 1, Book 1. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to just go like that real quick. Thank you very much for joining, Mousy. You know, whole thing is that I usually start with Psalm 2. Alright. So, if you guys want to read this off and say it with me, then you guys are more than welcome to do so. Alright. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord hath said unto me, thou art my son. This day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and ye perish from the way. When his wrath is kindled but a little, blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Amen. So, let's see. Let's look at chat real quick. Alright. So we got Mousy, we got Lulu. What up, ladies? Alright. And, oh man, we have 5 people in watching. Nobody else is jumping onto the chat. Now, how am I supposed to do requests for Psalms, man? Because I'd like to do the requests for Psalms first, then we're going to dive into Solomon, and I want to actually read some stuff to you guys. You know, but if people don't actually want to do that and everything and request, then I will just go to Psalm 23 real quick. Alright, Psalm 19, Psalm 20, blah 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 blah. Psalm 23. Alright. Now, Psalm 23 is based on protection, all that good stuff. You know, at least that's what I've learned. You know, doing my studies based on everything is 23 is just basically protection against all the evil in the world. You know, pretty simple. Yeah, Mousy, I really hope that the new decade will bring a better time. There's a lot of stuff that's happening around the world right now that I think that a lot of the people that were actually fighting, which all of them are very intelligent. You know, every single one of these people I've ran into were really intelligent. They need to turn their eyes on what's going on. I mean, over in Australia, we have all those wildfires. Freaking, there's so many places that are on fire right now. And yet here we are, like, we try to bicker between each other when all these smart mofos could be trying to help the world. And I really hope and pray that that actually is the case, that people can get past all the stuff that happened and work together. I think working together is the most important thing at this time, you know, because what's happening in Iran, all that shit, I mean, it kind of looks like shit's kind of hitting the fan at such a fast pace, you know. Well, I think that 2020 is going to bring a lot of prosperity for a lot of people, but also a lot of pain for a lot of people. And it really is dependent on the actions that others do as a whole, you know, as like the human collective. That's at least my feeling. It's really where you direct your energies at, which is going to be important. All right. So, Psalm 23. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. Now, these are actually, a lot of Psalms are very hope-filled, guys. Yeah. Belteshazzar feels like the world's been on fire for the last 10 years. Ah, well, that's a good insight right there. That's definitely a good insight, you know. Who knows, maybe Belteshazzar needs to go find the Prime Merillion, right? Friggin' Sorcerer's Apprentice quote, guys. Great movie, by the way, great movie. You know, if you like science, if you like magic, if you like all that mystical stuff, then that is a really great movie. And then there's like this really cute, like, lovey-dovey type deal, you know, between the main characters. And she gives them strength, and then friggin' they actually fall in love. And yeah, everyone loves love. Now, the next one would be Psalm 91. And then we're going to jump into our studies, and then I will take requests for Psalms. Alright. Let's see. Scrolling at the speed of light, guys. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. There's that 73, 73, 74, 77, 78, 78, 78, 79, 81, 83, 85, 87, 89, 91. There we go. Alright. So, Psalm 91. He that dwelleth. Well, first off, if you guys want to join me. Oh, shit. Dowd, check Discord, because I'll have you jump in, because other people said that they would jump into chat so we could all have, like, a group thing. What I'm going to go through is I'm going to go through the Apocrypha, which is the Book of Wisdom, all that good stuff. I'm going to read about King Solomon, as well as other things like that, you know, and I thought that that would be right up your alley. So hopefully you're ready to jump on and freaking be a good little boy. Even if you're not a good little boy, I love you regardless. So, what do you want to do, Belteshazzar? Huh? And hello, Jetterhood. Alright, let me jump into the Discord real quick, guys, and what we'll do is... Alright, let's see. So, I'm going to have to invite you to my server real quick, Dowd. Alright, so let me get an invite. Alright, create one. And the thing is that this invite is going to be good for, I think we're going to pick number of uses. We'll do no limit on the number of uses, just to have fun with it. And we're going to do a 1 hour limit, and every hour I will make a new one. Alright, guys? Well, actually, let's do 25 uses. Let's do 25. Generate a new link. Alright. Copy. Now, the Discord, let's go here. Alright. The Discord link is right here in the chat. There you guys go. That right there is the Farkness Delight server. I've just started it. You guys feel free to join. Please note that this is a neutral area. If there is any bickering or anything like that, then reach out to an admin. We will moderate things and we will put an end to it and find a common ground together. We do not want any trouble, per se. And if people don't follow that, then there will be repercussions, and I will be silencing, muting people at first, and then I will lower the ban hammer. So I'm going to jump in to the voice chat. If anyone wants to join into the voice chat, they are more than welcome to. Alright? So, here we go. Let me make sure my settings are set correctly so everyone can be heard if they jump in. Yep, it should work. Welcome all that joined. Hello, Mousy. Don't hear you. Alright, I can hear you now. You're very, very...
I'm a very... it's because I've not got a very good head. And halfway down. Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, I can hear you better. I just turned you up to 200% on volume. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm actually... We met earlier in the thing, but there was so much fuckery going around that nobody could tell who was the good guys or who was the bad guys. So I apologize for that, hon.
No, I do it. I got probably... I don't know. Like, I'm all about finding out what people are like myself, and then taking his opinion, because you don't know. Just don't know.
Yep. Totally understandable. Like I said, is I've always opened up my servers as well as everything to everyone, and it takes people to usually come to me to want to speak, is because I'm wary of talking to other people nowadays. You know, if they come to me though, I'll be like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, I just thought I'd reach out and say sorry. It's glad, and I don't know. I want to make my end up nowadays rather than saying this bad, this bad.
I can hear you, but I will state that for others, you will end up like breaking up because I think that your mic is a little too far, and just like a mouse, you have a very, very, like, low, sweet voice that's just like, hello, just, we gotta put some elevation in that voice, project it, become a lion.
Yes, I'm working on that. That's why I keep jumping into streams.
It'll come in time, is that a lot of people, they're afraid to actually lift up their voice and project their voice, but on Twitter, it's like I said, is that if you want to make a change in the world, you gotta lift your voice up, and you gotta be like, hey, mofos, this is me.
Listen to me. This is what I've got to say.
What's up?
Welcome down.
Welcome.
I took Bobby's advice, and now I'm cussing, and I feel bad.
Hey, be careful of the curse words around when we're doing Psalms, dude.
We're not doing anything right now.
Yeah, true.
Damn. Roxanne from left field with a judo chop to the neck.
Good job, Roxanne. Put him in his place. Show him how it's done, honey.
She was talking to you, Bobby.
Oh, she's talking to me. She's going to judo chop me?
Life.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
I'm scared of Roxanne.
Arizona.
There's no need to be scared of anyone.
Oh, I know. I'm just playing, friggin' Roxanne's a sweetie. But...
You bet your sweet hind parts. See, I'm trying to be better with not vulgarity and, like, not sounding like a dick.
It's a work in progress. Let's just say that.
Exactly. You always move forward, never backwards. If you actually backslide a little bit, that's totally fine, but you just get your footing and you keep going forward. I think that's the most important thing to know about freaking taking a spiritual path and or anything in your life, actually, is that you just never give up, never surrender, and you get better during how you age, I guess you could say. As you get older, more wisdom flows into you.
It's a learning experience. It's all a learning experience. We're always...
Exactly. Let me pull up the chat real quick. Here we go. Boom. All right. So, Lulu posted the link too. Yep. Lulu, you stated something. You said if other people joined, you'd join too. So, this is me calling you out.
Come on in, Lulu.
You can come in. It's totally fine. Nobody's going to bite. And I don't think we have any vampires in here. You might get some purrs and cuddles and everything and be like friggin' cat-like and shit. Because I think that a lot of people are very cat-like in here.
See, I'm not a vampire as much as
I went to Catholic school all my life, but I'm not very well versed in Psalms, so I'm learning a lot already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a weird journey for me, is because my grandfather and grandmother were actually, they did a lot of Catholic references, and yet they raised me to be Christian.
Yeah.
So I had a bunch of different ways thrown at me at a very young age, including like Egyptian type stuff. It's like they taught how important knowledge was, that you had to go out and you had to learn things and you had to seek it.
Knowledge is power, as you say.
Except for I've never believed in keeping it hidden, per se, because I believe that frickin' knowledge is supposed to be free and that people who actually seek it should be able to learn it. You know what I'm saying? And too many people nowadays hide certain things from people. And that really bothers me as a whole. Probably bothers a lot of people.
I don't like hidden. I don't like secrets. Why put yourself out there and people will take you as you are? No, they do not. Loose links and saying is loose link tips as well.
Mm-hmm.
Put the information out there yourself, and then no one can come back and say, you said this, but you really meant that. No.
No, the doublespeak thing is ridiculous. Like, if you actually say something, own up to it. That's why, like, in all my previous streams, like, if someone said that, hey, this is what you did, and I'll be like, well, no, this is actually what I did, but I did say this and that. Like, I'm not ashamed of who I am. Other people shouldn't be either. You know, it's often or not, it's the flaws that actually make a person more human and personable. You know, is being able to state, hey, I'm freaking flawed, man. I'm a work in progress. Nobody's perfect.
No, no one is. And those who claim to be obviously aren't.
Yeah. Like,
because they can't admit their weaknesses.
exactly. You know? And that's what the difference is between real people and fake people. You know, that we have a lot of people that fight for the most wrong stuff, yet they won't even just open up and say, hey, well, you know what? Hey, I did this, or I did that. Accountability is a hell of a thing. People need to actually have
Ownership.
accountability. So,
They do 100%.
right now, we're going to do Psalm 91. And if you guys want to join in, it's on the screen. Be tuning forks, so to say. Dowd, if you could please share the stream on yours, because since my Twitter mysteriously disappeared, I lost all my followers and everything one day. Last thing I said was... Well, it was weird, because I said... someone tried to drag me into shit, and I said, respect my wishes, leave me out of your BS drama, and then I went to sleep. And then suddenly everyone said that my Twitter just totally disappeared from the freaking internet. Like, it just poof, gone. Tried to log in, it said the account didn't exist. So maybe, just maybe, that was up above helping me out while I was trying to heal. I have no idea. I can't even put freaking any logic into that. All I know is that that's the last thing that I said, and then poof, it just went. So, I'm kind of happy it did, though. Kind of happy it did.
Well, it'll keep you out of things. You won't get dragged in if you're not there.
Yeah,
it's one way to stay out of it.
I have a new Twitter, which is Sacred Primes. Here, I'll post that out, which you already know that, which is Sacred Primes. And, ooh, notifications, messages, all that good stuff. All right. Let's see, check the notifications real quick. All right. Mark Outer. All right. Thank you, Mark Outer, for the retweet. All that good stuff. I appreciate it totally. Now, Psalm 91. Like I said, if you guys want to join in, I got it right here. It doesn't matter if I go a little faster than you guys and everything, just say it out loud. Feel it. Just become one with the energy, I guess you could say. So, Psalm 91. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him will I trust. Surely He shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler, and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with His feathers, and under His wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in the darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked, because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. For He shall give His angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and adder. The young lion and the dragon shalt thou trample under feet. Because he has set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high, because he hath known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life will I satisfy him, and shew him my salvation. Amen. Now, how does that psalm make you guys feel? And I see people are active on the Discord and everything, but they're afraid to talk right now.
I'm trying to post things, places, and stuff.
Your audio cut out. Can't hear you.
My audio cut out?
I think so.
You know, Lulu, what's up? Lulu and Dowd, I am the glitch master, I swear. Like, every time I project my voice and do stuff on Discord, it just, Discord's like, bad, baby, bad. No, no, no. And it's the craziest thing ever. And I don't understand it. I guess YouTube and everything just doesn't like me very much. And Discord doesn't like me either. Of course, I don't like chaos, so it wouldn't like me.
Exactly.
No, a lot of people don't even understand that Discord is actually friggin' chaos-based. You know, it's right in the symbolism, the sigil work that's actually the logo, all that stuff. And
Discordianism.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So, the next one that we follow with, Dowd, you know the next one we follow with, which is the next one after 91 that I do. And Dowd is silent. I think I just exorcised Dowd, guys. He's like probably convulsing on the floor, just being like, ah, the Holy Spirit. You know, just... Alright. So we gotta push on for Dowd's sake. Alright? Dowd, this is for you, bro. Alright, we're going up 107, 108, 111.
I definitely gotta be like, you know, convulsing on the floor instead of posting shit on Twitter.
Alright. So, the next one, Dowd, since Dowd couldn't answer, Jet should have known this one. It would be 147.
We need Jet in here. Where is Jet?
Jet is doing her thing, and she hasn't said anything on here. I don't know if Jetterhood is Jet. I'm pretty sure Jetterhood might be Jet. I mean, she's usually the one that says praise God in the voice chat, on the chat and everything. So, if Jet is in there and she wants to join, you're part of the server, Jet, so you can join and we can have, like, the power of 5 up in this piece, man. You know?
Yeah, because Roxanne's not sitting next to me or anything, bro.
We're the power of 6, man. 3 times 2. Let's see if we can get 9 in here, man. Then we have the power of 3, 6, and 9. Zing!
And Hitler. Sorry.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's horrible. But that was funny. Gosh.
It's not funny. Come on.
Oh, it was horrible, but it was funny in a... It's Dowd. Come on, you have to laugh at that.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just...
What happens with me is you're just going to go, damn it. Why am I laughing?
Dude, Lulu, you do realize that as a Syrian man, I actually was adopted by a pure German family that has one of the rarest German last names you'll come across. Like, literally. So that right there is an oddity unto itself. Of course, my family was totally against everything that happened back in the day. You know, they were part of the families that actually was like, fuck this shit. America, bitches. You know.
That's one way of putting it.
You know.
Listen, Gene, I'm getting on that boat whether you follow me or not. I don't give a crap.
Alright. 147, which is a mixture because a certain part of 147 is actually used in psalm work as healing and everything. I actually do all of it because it covers so many different things. So, Psalm 147. And then, Dowd, I'm going to have you take over for about 5 minutes because I got to go friggin' do something real quick. Psalm 147. 147.
That's sneaky, bro.
I got to go use the little boys' room, man. Ouch.
Hey,
For 5 minutes?
Room, but it's
maybe
what
I
it
need
is,
to take
you know?
a deuce.
Then
You know,
just say
maybe I
gotta
gotta take a
dump,
deuce, you know?
Say, I
Too
gotta go
much
drop the kids
information.
off at the pool, you know?
Hey, remember, transparency is important.
Yes, but
Poop is
there's a
transparent.
line.
Did
Doctor.
it just make you laugh or not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So therefore, if it made you laugh, it's good.
Yeah.
So, Psalm 147. Praise ye the Lord, for it is good to sing praises unto our God, for it is pleasant, and praise is comely. The Lord doth build up Jerusalem, he gathereth together the outcasts of Israel. He healeth the broken in heart, and bindeth up their wounds. He telleth the number of stars, he calleth them all by their names. Great is our Lord, and of great power his understanding is infinite. The Lord lifteth up the meek, he casteth the wicked down to the ground. Sing unto the Lord with thanksgiving, sing praise upon the harp unto our God, who covereth the heaven with clouds, who prepareth rain for the earth, who maketh grass to grow upon the mountains. He giveth the beast his food, and to the young ravens which cry. He delighteth not in the strength of the horse, he taketh not pleasure in the legs of a man. The Lord taketh pleasure in them that fear him, in those that hope in his mercy. Praise the Lord, O Jerusalem, praise thy God, O Zion, for he hath strengthened the bars of thy gates, he hath blessed thy children within thee. He maketh peace in thy borders, and filleth thee with the finest of the wheat. He sendeth forth his commandment upon the earth, his words runneth very swiftly. He giveth snow like wool, he scattereth the hoarfrost like ashes. He casteth forth his ice like morsels, who can stand before his cold? He sendeth out his word, and melteth them. He causeth his wind to blow, and the waters flow. He sheweth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation, and as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. Amen. Now, what's your guys' feelings on that psalm right there? And I will.
The guy sounds like a good fella. You know what I mean?
It won't be 5 minutes.
That's how
I
I
will
feel.
do super speed, alright? I'm going to be Sonic in this.
Don't do that. You're gonna come back with a hemorrhoid. Just take your time. Relax.
Frankie says relax.
Hey, I'm just trying to help him out. I'm just like, that's definitely how you blow out your booty hole, Bobby. If you don't believe me, you can talk to, my ex-baby mama, the Johnson kidnapper lady.
She stole your penis?
No, she pushed way too hard. Had to sit in a donut thing in salt water and stuff.
I didn't even have to push.
Ladies, you might know what the hell I'm talking about. You might not. I'm not judging anybody.
That's a whole different thing than.
No, she just, I don't know. She ended up having like a bunch. See, and like we're talking about Psalms, and I'm like, she just ended up with a bunch of hemorrhoids. Like
Childbirth. It's quite painful.
And we're back.
If we eat that goddamn fruit, we would.
That was fast.
I didn't take a juice. I just leaked the lizard. It's all good.
It would just be kind of like God.
When we're talking about hemorrhoids, didn't miss much.
Oh,
Dude,
okay, and then they just magically.
hemorrhoids
show
are
up
a
in
bitch,
crib.
bro.
Hemorrhoids are a bitch, bro.
Yeah, I don't know that, but that's because I take it easy. Take it easy.
Easy as it goes.
Easy as it
You don't
goes.
have to be quick.
Yeah,
Easy
and I
like
tell
Sunday
ladies, if you're
morning.
gonna be weird, use your pinky. Don't fuck around with my body like that. Now we're up to a baseball bat. I'm just kidding.
You
I'm
know,
kidding.
you're making me wish I had something to drink right now, Dad, because like I need to be on that.
Bro,
level.
dude, I got such a legit bottle of liquor. I got some Maker's Mark, like the big bottle, for $10 from this dude that ran out of gas at Circle K. I was
That's
like,
cheaper than the pint that we sell. The pint is $13.99 on ourselves.
yeah.
I'll just stick with my tea, thanks.
So I'm gonna go through to each of you guys, and I want you to tell me what you guys know about King Solomon, if you know anything. So first, I'm gonna start with Dowd. Then I'm gonna go to Mousy. Then I'll go to Lulu. So Dowd, what do you know about King
So
Solomon
wait,
as a
time
whole?
out. When you ask me, dude, we can go on for 3 hours, and then nobody's gonna
Yeah,
get to answer.
we'll just have Dowd and you
Let
talk
me go
about it.
last. Jeez.
Okay, you know something? I'll just teach, and then let the ladies tell us what they know about Solomon, and I'm just gonna skip you because you're long-winded.
What?
I'm
And I
kidding.
might
He's
talk
gonna be a
about
part of
buttholes or
this.
something weird.
So, Mousy, what do you know about Solomon?
Is he the one in I'm trying to articulate my bear with me. Something about a baby being cut in half.
Oof.
You're talking about the wisdom where the two mothers actually approached him, where one
Yeah.
wasn't his mother and everything, and what he had to do is he had to create a scenario in his head, right, and state, well, if you guys can't freaking agree, then why don't we just cut the baby in half? And
Yeah.
what he did is he didn't plan on cutting the baby in half. He wanted to see the reaction of what mother would actually agree versus what mother didn't agree,
Yeah.
because it would point out who the true mother was.
It's pretty dark though. I can't
It's
lie.
from the Hebrew Bible.
Well, you gotta think that unless you're in the man's mind, you can't really call it dark, because what he did there was that he put it into certain people's heads to test whether or not who was dark and who was light, essentially. You know, the woman who said, yes, do it, that was actually the darkness speaking. The light was
Yeah.
like, no, save this little one. I would rather give this child to that woman and never see this child again. Totally whole. You know, and that showed pure love, which would have been light. So, that right there, it's not dark at all. Yeah, sure, if you actually don't think of it in that spectrum, it's going to be dark, but it's actually quite beautiful and poetic if you think about it, because he utilized his mind to come to a hard decision where he put something into other people's minds and was like, well, let's test these people.
So it's more of a metaphor rather than a literal. Yeah. See, my knowledge isn't all that, to be honest. It's what I'm learning from a very long time ago now.
Well, that's the good thing about refresher courses and everything like that,
Mhm.
you know. And I've always been drawn to Solomon in his stories because, one, he was very, very loved by God. You know, the only reason he lost the kingdom was because he couldn't keep his penis in his pants, you know? I think that he had like freaking 300 wives or something and 700 concubines, so he got around.
Okay.
He got around,
my.
man. He was like,
Oh,
yeah,
my.
I'm the man. But then again,
What
that
a
was his
sinner.
downfall.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine.
Of course, if you look at all the prophets in the Bible and everything, every single one of them were very imperfect. You had drunkards, you have whores, you had freaking people that did drugs, you had freaking blasphemers, you even had a dead guy, you know? So, literally, it's like when God calls upon you, it doesn't matter what you are, you change, essentially. You know, you get better. And that's the whole story of the Bible itself, is that a lot of people don't even know that most of these prophets, as well as all these other things, that were pretty horrible people to start out with.
Yeah.
But,
I think the biggest redemption story I remember is Saul becoming Paul.
yeah. Now, there's two Sauls in the Bible. There's one in the Old Testament, and then there's one in the New Testament, too, which kind of is like a mirror. I always saw that if you take like the Old Testament and you put a mirror right in the Old Testament, at the end of the Old Testament and the New Testament, it's actually kind of like a parallel. It's weird, you know, because you have the creation and then you have the destruction, and literally right in the middle.
Duality. It's duality, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Duality. Exactly. But thing is that you create balance. Do you reach that friggin' catastrophe? Or do you just stay in the zero bounds? Who knows? Nobody will ever know until the world actually achieves that.
Here's hoping. But it's a long. We've got a long way to go before anything like that's with
I
everything
believe that.
going on.
Right now, we're seeing a lot of friggin' things that are unfolding that people look in the Bible and they see it and they're like, oh, wait. Now, in my mind, it's like, it could happen, but what if it already did happen and it was a new story and it's just the old book, essentially? And that's
Yeah.
just like a warning.
History repeats itself.
Yeah, it's a warning as to what not to do, and
Yeah.
what people are more so focused on is fulfilling these prophecies, and going through and being like, well, this is being fulfilled. Well, if you feel like a prophecy is being fulfilled, why don't you try to friggin' go and say, hey, well, this is kind of odd that this book is actually correlating with this. Why not try to stop certain things instead of just, like, I guess, following like sheep off of a cliff? That's just my interpretation of it. Now, I could be wrong. Of course, everyone could be wrong, and that's why people reach out, try to find the truth, is because a lot of people, even some people that I don't agree with and that I don't even talk to, they state one truth that I will agree with is many different paths, a singular truth. It's kind of like tree branches going to the base of a tree. So that right there is how I feel, and I can agree on all points with those individuals, but other things not so much.
But that's what makes it interesting, the disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
And it's how we work through those disagreements to find the balance.
Exactly.
And it's not always an easy thing.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes there'll be balance that's created. Sometimes people are just in your life to teach you lessons, and you move on. That's how I look at it. It's beautiful.
There's nothing wrong with moving on either.
Mm-hmm.
What you take from what's happened, that makes you who you are.
Exactly. And you can only be who you are. And yes, you can change who you are throughout time, but literally, like, if I came and said, hey, I'm a different person totally right now, oh, it doesn't work like that. You have to work towards it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you catch people out when they say, I've completely changed, and you notice they're still stuck in their old behaviors.
Yep. Dude, me, myself, I still am weak against the cigarettes. You were pointing that out on one of your statuses on Twitter, I noticed.
Yes.
It's the bane of my existence,
I've started
too.
again. Yeah. I used to go through 20 a day. I'm not that bad now, thankfully, but yeah, I don't want to get to that point again. I want to start trying to vape again.
Yep.
Because that did stop me, but we'll see.
Exactly. So, we're going to read, should we start with the wiki, or should we go to the interesting stuff? Which is King Solomon the Magician from Delirium Realms. And whole thing is that obviously there was a duality in Solomon, because he could control angelic hosts as well as demonic beings. And that right there is one of the most interesting things, because he had permission from God himself to do thusly. He was given the ability to do so. In fact, his kingdom was built off the backs of demons, from what I've seen. And he utilized their power under the power of God. So it's very, very interesting to see how that balance, when it co-aligns, creates a kingdom that is such glorious and so beautiful, so full of knowledge and wisdom. And it shows that, well, if history repeats itself, it just shows that people can work together regardless of their faiths and regardless of their angels and demons.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
I think that right there is one of the most important things that people need to understand, is that it doesn't matter if you're of the dark or of the light. If you can come together, intermix, and understand each other's differences and everything, just keep yourselves out of your freaking affairs. Don't drag someone who's in the light into dark affairs and vice versa and everything. Just come in the middle, meet right in the middle. That's why I said that there's the cross, right? So the cross goes like this. You have the left and the right, and you have the middle that stands tall. So if the left falls, the right falls, you only have the middle. You only have the middle, and that's the balance. So that's what makes sense to me, at least. But other people might disagree with that. Of course.
Well, see, I've always looked at it this way, Bobby.
Hmm.
If you have an eagle, right?
Yes.
It's left wing, right wing it, and then the middle would be its head.
Hmm.
If you break either of those wings, the whole bird's gonna fall out of the sky.
Oh, that's a good way of seeing it too.
Mm.
That's actually a good way of seeing it too, because without the dark aspect and the light, then you have 0, which is nothing.
Exactly. You have an eagle about to hit the ground and die, but if you're starving, the story has changed.
Hmm.
Because if you watch the bird fall out of the sky, you might be able to cook it.
It's like those people that pretend that they're happy all the time can't be happy all the time. You've got to have that sadness to realize what
Yeah, like Robin
is.
Williams. That guy always acted
Yeah.
like he was happy, but you could
He
see it in
wasn't.
him on some of his
Yeah.
live shows.
Yep.
Dude was
Yeah, it was pretty sad. Yeah, he did that.
depressed.
Hey, Dowd and Lulu, you guys know this for a fact. I go through bouts of like I'm happy, but then again, I'm freaking straight up and honest. When I'm in pain, I come out and I state it, and I'm like, dude, this day totally fucking sucked. I need someone to talk to, and everything like that. You gotta embrace both aspects.
Yeah, shoot, I got
Exactly.
a Periscope video where you can see me bang my head on the tiles in the bathtub because my tooth is killing me, man.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Not anymore. I colloidal silvered my mouth and like death to the bacteria.
That, and you had me freaking doing psalms and playing music for you and everything too. So who knows? That might have worked
Yeah.
as well.
I don't know if, dude, you know what's really weird is I didn't have an abscess messing with me, and then I got on your stream, and the next day it was like a golf ball in my face, and I was like, ah!
Well,
Thanks for,
did
you know,
you
pushing
actually
the
go
demons
through
off
and listen
so
to
I'll
the
run out of my
psalms?
mouth.
Did you go through and listen to the psalms and see if there was a psalm that might have actually been pointed at you in some way or form to understand that possibly that could have been a correlation? I don't know. That's just.
See, I always, I'm really weird when it comes to numbers and stuff like that. I'm like deep into numerology and all that stuff. But yeah, it's 3:31 right now to, you know, cicada that stuff.
Oh man, I gotta down
Come on,
take
man.
over. I gotta go wake someone up again because they don't listen.
See, this is
Take
what
it
happens when you
away.
don't relax when you're pooping, man. You don't actually.
Again.
Like, you might have thought you did something there, but you just farted abruptly and ran back. No, because you handed me the dabs. How am I supposed to roll a joint if you hand me the dabs?
Grinders right there with ground up weed.
I know, that was like an hour ago, though. See, my thing is I use push to talk because I find it a lot easier to do it this way.
It's not offend people.
Yeah, and you know,
Fair enough.
adults doing adult things, I don't need to accidentally be broadcasting that.
Exactly. I can't use push to talk on my phone. It doesn't work, so I just have to mute my mic when I'm not talking. I
Push
do
to talk
everything
for the
via
win.
my phone. It doesn't work for me.
Yeah, me either. And yes, I'm not on camera because I'm doing a couple things, guys. I apologize. You know me, I'm kind of like a non-scripted mofo.
I could totally just like TeamViewer one of my computers and then push to talk with TeamViewer, but I'd have to yell across my room, and that doesn't sound like fun.
No, we don't want you to sound like you're very far away. Like I do sometimes. I need to learn to speak from my diaphragm.
Mousy, if you need help with speaking lessons and anything like that, just come to me and I'll bring you on stream with me and you can actually talk.
Okay.
Sorry, like
Be
I said,
interesting,
I gotta
actually.
make sure that certain people in my household are actually up and everything, so it's work time.
Bobby, we need some background music.
Yeah, Bobby. Where's your music bot in this mofo? What, did he go grab his hemorrhoid cream? What's going on?
Dead silent.
By the way, some of the stuff I say is coming from a 21-year-old girl named Roxanne who totally had my baby. So
Right, okay.
I'm just repeating what the hell she says. And the hemorrhoid
Fair
cream was
enough.
totally Roxanne.
Is Roxanne sat in the background there with you?
Yeah, I
You're a
posted
lady
pictures
laughing
in like
away.
the general chat of who's sitting here. Hold on, here. You gotta get closer to my phone.
What?
What? What? No, Nevaeh. What does it say? What?
No,
You know, he just talked like.
All right,
how I know
all right,
he talks.
Ugh. Okay.
Alrighty then.
All right, where were we? I'm sorry, guys. You know, I'm just a random mofo. I don't really like scripts because I like speaking from the heart. That's how I do it. You know, and Dowd is always so hard on me about it. It's like, you need to be scripted. No, I don't need to be scripted. I need to just talk.
Well, Bobby, we were just out of Barstow when the drugs started to take hold. That's from a script.
just do you. Just do you. That's my advice. That's all anyone should do.
No,
No point in speaking from a script.
You're reading from a script and then suddenly freaking say you have someone who wants to join in. How do you fit those people into a script?
Exactly.
Improvisation, my friend.
Well, obviously I'm a king of improvisation if I'm actually not using a script.
Oh, well, you're a king, you say. Well,
Can't you see the crown, bro?
We're gonna battle to the death. No, I'm just kidding. And what
Shall we get back to King
I saw your
Solomon?
magical wand.
Dude, no, my pastor freaking thinks I'm King Solomon. Like, legit. I'm sitting there being like, well, okay, well, he tailors freaking sermons towards me and everything, and I'm like, well, have you ever actually translated the Latin Bible and seen that freaking, like, fornication is actually freaking translated to mean arched wall? Like, unless a woman's vagina is an arched wall, that really is confusing to me, and I'm, like, wondering, hey, like, what's going on here? And then he suddenly goes off on me.
Her back arched, and
he's like, you don't know what you're talking about. And then the next sermon he comes in and he's like, by the way, I'm taking classes on learning Hebrew and Latin now, and I'm trying to go back and read older books. And I'm like, hallelujah! I'm just... So, who knows?
There are a lot of mistranslations, though, aren't there, in the
there is.
James Bible?
And it actually states in the book that you're not supposed to actually retranslate the book, you know, and you're not supposed to freaking change the words, all that good stuff. So it was very, very confusing for me, but then again, it's like, hey, you know, God will know freaking the people that actually seek for knowledge and wisdom versus, like, the fools in the world.
Yeah.
So that's what I do, is that, yes, I work out of the King James Bible, but then again, it's just I am aware of the older ones as well. So, we're on King Solomon the Magician. Ooh, wait a minute, wait. Where is it?
Witchcraft.
I actually made this by hand, guys. By hand, and it's actually totally balanced, luckily. If I actually go like this and balance it on, I gotta find the point of center in it, but it actually stands balanced. Dowd has seen it. I ain't gonna do that, but I've started taking up carpentry and shit like that, oddly.
Can you smoke out of it?
Oh, no, that's just tricking, like, a wand.
I'm just kidding.
Now, if I wanted to create a smoking pipe, heck yeah, you know, I'd be like Gandalf. I'd be like Gandalf. Where's the gillyweed, man?
Gillyweed.
But, according to legend, King Solomon was not only the wisest man in the land, but he also had magical abilities. By the Renaissance, a number of magical texts called grimoires were pinned in his name. This series of articles attempts to trace the roots of how King Solomon became a powerful magician. So 1 Kings. The ancestors of Christ, David and Solomon, Michelangelo. See this very, very cool picture. So, Solomon was a wise son of David and ruler of Israel and Judah in the 10th century BCE. The earliest references we have to a Solomonic folklore come from 1 Kings, where Solomon's wisdom surpasses all the people of the East and all the wisdom of Egypt. The author of 1 Kings lavishly describes Solomon's vast kingdom and grand knowledge and wisdom, mentioning that Solomon spoke 3,000 proverbs and 1,005 songs. That's a lot of songs and proverbs, guys. Isn't it? Like, the man had a lot to say. You guys can talk.
Man, I'm gonna have to get like a Bible dictionary and start like explaining some of these words to.
Why don't you pull one up on
Grimoires.
Because I'm finding one on my Amazon Fire tablet.
This is. Now, Mousy,
I'm over here working, Bobby.
Let Mousy talk. She had something to say about grimoires.
Grimoires. They're usually used in like black magic, aren't they? The spell book.
Well, that's the
From what I
thing is
understand.
that grimoires and everything. I would just label it as magic. It all comes
Just
from
magic.
the source. It all comes from a source.
Okay.
So it's really, I think that it's more so the intent behind how you use something that actually makes it black or white or gray. You know, that's my
And
my
most
thought.
things are stuck in grey. It's never black and white. It's always grey.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming to that understanding that things just aren't put out there as they are. You've got to look deeper into it to actually understand.
So right here we have excerpt quote type deal. Judah and I need to take a drink. Screw the smoking stuff, man. It's like dries out my throat and all that stuff. Like
Me too. Feel your pain there.
Oh, it's so annoying. I gotta just stop and be like, bad baby bad. Stop smoking!
Have you tried to quit?
Yeah, I have tried to quit. I quit for like 2 years, and then I went through a hard time, and then suddenly, like, I snatched a cigarette out of someone's hand and just started smoking it.
Yeah, that's what happens with me. I quit cold turkey for months on end, and then it just happens one day. I have one, and we go again.
So, speaking of grimoires, a lot of people don't even understand is that in many spiritual paths, the Psalms are actually a grimoire as well. You know, those are actually songs that are spells, essentially. Did you know that?
I didn't know.
Yes. Every psalm has its use and meaning when using it and actually projecting intent. A lot of people don't know.
Oh, by the way,
like,
Bobby, I in your book sharing dropped the Law of One books for you.
All right. Maybe I'll drop the Magical Use for Psalms as well as Godfrey Salig's book and everything on Psalms too in there so people can actually do some studies after the stream. But now I'm going to read this, which Judah and Israel were as numerous as the sand that is on the seashore in abundance. They were eating and drinking and rejoicing. Now Solomon ruled over all the kingdoms from the river to the land of the Philistines and to the borders of Egypt, for he had dominion over everything west of the river. All right, from Tiphsah even to Gaza, over all the kings west of the river, and he had peace on all sides around about him. So Judah and Israel lived in safety, every man under his vine and his fig tree, from Dan even to Beersheba, all the days of Solomon. Now God gave Solomon wisdom and very great discernment and breadth of mind. The sand that is on the seashore, Solomon's wisdom surpassed the wisdom of all the sons of the east and all the wisdom of Egypt, for he was wiser than all men. Then Ethan and Ezrahite, Herman, Calcol, and Darda, the sons of Mahal, and his fame was known in all the surrounding nations. He also spoke 3,000 proverbs, and his songs were 1,005. He spoke of trees, from the cedar that is in Lebanon, even to the hyssop that grows on the wall. He spoke also of animals and birds, and creeping things and fish. Men came from all people to hear the wisdom of Solomon, from all kings of the earth who had heard his wisdom. 1 Kings 4, 20-21, 24-25, and 29-34. If you guys want this, I will post it in chat, and that is a reference to what I just read. And it looks like I'm going to have to do this again because people don't want to wake up.
See, what I do is I use TeamViewer, and then I make sure there's a computer in whatever room they're in, and I just turn on really loud, annoying noises and stuff like that, and it works pretty good. They get really pissed off, but they wake up, and that's all that matters.
Okay, I am back again. Sorry about that yet again. Now, by the 2nd century BCE, the translator of the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Bible, wrote of not 1,005, but 3,000 songs. That's a difference right there, guys. So, the Greek translation, which came from the original, one of the original translations and everything, had 3,000 songs and not 1,005 songs, so they added on to it, obviously. It's very interesting. There also may have been a movement established Solomon as pre-Socratic philosopher in Jewish circles. The Jewish peripathic, how do you say that word, Dowd? Aristobulus? Aristobulus.
Yeah.
Alright. 150 BCE claimed Solomon as one of his philosophical predecessors. Another Jew, Ben Sira, ascribed a universal wisdom to him. Now, this is the cool thing, because the wisdom of Solomon is actually in the Apocrypha, which, look at this, guys. I pulled up the wisdom of Solomon because we're going to go through that. Dowd's probably excited about that one.
Why?
I'm
Because
excited about all of this. I'm learning so much.
I believe in Lucifer's love for human beings.
Well, the first time that, I knew of the Apocrypha before I met you, Dowd, but the thing is that you actually brought it up many times in conversations in the past when I first met you, and it intrigued me, so I ended up having to go and do a little research on it. So I figured pay it forward by teaching others and say, hey, there's all this other knowledge, like, who knows, may fit, may not, may be a reason why it was taken out of the Bible, who knows, it's still good to know something. Even if you don't utilize it or don't believe in it, it's still good to know. So, this is a cool picture right here. And honestly, guess what, Mousy?
What?
Right here, look, the two women with the baby being held by the person with the sword. Right on the screen, there's a picture depicting that moment, and you just brought it up previous to the stream.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting, huh?
Yeah. I struggle with visual things. I'm partially sighted, so I can't read along or anything, so I'm just listening. And there's a delay on the stream as well, so I usually turn the stream off when I'm in voice chat.
Yeah,
otherwise
I'm sorry about the delay on the stream. It always does
no,
that.
it's not your fault. It does it with everyone. Whenever I'm in a voice chat, I'm never in the stream because I just can't handle hearing things twice. I get lost.
Yep. It's kind of like how people in other streams say words like 3 times. You know,
Mhm.
it's like the echoing effect, and it actually triggers you to be like, what the heck, man? I'm getting lost in the words. Stop.
It's dissociative almost.
Yeah, it is. It's create that dissociative feeling. You know, and that's something that I
Jedi mind
never
tricks,
really
man.
liked, per se. But
Yeah, I'm keeping it paused, but I see what you mean with.
well, he's standing and he's pointing, and he's like, hey, you know something? Stop. It's just... And then here's the executioner being like, I got my sword ready, and the baby's just being held by the leg, and it's like, aw, poor baby. But of course, that's how they used to do baptismals back in the day, too. So, the Apocryphal Wisdom of Solomon, which is 220 BCE and 50 CE, mentions Solomon praying and receiving the spirit wisdom. Through wisdom, Solomon knows of astrology and the forces of spirits, or powers of spirits in this translation. For it is he who gave me unerring knowledge of what exists, to know and structure of the world and the activity of the elements, the beginning and end and middle of time, the alternations of the solstices and the changes of the seasons, the cycle of the year, and the constellations of the stars, the natures of animals and the tempers of wild beasts, the powers of spirits and the reasoning of men, the varieties of plants and the virtues of roots I learned, both what is secret and what is manifest. For wisdom, the fashioner of all things, taught me. Wisdom of Solomon. And I will post this. Alright? Wisdom of Solomon 7:17-21. This is thought to be the earliest reference to Solomon's ability to command demons. Now, that is actually really, really interesting. And then I see a bunch of people posting 11:11, and then this Q movement, oddly, which is 11:11 and has a Q in the middle. Apocryphal Psalms. There's a very fragmented Apocryphal Psalms, 11Q11. That's a very weird thing, because that would symbolize 11:11 means make a wish, which symbolizes the power of wishcraft and the power of actually utilizing the power of the wish. You know? So, I don't know if a lot of people know about that, but that's exactly what 11:11 means. So,
I'm always noticing 11:11, and I'll say to people, make a wish.
yeah. But you gotta be careful what wishes you make in the dark. You know? You don't do it at nighttime, you do it during the day. That's what I believe, at least. But within the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's a very fragmented apocryphal psalm, 11Q11, 11Q PSAP, that mentions Solomon in connection with demons. Of David, concerning the words of the spell, in the name of Yahweh, of Solomon, and he will invoke the name of Yahweh to set him free from every affliction of the spirits, of the devils, Liliths, owls, and jackals. These are the devils, and the princely enmity is Belial, who rules over the abyss of darkness. So, Yahweh, which in my past psalm type deal where we were reading, I believe I pulled up a proverb that stated the name of God was Yahweh, which was very, very interesting because it was perfect timing. You know, and I was like, I asked, well, what would be God's name? You know, Great Spirit's name. And then suddenly here's a psalm, turn it to the page, bam, right there. So that actually...
God goes by very different names to people, though, doesn't he? There's different names for the same God.
Yes.
Is what I believe.
Well, in other streams I've stated, I am a God of many faces, many names. For if you see me, you shall know me as the one and true God. You know, and that's what resonated with me since childhood. That's why I don't judge people based on their faith. It's just that certain faiths I won't partake in, per se. You know,
that's fair enough.
It doesn't mean that I judge the people, like, that follow, like, Hermeticism and or Enochiism or friggin' even, like, the dark arts and stuff like that. I have no reason to judge. It just doesn't mean that I can dwell with those people. You know, I don't choose to dwell with those people.
No, I'm not a very religious person, but I always enjoy hearing about other people's beliefs because
Mhm.
it's what comforts them,
Yes,
and you can't judge someone on what comforts them.
exactly. But you can make a choice and draw a line in the sand saying that you can speak to me
Mhm.
of this, but I will not follow this. I'm
Exactly.
understanding of your path. Don't impose on me. You can teach me all you want, but just don't say you have to follow this or else I'm not your friend. I don't believe in that. I believe that people can coexist regardless of the path they're on. It's just that it
Exactly.
takes discernment, it takes friggin' strong will, and it takes you being able to say, hey, you're bypassing boundaries.
Boundaries are the most important thing as well.
Hmm.
When people don't respect them, that bickering and arguments happen.
Exactly. Exactly. A lot of people don't get that nowadays, though. It's like, it's my way or the highway. And honestly, who's to say
You
I'm
lose
right?
out
Who's
on
to
so
say anyone's
much.
right?
Exactly.
It could be aliens, bro. We don't know. I'm just.
We don't know now. See, I'm not very up on the research about aliens. I don't know if they come from outer space or if they're from another dimension. There's that many beliefs about aliens that I don't know how to take it.
There's a movie that was an animated movie when I was growing up that freaking kind of explains my thoughts on the whole thing. Is that I think that
Mm,
they're energy beings. Is
yeah,
that a lot of them are energy beings. I wouldn't call them ethereal. I wouldn't call them. I would just say energy. And
yeah,
since we ourselves can't see energy around us, we can't see these beings, and that would be the easiest way to describe it, is that we can feel the energy. Sometimes you'll go into a place and your hair will stand up on end on the back of your neck, on your arms and stuff, and that's energy. That's freaking literally
exactly.
it
Hmm.
going right through you. You'll get a chill sometime. That's energy. Well, or you could even break it down to energy equals frequency. You know, so they might be
And
frequency
frequency is
beings.
important. Hmm.
But the movie that I wanted to state is Titan AE. All right.
I've not seen that. I'll
Well,
have
it's
to
a
have a look
great
into that.
animated movie. It's one of my favorite movies that I have ever watched. It's about the destruction of Earth. Earth actually gets friggin' destroyed, and what they do is they create a
Mm,
giant DNA arc in the form of a planet and hide it amongst the stars, and leave it for one
yeah,
person to actually find. And
yeah.
ironically, at the end of it, the person that finds it names it Planet Bob.
Planet Bob.
Planet Bob.
B-O-B.
Yep, Planet Bob. And I was just sitting there, I was like, why is this mofo calling it Planet Bob? And oh, that's the most crazy thing. And the girl he's with was like, well, I'm just going to call it Earth 2. And she
Mm.
was like, yeah, I agree, but I'm going to call it Planet Bob. I'm just,
Planet Bob. That's the best thing I've ever heard
you
today.
know, so
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that.
no, it has some great music in it. I've posted on my Twitter actually a couple of the Titan Ace
Mm.
E songs and everything, and it just for some reason it always drew me towards it. Even as an adult, I like watching it once in a while,
Yeah.
and there's also Monkey Bone. Me and Lulu were talking about Monkey Bone the other night, and then I just was like, I gotta watch it again now that I'm an adult so I can understand it.
Yeah.
But
That's the thing with most children's films. They hide things in there so the adults that have to watch them with children have something to think about rather than
yep,
it just being brain numbing.
exactly. And it's just like if you take a look at certain 80s music, like Rhythms Like a Dancer, you go in there and there's
Mm.
actually schematics layered into the video of technology and shit. There's music videos that actually have ruins that are encrypted and layered in, and then freaking
Mm.
schematics to build stuff. And people just totally miss this type of stuff. And it's just
Well, I'll be honest. I have. I'm not a fan with like is it stenography or cryptography? would you describe it as when the
Mm-hmm.
presence within the music?
Yep. Kind of like everything's layered, you know? But
Yeah.
people miss this, you know, and they miss all of that.
Hmm.
And it's like, okay, you could either focus on a puzzle that could lead you to nowhere, essentially, right? Or you could actually notice that there's a puzzle all around you,
Yeah.
you know? And I think that right there is a better way of looking at things, is that notice that the puzzle is not just one thing, it's all around you.
Yeah.
It's in the
Like,
things
one
you
of the
watch.
most amazing things I've come across is the music of The Last Supper.
Mm-hmm.
I found that absolutely amazing. It blew my mind. Just how people come across these things.
Mm-hmm.
With the placement of the hands being musical notes and whatnot.
Yep.
So interesting.
All right. So, we're going to get back to this and everything. Does anyone else have anything they want to say? Lulu, Dowd. Lulu, you've been really quiet.
I'm gonna jump out now, but thanks for having me, and I'll speak to you again soon.
All
I
right,
really
Mousy,
enjoyed it.
you have a
Thank you
very
very much.
wonderful night or day, depending where you're
It's
at.
11 o'clock, 11 a.m. here. I'll see you later.
Later,
Thank you.
Mousy.
All right, see ya.
Later, bye.
Lulu. Come on, say something. She's just like rolling her eyes right now and being like, you know something, Bobby? Just shut up. Leave me alone. How much you want to bet, Dowd?
I mean, she might be sleeping. She might have went poop. Who knows? If she was listening, she would have laughed. So I don't know.
You know, she might just be soaking in everything. But so,
Daughters of Jerusalem, I am dark like the tents of Kedar, yet lovely like the curtains of Solomon. Do not stare at me because I am dark, for the sun has gazed on me. My mother's sons were angry with me. They made me a keeper of the vineyards. I have not kept my own vineyard.
What the?
she speaks. She's alive. Rejoice.
Told you she was pooping.
Yep. 20-minute poop.
Man. Well, at least you won't
I
have
can always
hemorrhoids.
tell when somebody's pooping around me.
I think that causes it.
Every time I cough, I get a new hemorrhoid. This is bullshit.
It seems like
That's too much
people
sleep.
haven't joined very much. There's 6 people watching right now. If you guys could send out another share and everything, so that, you know, Twitter and everything, it kind of blocks out your friggin' tweets unless you do a share again. Try to get some
I think
more
people are probably sleeping early now since it's the new year.
Yeah,
Trying
possible.
to stream this.
Yeah, it's 4:01.
I wake up early now.
Yeah,
Like,
time
after
feels
this,
weird
I'm
now.
gonna play some Black Desert after this, guys. Just go and play some video games, unwind a little bit, and be like, yeah, time to game. Which, that game itself, guys, that has a puzzle in itself. There's ruins, there's depictions of many different things that are based on Hermeticism. Good game. You know, and people just run through the storyline instead of exploring and looking at the ruins, and then they're like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute. This actually co-aligns with this that I'm learning. Whoa! Mind blown. It's like they want you to know this stuff. So, Solomon in the Gospels. This picture right here is the procession of Queen of Sheba and meeting between the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. Alright? In the Gospel of Matthew, which many scholars believe to have been written for a Jewish audience, Jesus claims that the Queen of the South will rise at the judgment with this generation and condemn it, for she came from the ends of the earth to listen to Solomon's wisdom. And now one greater than Solomon is here. Oh, the Queen's greater than Solomon, guys. Crazy. Maybe that's why people are so afraid of women nowadays. Could be. Josephus' account of Solomon. Around 70 CE, Josephus compiled his antiquities and included an excerpt about Solomon. When referring to one king, Solomon no longer speaks 3,000 Proverbs and sings 1,005 songs, but now he has authored 3,000 books of Proverbs and 1,005 books of odes. Solomon could also compose incantations to heal the sick and perform exorcisms. Ooh. The belief that the original temple of Jerusalem was built with supernatural help also emerged with Josephus. Josephus writes of the tradition of Solomon as a magician in his Antiquities 825, 9394 CE. Now, what do you guys think, Dowd and Lulu, about that? Like, he actually could heal the sick and perform exorcisms.
Well, sounds like the doctor arrived in time, but from my actual in-depth study of, sigil and demonology and all that other crazy stuff, like
Demonology.
yeah, it's I figure I might as well hop on with the whole, like, I'm not totally sure how the hell to say that, but
Demonology.
I think
Be
it's
fucking
demonology.
demonology. Yeah, I'll show you the word, right?
Or
Sam.
no, demonology. That's what it is, I think.
Calm down with your crazy pronunciations, Bobby.
You know something, Roxanne? I will come over there and I will tackle you and give you a hug. Most love
Make you a
and
fucking
you will like it.
sandwich, and we're gonna eat it.
We're going.
So, right here, Josephus writes of the tradition of Solomon as a magician in his Antiquities. Now the sagacity and wisdom which God has bestowed on Solomon was so great that he exceeded the ancients, insomuch that he was no way inferior to the Egyptians, who are said to have been beyond all men in understanding. Nay, indeed, it is evident that their sagacity was very much inferior to those of the kings. He also excelled and distinguished himself in wisdom above those who were most eminent amongst the Hebrews at the time. For shrewdness, those I mean were Ethan and Heman, Calcol, and Darda, the sons of Mahal. He also composed books of odes and songs of 1,005, of parables and similitudes 3,000. For he spake a parable upon every sort of tree, from the hyssop to the cedar, and in like manner also about the beasts, about all sorts of living creatures, whether upon the earth, or in the seas, or in the air, for he was not unacquainted with any of their natures, nor omitted inquiries about them, but described them all like a philosopher, and demonstrated his exquisite knowledge of their several properties. God also enabled him to learn that skill which expels demons, which is a science useful and sanative to men. He composed such incantations also by which distempers are alleviated, and he left behind him the manner of using exorcisms, by which they drive away demons, so that they never return. Wow, so he could actually be like, hey, what up, demon? I'm gonna send you back to where you came forever. That's freaking awesome. Isn't that awesome, guys?
That's pretty legit. I mean,
yeah, that's pretty legit. Solomon is not a man to be messed with, obviously, guys. Like, wow. And this method of cure is of great force unto this day, for I have seen certain man of my own country, whose name was Eleazar, releasing people that were demoniacal in the presence of Vespasians, and his sons, and his captains, and the whole multitude of his soldiers. The manner of the cure was this: he put a ring that had a foot of one of those sorts mentioned by Solomon to the nostrils of the demoniac, after which he drew out the demon through his nostrils. And when the man fell down immediately, he adjured him to return into him no more, making still mention of Solomon and reciting the incantations which he composed. Wow, I might have to look into that. And when Eleazar would persuade and demonstrate to his spectators that he had such power, he set away off a cup or basin full of water, and commanded the demon as he went out of the man to overturn it, and thereby thereby to let the spectators know that he had left the man. And when this was done, the skill and wisdom of Solomon was shown very manifestly, for which reasons it is that all men may know the vastness of Solomon's abilities, and how he was beloved of God, and that the extraordinary virtues of every kind with which the king was endowed may not be unknown to any people under the sun for this season. I say, it is that we have proceeded to speak so largely of these matters. That's crazy. That is crazy. And good morning to the 8 people watching. If you feel comfortable, please, like, say something in chat. If you want a psalm later on after we do this, then please post it in chat. I will do the psalm for you guys. All that good stuff. And I will take requests. Alright? Now, what did you think about that, Dowd?
Sorry. I'm
He's going poop.
yeah, I'm pooping.
Oh man, everyone has to go poop now,
I'm
man.
trying to compile all of the red words in the Bible. It's not easy.
No, it's not. It's not easy. A lot of this stuff is not easy, man. Doing all this research and figuring out what's actually real, what's fake, and everything. Like,
What's the origination of the Bible? Like, what year did it come from? I have no idea. So
Dowd, you would know this better than me.
I mean, I can Google that shit real quick.
Yeah, like, Google the shit, man. Like, who cares?
Technically, that would be the 10 Commandments. I mean, if you want to get down to it, it's like, what's the first edition of, like, what God told everybody to do?
But it's not from, ancient Egypt, right?
No, actually, I would think that it would fall into Samaria, honestly, is because Sumerian culture had the most exquisite writings, and I don't know if people actually translated the Sumerian tablets correctly. It's totally possible that they didn't, hence the aliens type deal, and all that stuff. But
yeah.
That's the thing is that I think that right there, and Dowd will correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's the oldest portrayal of what the Bible was saying that was found, if I'm correct. And I think it came from Samaria. And, I'm going to bring up the war that's happening, the brewing over in Iran. The Middle Eastern countries, it's my belief that it's not a war over oil. Or anything like that. It's never.
You think it's a religious war?
Yes, I think that it's because if you do some research based on Muslims and everything, Muslims were actually made to be the protectors of Christianity artifacts. And a lot of people don't actually know that, sadly. There's a bunch of stuff online that you can research on that, and you'll find it, and you'll be like, what? It's kind of weird. They were the protectors of ancient relics and artifacts for Christians. And then here we have a country that is of God trying to go after because maybe they want the religious artifacts for power, which would fall back into the good old Hitler days too, because there was rumors that he was going after relics of ancient proportions. So, could be that history repeats itself. Kind of like you said, Lulu.
Yeah. From what my grandparents tell me, the Jews are always crucified, so I guess history's always going to repeat itself.
Well, no. I don't think that'll be the case. I think that freaking the good people would survive this time around. Do you know what I'm saying?
We'll see.
I don't know. My first.
All right,
my
get ready for
girlfriend
this.
was Jewish.
You're about to get hit with a flood of information. So the very
here we
first
go.
and oldest surviving full text of the New Testament is the Codex Sinaiticus, which was discovered at St. Catherine's Monastery at the base of Mount Sinai in Egypt in the 1840s and 1850s, dating from 325 CE.
Oh shit. Okay.
I don't even know
So
what the fuck that
therefore,
means.
this could have been Middle Eastern.
Wasn't he
What?
Jewish?
Well, that's what's stated, but the whole thing is that you got to also think too is that we really don't know. So the personification of even well, this is what always bothered me. All right, like it
Everyone
says,
says he's everything, so it's hard to pinpoint.
it is very hard to pinpoint. But the thing is that in most faiths and spiritualities, including Christianity and everything, it says you shall not worship false idols. Where it really bothers me that here we have many different faiths that actually go and put a cross and show a man where they don't actually know what the man looked like, so that would be an idol, you know, and then you also have like stained glass windows, all that stuff. That would be idol worship. And a lot of people would probably disagree with me on that, but that's just how I feel, is that if you're going
Religious
to
art is pretty cool.
Huh?
Religious art is pretty cool, though.
No, it is very cool and everything, but when you start to idolize it, that's when it becomes a problem, you know?
Yeah.
You can make the art, just don't make it into a god, essentially. That's how I feel. So, other early references. During the first half of the 2nd century, more references to Solomon emerged. In Pseudo-Philos Liber Antiquitum Biblicum, David plays a song on his lyre to exorcise a demon from Saul. He ends the song with an allusion to Solomon as a future exorcist. From which after a time one born from my loins will rule over you. Pseudo-Philo 63. Alright, I'll post that too, so you guys can...
So it seems that there was an Egyptian inscription from the 13th century BC that is the first known mention of Israel. And the Old Testament is similar to the Hebrew Bible, which has origins in the ancient religion of Judaism.
Yes.
Which, you know, is pretty much what you said. So, spot on, old chap. Good job.
Huzzah! Wow.
Huzzah! You know, I used to work at the Renaissance Festival, you racist.
Dude, I actually, like, people were asking me, it was like, dude, you seem like the type of person to be in, like, medieval combat. And I was like, if only you knew. Like, at the age of freaking, like, freaking when I was younger, it was like when I was in my trouble and I decided to run from my trouble. I was down in Tennessee, and here I am with dual scimitars with a friggin' full body armor, suit of armor, literally fighting other people and everything, and just going to a park, and we'd literally beat the shit out of each other. You know, and that was probably the coolest stuff ever.
An OG LARPer, like
An actual
for real
life
LARP,
IRL LARPer.
not a computer LARPer. Like we're not
Not a computer LARPer.
Guys.
You know,
I'm not
so,
making any
yes, when I was a child, I did that stupid shit. But it was cool, man. It's like, come on, you had your real swords, and then suddenly you have to learn how to use them in tandem and shit. I dual-wielded. You know, I had 2 swords. And you know how hard it is to freaking control 2 swords at one time, guys? Like, it's freaking crazy.
Oh gosh.
But, let's see.
Wait, hold on. So is the Illuminati, or do they worship God or do they worship Satan?
I would have to say that every single secret society has their good seeds and bad seeds. You know, and like the Masons, for one. The Masons, they have their good seeds and their bad seeds too, because like Dowd actually was explaining something to me the other day, because we got into a huge conversation, and at the 33rd degree and everything, you have the choice to imprint your, and who knows if Dowd's correct on this, didn't do any research, but it was a cool thought, and I'll just share it. You know, if he could provide some insight and books that actually explain it, that would be freaking great.
Yeah, I was
But-
trying to find out where I read that. I think it was on the myfreemasonry.com or whatever the hell.
Oh yeah, that Freemasonry thing that you sent me and everything.
I feel like they're always like lurking.
Yeah,
Those
they are.
amazing people.
They are. They're always learning. They're learning new things. Most of them are usually, well, archaeologists seem to be a very, very popular thing. Like, I actually was debating whether or not I wanted to go to school for archaeology, just based on the fact of how fascinated I am with this stuff. And that would actually allow me to travel and go certain places to find certain things. Because, like, to find stuff, you need to be good at searching for things, right? So if you can pinpoint certain things that other people can't, then maybe, just maybe, there'll be a discovery.
That's true, yeah.
But let's start this again. The other early references. During the first half of the 2nd century, more references to Solomon emerged. There's that word, emerged. In Pseudo-Philos, oh, I read that. Okay. Lost my place. Another reference was found in the Paris Magical Papyri entitled Logos Hebraicos, in which also describes Solomon as an exorcist and mentions his magical ring. Finally, there is a Testament of Solomon, T-Sol, 2nd century CE, which describes Solomon's building the Jerusalem temple with the aid of demons. The text claims that Solomon wrote the Testament in an attempt to record all of his wisdom after he lost his powers. So that was his fall. He lost his powers. So, Solomon's magical powers expand. The epistle in Rehoboam, Epra, contains a passage subtitled Concerning Hygromancy, in which Solomon instructs his son, Rehoboam, on how to use divination and astrology to secure sexual gratification, health, power, and wealth. The basis of Solomon's magic lies in a precise understanding of astrology and cosmology.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Solomon instructs Rehoboam on which planet rules each day of the week, and which is good and evil spirits are associated with each hour of the day.
Wait, hold on.
Yep.
So these people practice magic?
Yes. These people.
What
These people.
And this is in the Bible?
Yes. Solomon is in the Bible.
Huh.
It's really confusing, isn't it? That God's most loved son, one of God's most loved sons, had the ability to do magic. And like I said...
Is this written in the Bible? Or is it like...
Solomon's noted in the Bible all over.
Even like the New Testament?
Yeah.
What
there's references in the Bible about Solomon all over, hon.
Yeah, but I felt like people like were opposed to that kind of stuff, yeah.
They are, but it doesn't make any sense to me as to why it's like, okay, you're supposed to follow the Bible, but it talks about Solomon, and a lot of people are like, well, like I brought up Solomon to the pastor, and he was like, well, Solomon did a lot of good things, and he did a lot of bad things. And my answer and question to him was, well, then why did God love him so much? He couldn't answer.
What were the bad things that he did?
Well, that's the thing, is that I haven't actually found very many bad things. I mean, a lot of people nowadays would have seen it bad that he was able to control demons, right? But it would be in the way that he controlled demons, which would make it good or evil, I guess. You know, at least from my human understanding and perspective. Now, say this, if someone was to actually control demons and have the power to exorcise demons, and they exorcised the demons and never controlled them, would that be good or evil?
That would be a bad thing, because then you're just releasing those out into the world to then, you know, hop in another vessel.
Unless you put it
Well,
into an object.
You can't destroy that energy?
Did you not realize earlier in here it said that Solomon had the power to totally, completely, utterly destroy? Let's think the show Supernatural, all right? You know how specific, like, underworld lords or angels would be able to click their hands like this, and then suddenly the angel and or demon would totally incinerate, and their soul would just go into nothingness.
Oh yeah,
That
like
would be zero.
vampires.
It's like Little Nicky, okay? Like,
Yeah,
you
I
gotta
was
get
just
past
thinking
the
that.
door thing.
That little
If you take
bottle.
that bus, it's just kind of fucked, you know? Like, go back to the starting. Try again, Nicky.
Hilarious.
You can't walk in front of giant moving metal objects. It doesn't work.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh, man.
And it's just that they put this all over the media and all over the movies, and it's like little tidbits and hints that most of these people that are in Hollywood as well as in the music industry, these people study this type of stuff. It's because knowledge,
Oh yeah,
power.
and definitely like in Hollywood too.
Mhm.
They're into like some weird ass shit.
Yes. Now, the normal people, the normies, usually don't even open their eyes to this type of stuff because it's like very scary, so to say, to even think
I
about
think
this.
I think normal people probably don't even really know about it either.
Well, I guess in Harry Potter land that would be called muggles, right?
Yeah.
So maybe just maybe the Harry Potter books, she actually read a lot of this stuff and then suddenly she had this pop up into her head and was like, I need to write this. You know, of course, one could also state that like Stan Lee, like a lot of his friggin' works in his comic books and everything had a lot of this stuff mixed in.
Was he religious?
I'm pretty sure all of these people were religious and spiritual. Like there's a difference between being spiritual and religious, though. I believe that most of them were spiritual.
Maybe they grew up in like a religious household or something.
Mm-hmm. Possibly. Now, Solomon's magical powers expanded. All right. So where was I? Once Rehoboam learns with forces are in control at any time, he utilizes their energy through magical ritual and prayer. This is prefaced by strict monotheistic prayers to God to grant power to control these celestial forces. So Solomon's bloodline essentially has the ability to do these things. All right, meaning that in this world there is people out there that have this blood that courses through them that can do these things. That would make me the most logical thing that I could come up with in this time and place. Now, Solomon the Vain. In the Nag Hammadi Corpus, the second treatise of the great Seth mocks Solomon. Solomon was a laughingstock, since he thought that he was Christ, having become vain through the Hebdomad. Treat Seth 63:11-15. That's a very interesting thing, and that's from Egyptian, correct? Because the great Seth would be Egyptian, correct, Dowd? So, then there's the androgynous demon.
Yes.
Androgynous demon?
Yep. Androgynous demons. On the origin of the world refers to a book of Solomon, and the demology may be derived from the Epra. Then Death, being androgynous, mingled with his own nature and begot 7 androgynous offspring. These are the names of the male ones: jealousy, wrath, tears, sighing, suffering, lamentation, bitter weeping. And these are the names of the females ones: wrath, pain, lust, sighing, curse, bitterness, quarrelsomeness. They had intercourse with one another, and then each one begot 7. So they amount to 49 androgynous demons. Their names and their effects you will find in the Book of Solomon, Origin's World. All right, in the Book of Solomon, World. There we go. All right. So now we have Death reincarnated coming in, and Death ends up having kids. Now that right there is a very, very interesting thing. Isn't that very interesting, guys?
Yep.
So Death himself comes down and actually mingles with the humans. Huh. So we're talking about beings that could hypothetically and theoretically, theoretically go and do...
Wait, death? Like the...
Yeah, like Death, right here. Then Death. being androgynous, mingled with his own nature, and begot 7 androgynous offspring. Now, think about this, all right? Anime lovers will know Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist actually has the demons, and those are called chimeras, which chimeras in our time would be people that are actually fused with certain DNAs of various animals and or anything like that, if you're an Alex Jones fanatic, which I don't really like the guy. But that would be how I would explain that in these terms.
Not that bad.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know, you guys might come to your own conclusion, and that's totally fine, but that's how I actually freaking connect everything like that. So yeah, death. Mingled with his own nature and begot 7. Wow, and then that's kind of creepy that the puzzle that we were doing was called Sevens. Huh. Isn't that really creepy, Dowd? Like,
Well, isn't 7 sacred or something?
yeah, 7s are sacred, but there's 7 right there. 7 and 7.
Well, I always thought it was really weird that in the Liber Primus there's just 1 7 on like all of the thing. There's just this 1 7 hanging out.
No?
Thought it was weird.
Who knows, man? Who knows? The Apocalypse of Adam. The Apocalypse of Adam 7:13-16 makes reference to Solomon commanding an army of demons in a list of 13 false explanations for the origin of the Redeemer figure called the Photar. The 4th kingdom says of him, and he came from a virgin. Solomon sought her. He and Pharisee and Saul, which Saul I think is Saul, and his armies, which had been sent out, Solomon himself sent his army of demons to seek out the virgin. They did not find the one whom they sought, but the virgin who was given them, it was she whom they fetched. Solomon took her. The virgin became pregnant and gave birth to the child there. She nourished him on a border of the desert, when he had been nourished and received the glory and power from the seed from which he was begotten, and thus he came to the water. Thus he came to the water. Maybe that's a sign of baptismal. So
Maybe he was born on a bayou.
or they were just on a boat, you know? Like, who knows? So the Apocalypse of Adam, 7:13-6, posted that up. Now, everyone's seeking this, right? Truth, right? The Testament of Truth.
Well, I think everyone's seeking a different truth.
Well, this actually, I just used the reference because I found it funny. The Testament of Truth. It's the truth, man. All right. The Testament of Truth, IX3. Huh. IX3. 3 is important. In the Nag Hammadi Codex, also talks of Solomon commanding demons to build his temple, 2nd and 3rd century. They are wicked in their behavior. Some of them fall away to the worship of idols. Others have demons dwelling with them, as did David the king. He is the one who laid the foundation of Jerusalem, and his son Solomon, whom he begat in adultery, is the one who built Jerusalem by means of the demons, because he received power. When he had finished building, he imprisoned the demons in the temple. He placed them into 7 water pots. Woo, 7 again, guys. They have remained a long time in the water pots, abandoned there. When the Romans went up to Jerusalem, they discovered the water pots, and immediately demons ran out of the water pots, as those who escaped from prison. And the water pots remained pure thereafter. And since those days they dwell with men who are in ignorance, and they have remained upon the earth. Who then is David, and who is Solomon? And what is the foundation, and what is the wall which surrounds Jerusalem? And who are the demons, and what are the water pots, and who are the Romans? But these are mysteries. Texts become very fragmented after this. That's very interesting that the texts become fragmented. It's possibly because you gotta understand is that back in the old days, book burning and destroying freaking knowledge and everything was a form of control. Changing
Wow.
texts and everything keeps the masses ignorant.
I'm pretty sure they do that now. They just get rid of information now.
Yeah, they do. But
Yeah.
it's like me and you both say, the truth never the truth never remains hidden for long.
Yep.
Solomon forces demons to help build the temple. Another manuscript currently at the John Reynolds Library tells the legend of Solomon and Thabor. The pages date to about the 10th century, but the legend is thought to date to this time period. The legend is thought to date to this time period. That's a very interesting. The manuscripts, CCM, JR Library 85, explains how Solomon forced demons to cut stone for and build the temple. The demons worked during the night and were so noisy that King Thabor of the Gentiles planned to wage war against Solomon. Once he realized that Solomon commanded demons, he abandoned that plan. I think I would abandon that plan too. That's some scary stuff right there. Commanding demons? Whew! Man. Anyone who actually friggin' stood against a man that could command angels and demons, guys, would be, dude, like, I would, hats off, bro. Like, you're gone. I'm sorry. If he can command demons, he could probably command people too, and that would be a scary thought right there. The Mandaya Ginza, which is thought to date to the early 2nd century, claims that Solomon had the power over both demons and devs. Ooh, astro powers. That's interesting. These powers, however, were not involved with the construction of the Jerusalem or the temple. So, what are devs, Dowden? Are those devas? Let me pull this up. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up in another tab.
Are you talking about karmetic debts?
No, devs.
Oh.
Alright. Oh, power signs. So, in astrology, power signs are associated with extreme power, authority, and energy, positive or negative, and need to control the surroundings. These signs are determined, willful, and are more prone to gain power. On the other hand, that's interesting. So, that's power of the astrology.
So there's astrology in the Bible?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Well, it even says in Isaiah, behold, he who brings forth numbers and who names all the stars and everything, if I'm correct. Let me go to Isaiah real quick. And look, I just opened it up straight to Isaiah, guys. Yeah. All right. So, which one was it? Okay. I think I marked it somewhere. Just need to figure it out. Okay, well, for some reason that one has a fold in it, and that's not it. Was it 40? I read this one to you, dude. Oh, there it is. It's Isaiah 40:26. Lift up your eyes on high, and behold who hath created these things, that bringeth out their host by number. He calleth them all by names, by the greatness of his might, for that he is strong in power, not one that faileth. Then there's a psalm, because that's the power of numbers, right? So that would actually be, friggin' kind of like numerological. Now, in one of the psalms, which I believe it was Psalm 91. Alright, let's see, I believe that's it. No, was it 147? Possibly. It's one of the psalms that I always do. Forgive me. 147. He telleth the number of the stars. He calleth them all by their names. yeah, it's in the Bible. It's in Psalms. There's many things based on the stars in Psalms and in the Bible itself. Yet the church kind of disproves anyone and or condemns anyone who studies these things, but it's in the Bible. So if it's in the Bible, if you want to seek understanding, you have to study said things. So it's also in the Bible, in Proverbs, it talks about the wise man, the fool, as well as the simple. You know, the man who's wise, his house will literally not fall. You know, and then there's the fool, which gets crushed essentially, if I remember correctly, and then the simple are just the regular people. But don't quote me on that. Go look for it yourself. Read Proverbs. Proverbs is very, very interesting. It's another book that's tailored by Solomon. Solomon's power over demons, the second one. Zosimus of Panopolis, 300 CE, wrote of Solomon's fame as an exorcist. He mentions a lost work called Seven Heavens, which explains Solomon's construction of magical bottles and formulae for the conjuration of demons. Zosimus notes bottles that were specifically designed to capture demons. Now, anyone who doesn't know anything about Hermeticism and or alchemy, right here, magical bottles and formulae for the conjuration of demons. That is what alchemists do. They make formulae and bottles.
You mean like medicine?
Well, certain medicines and everything could actually be seen as formulae too. Especially if you drink it, if you take it. Like, that's why I try to tell people is pharmaceuticals is pharmax equals witchcraft. Or alchemy. So, people don't understand is that friggin' the stuff that they're taking is actually that made of this type of stuff here. It's essentially freaking alchemy.
Wow.
Do the research, you'll find it to be true. Look at how alchemists do their work. Mortar and pestle. Mortar and pestle.
Never mind, I'm not gonna speak on it.
Speak freely on. Nobody's gonna judge you here for what you think.
I don't know. I mean,
have you heard me talking about hemorrhoids? I mean, we're good.
I mean, medicine is, pretty much good as a whole, I would say. I mean, it's not perfect, but we're a lot better than we were, like, 20, 50 years ago.
Well, I agree, but then again, a lot of the people that take things like Xanax, everything like that, they seem to be very, very dark. And a lot of the people that take these drugs and everything, they end up killing themselves. And or doing
that's the
horrible
thing,
things.
Though, because everything is misused or abused, you know?
So if we take into aspect the Solomon's power over demons, if he was able to make magical bottles and formulae in conjunction with the demons, then it would be totally theoretically possible for alchemists to put these entities into pharmaceuticals of sorts. And the extreme use of them would create a connection, aka a link. Deep thoughts, isn't it?
I don't know. I just look at it as like a basic thing. Like, I mean, honestly, I don't understand chemistry and whatnot, but yeah.
All right. Second part. Finally, a text called Sefer HaRazim asserts that Solomon had access to a book of mysteries, which empowered him to use demons to accomplish tasks such as winning the heart of a wealthy woman, catching and returning fugitives, giving an enemy insomnia, lighting an oven in the cold, reversing a bad court decision, protecting a soldier in battle, winning at horse racing, and to fill a house with fire while at the same time keeping the house from burning down as proof of one's power.
Just to throw it out there, Solomon was one of the originators of the pentacle, if you know what that is.
Yeah. Nope, the pentacle. Where I'll pull that up on screen so people can see who are not inclined. Alright. Now, this is the pentacle. See that, guys? A pentacle is a talisman that's used in magical evocation, usually made of parchment paper, cloth, or metal, upon which a magical design is drawn. Protective symbols may also be included, a common one being a 6-point form of the Seal of Solomon. See that? 6-point form of the Seal.
Isn't that evil? That was.
Is it evil? It's in the Bible. Like, literally, like, it's Solomon.
The satanic?
No, that would be the pentagram.
Oh, it looks the same.
Inverted. See this one right here? Inverted, which is the 2 horns.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
Well, this is what... This is
symbolism doesn't really affect me. Like other people, like I just don't understand it.
Yeah, well, it's inverted. The bad one is inverted. The good one is correct. You know, that's basically the duality of the symbol.
Okay.
All right, the symbol. All right. Now, Wiccans have adopted the pentacle as a symbol of the goddess Morgan. They hand trace the symbol during rituals. The 5-point represent fire, water, air, earth, and spirit. The 5 things essential for sustenance of life. Many wear it as jewelry and on altars. Now, you got to also remember is that Solomon was in love with Sheba, the Queen of Sheba, which would have been the first pagan queen. So you have a man of God with a pagan queen. Very interesting. Maybe Dowd can explain it better. I need to go use the bathroom again because that water ran through me. Dowd, take control.
Dowd, take the wheel.
Well. Welcome to the Lone Cicadas live stream. This is not the Lone Cicada. This is Daniel. You know, Daniel, that guy.
That guy.
He doesn't know what Garfield's bitching about. Anyway, that was pretty much... No, Garfield, because he wants lasagna.
Yeah, but you're not John, so that's why you don't know.
I know, I'm just saying, I don't know what the hell Garfield's bitching about. But...
I ain't known that cat.
I'm actually looking for some stuff to, like, you know, make what he was talking about easier and totally kind of a
linear.
Lost what he was talking about.
All right, taking a look at chat real quick.
All right.
Sane and Chaos, is that how your name is?
And we're back.
All right, Sane and Chaos, welcome. We are talking about Solomon, and it's saying that there's 0 watching now on my screen. So I'm going to go and change my screen to a regular thing and go to YouTube. Real quick.
What do you want?
I was actually in the live control room.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes it actually messes up.
Dude, that thing is so unreliable. I even wrote to YouTube and said, fix your piece of crap live control room stuff, because it's telling me there's 3 people in here, and there's definitely 12 people in here. So
I see 6. I see 6 on my screen.
Once again, I'd like to point out that we have 2
it's telling me there's 3 people in here, and there's definitely 12 people in here. So
I see 6. Bobby, you should get on D-Live.
Once again, I'd like to point out that we have 2
it's telling me there's...
Uh-oh.
There we go. I had to turn it off. There we go. It's fixed now, guys. But yeah, we have 7 thumbs up. Well, 8 thumbs up and 2 thumbs down. Which, hey, totally fine. If you're not for spirituality, then that's good. You are not hated. You are loved very much, guys. You know. See, that's the difference. Is I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't go around. And no matter what people say, all right, even if things are targeted towards me, nowadays I don't even downvote, man. I don't even downvote anymore because there's no point. It's like, if someone's going to go and try to teach someone something, what is the point in downvoting? It's like, I don't see the people downvoting teaching anything.
It's probably a personal vendetta.
Exactly. And there's no reason for having a personal vendetta, is that I don't go out and seek confrontation with those people. I really could care less about anything that they say. So
what do you guys
report their stuff with somebody else's name? Because
so do you guys think there's going to be a war? Or what?
With the Iran thing?
Yeah.
Well, the whole thing is that freaking, it's like I said on the status, like, it was funny because I posted that status on your status with Trump, and then suddenly my computer just totally shit out, and I sent you that video. It was like, look what just happened, dude. They don't like me talking against Trump, obviously. So literally what happened is that suddenly just blue screen of death, Dowd. Blue screen of death.
That was crazy. That was some crazy shit. And you have it on camera, too.
Yeah, I have it on camera because anytime something weird goes on, I actually chronicle it now. Because I've had a lot of weird shit just happen to me, and it's like, something, this is actually pretty fucking cool. But it's kind of freaky. So what I think is that every single time, right now we're seeing a time where, well, Trump went against a bunch of Christians, obviously. He freaking threw a Christian publication under the bus, everything like that. People tried to impeach him, and he was always saying that he was focused on not making money. Now there's a chance that he might not actually get in, so if he starts a war, then what happens is he just contradicted himself because
that's fucking true.
Yeah, if he starts a war, that'll actually freaking pull more money from the lower and middle class and go into the higher class, so he could actually put chess pieces and freaking state, well, if this happens, then I can come out on top still. That's how I feel.
If you've done any research into the Project Looking Glass, they pretty much have the ability to run a algorithm that will give them like all outcomes possible. That's pretty much what a quantum computer does.
That's crazy.
Whoa! That's very weird, Dowd. Because when I first came into the community, I was always talking about Project Looking Glass, and I didn't even know that. It was a project that I was going to create. Whoa, that's weird.
Didn't he disavow QAnon or whatever?
It was actually a woman that was part of the team that actually came out and disavowed and everything. Then there was also Ice-T, and I believe there was another, what is his, Nugent? Nugent came out and freaking made a mockery of it too. So it was kind of like in tandem that they all freaking went off on, and it was kind of like 1, 2, 3. 3 people just rolled out at the same time and did it that were actually high in stature. Which, in my mind, that's kind of weird, Of course, I think that it was just kind of like a publicity type deal. It was like, basically, fuck your couch.
This is going to be a crazy-ass year.
But, no, that's exactly what I think is happening with the whole Iran deal and everything, is because even Trump, I believe that he had a quote saying that, talking about Hillary, stating that she would create a frivolous war, and only a weak leader, supposedly, would create a war of mass proportions and everything and put themselves in a thing. So in tandem, he kind of called himself a weak leader, which, another contradiction, because I've pointed out many times in the past with you, Lulu, because you look into WikiLeaks. Now, what would you do if you have someone who's dropping a bunch of information you want to actually get elected? Of course, you're going to jump on the bandwagon and do coattails.
Well,
So Trump ended up utilizing WikiLeaks to state, hey, people need to pay attention to WikiLeaks, and everything.
But that's not you can't blame WikiLeaks.
No, I don't blame it. I'm just stating that he utilized a tool that was out there to manipulate certain individuals.
Oh yeah, he utilized a lot of.
Yes.
And he utilized everything.
Yeah, and then
For sure.
what was it?
These people
It
are
was
smart.
about like a half year ago where he came out and was like, I don't know anything about WikiLeaks. I don't follow that shit. It's not my thing. So who told you to go out and say, WikiLeaks, WikiLeaks, WikiLeaks? Obviously, it's your publicity people. So right there.
Well, I mean, I think what happened was everyone was just so against Hillary, you know? Like, almost every side besides the liberals, but...
Well, possible. But, like I said, I think that the war thing is more so a freaking final hurrah to try to freaking come up on top, where he actually goes and has his friends who are high places. Freaking, you gotta remember, is he has connections with a lot of people that are in military and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So if they're actually making weapons and using weapons, that's going to generate income into those sectors. So that right there is usually why a war is started, is to freaking increase that for the one percenters, essentially.
There's some people that actually are just, like, not following Trump anymore, that were, like, hardcore Trump, Trump supporters.
Yes.
So, he's gonna lose support for this. Definitely, because, he's basically doing what Democrats want him to do.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
He's doing everything he said he wouldn't do.
Yeah.
And that's, well, I hate to say it, that's actually the show of, like, a narcissistic person.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's my go-to.
Yeah, but Hillary Clinton, like, kills people, bro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, I will openly do this, and Hillary, you can come knock on my door and we'll discuss why I believe you're just as bad as Hitler. But it's what...
What about that spacey shit?
Dude,
all those people
sucks, though, because honestly, I liked Bill Clinton, man. I really liked that dude. It's like, even though he lied and everything, it's like, dude, like, he literally got a BJ underneath the friggin' Oval Office table. Like, I know that's a horrible thing to glorify, but, like, on my Steam account, I actually have a picture of Bill Clinton saying, I'd hit that. Because it's a funny friggin' meme.
It was funny until everyone found out that he was like a fucking rapist and shit.
Yeah, but when I was a kid, I saw that as freaking just.
Yeah, because we didn't know.
What a way to freaking go out and freaking, you get freaking attacked and you came out and at first you said, no, I did not have sexual affairs with that woman, but. Then it ends up you did have sexual affairs.
I'm sorry, you guys. I lied. I definitely put my pee in Monica Lewinsky's mouth. Why do I sound like Dr. Phil?
I don't know, man. Maybe you could be a double for Dr. Phil. Make some money.
Listen, I don't know why you're calling my audience a bunch of bitches, but if you want them all to meet you outside and beat your ass, I promise you, you little Danielle Dubois, whatever the hell your name is, that we can make that happen. You're not in fucking Kansas anymore, young lady.
You're not in Kansas anymore, young lady. No, not at all. Why don't we just pick a voice and stick with it, shall we? I think that would be fun.
Oh, gosh.
Hello and welcome to the Lone Cicada stream. This is Dr. Phil. We have a really good episode for you guys today. It's going to pretty much consist of...
I'm going to have some voiceover for my streams now using that voice, dude.
It's perfect, yeah.
I want an intro using that voice.
I got you, bro. I don't know. Just write what the hell you want me to say. Listen, I'm really good at, like, teleprompter reading. It's
Welcome to the Lone Cicada stream, where we go into the stuff that most people are afraid to go into.
They're called books. You should read them every once in a while.
Books, and books have binders, and then if you actually look at the binder on the binding and everything, it looks like they have wings and they make you fly like Red Bull.
Where is that guy from? He's not Southern, is he?
No, I think Dr. Phil's from California or something.
Well, I don't know why he has that accent, though, if he's from California.
Oh, gosh.
Bobby, it's because he's smarter than you are, and he knows how humans act. That's
He's
Dr.
so
Phil.
anti-McCabe.
Like, I would love you to come on my show and talk shit just one time. I just want somebody to like actually talk crap to Dr. Phil, like straight up.
I feel like he'd kick their ass.
No, I feel like he would just. I'm Dr. Phil. We're gonna take a short commercial break.
We're gonna have security.
And
What were those like?
I have to
What
hide
were
a dead
those?
body. Like,
What were those shows like back in the day when they had like Marilyn Manson on? You know, during like the Columbine days.
like Maury.
Yeah,
Uh,
that shit was so scripted.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I have
So-
friends that went
I
on
love Maury,
Jerry
though. That
Springer
shit's so
and
funny.
Maury.
You are not the father. And he's like, I fucking told you so, bitch. Like,
They
I
just
told you it's
needed
my
one.
brothers. You had sex with my brother, my father, and my dog. And my mom filmed it. And I saw
Checkers
it
and
all.
Rally.
And it's like, whoa. Bro, why did you watch it? I watched the whole thing. No, dude, calm down.
I'm dying right now. That is hilarious.
Alright, now I pulled up the Wikipedia on Solomon. Alright. Which a lot of people are against Wikipedia, but I actually like Wikipedia just because it has. a
Well,
bunch of-
because they put in their own information. You know, who knows?
Who knows? It leads you to understanding, though. You know, it leads you to seek. Like, for instance, I pointed out something about the lily, right? The lilies of the field. There we go. Lilies of the field. So.
See, I like Wikipedia just based on the fact that, like, if you don't know what the fuck this word is, it's usually blue, and you can just scroll over it, and then it tells you all about that. It's like the rabbit hole of rabbit holes. It just
Mhm.
I want this
Fucking
guy's
going.
beard, dude. David's beard. I want his beard. It's so freaking awesome.
Dude, I have like Joe Dirt facial hair complex, so I'd like a beard ever. Just one time in my life would be nice.
That's some stuff.
But I got like
Okay,
this
well,
retarded little patch over here and a patch over there. And just,
everyone
fine,
in
man.
the audience, please bow down in prayer and pray for Dowd to get the most magnificent beard ever, so he stops looking like a little rat.
for real. So I can hide my fucking abscess on my face.
Prayer done. There we go. Dowd, send a prayer your way for facial hair, bro.
You should just go to a dentist.
I'm working on that.
You're
last time
finally
I
working
checked,
on
it
it?
was
No.
$6,000 to like $13,000 to fix my teeth.
Some people just go to like vets and shit.
Or you could
It's
go.
too expensive.
I can go to Mexico because it's really close.
Go
Yeah,
to a
Mexico.
dentistry school, dude. Go to a dentistry school. They have programs
Oh, yeah, like
that
a
you pay
college.
like $25, and then they have professionals overlooking the students, and the students end up doing the stuff where if the professional feels like it's out of their hands, they do it themselves.
I hear you on that, actually.
Yeah. Like, think outside the box, bro.
I used to get my hair cut by the cosmetology chicks at Oak Ridge High School. It was pretty legit.
Yeah. A lot of people.
Do they do it
I
for
just
free?
looked like the hottest lesbian, bro. It was so nice.
Only you would mix the speaking of teaching about people in the Bible with lesbians. Just I love it though. Oh man.
Isn't Aphrodite like the queen of lesbians?
The
or
god of
whatever?
Lesbos. She had an island called Lesbos.
God damn it,
And it
Roxanne.
was an island full of nothing but
Oh,
women.
you just made me. God damn it.
All right.
Listen, I'm the only reason why this place is balanced enough to where anybody can, come. Like if Thomas Schoenberger decides he wants to like quit eating all the fucking Cheetos and like
We
Oh.
we do not
He
speak
could come in here.
Voldemort's
Don't
name.
say the don't say the name.
No, you do not speak Voldemort's name in here.
Oh, I mean Shamus Toggenberger.
Macbeth.
That's a little bit better.
Ah!
Like, I don't need that.
Oh,
I don't
no.
need that
Now there's-
drama
Call out
amongst me.
Shaman Burger
Like,
Man.
Now
I'm
there's-
not allowed to call out Mr.
Shaman
Teleport
Burger.
to my living room.
oh, look at that, guys. We have 6 downvotes, guys. Someone got
Oh,
on their
man.
box to freaking hit us.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said his name.
Oh.
Or some like hardcore like Christians came in there like this guy
How does it
keeps saying
make
the
you
word
feel that
butthole.
you're an internet
Yeah.
warrior and you can't do anything in real life?
Yeah, it's Thomas and like his belly hitting the
Oh, man.
keyboard and logging
Belly of the
all
beast.
of his other YouTube. Well, let's count it. We probably got Defengo and Lestat. There's 2.
Well, Defengo
And then-
doesn't have a problem with me, man. It's only Lestat.
I know, but he's a silly short man, and
What's wrong with short people?
and that makes them angry.
Not all short people are mean.
But if that's what he is, he needs to be proud of
Listen, I didn't call him like anything else but short. I'm a tall, skinny,
it. You're like 6 foot.
rat-looking, like
I can't even reach that top
the epitome of Satan-looking motherfucker. Like I look like it. Well, that's why I
I
said.
always say he's kind of Lucifer looking.
Yeah, Satan's more of like a bull or something.
So I think that I should do a song in a minute.
Really? Bro, you should like totally
You're writing a song?
play one of my songs. Dude.
Oh yeah, we should get some music going in here. Hit the
You know,
vibe.
Because, and I only say this, Bobby, they are not ever gonna get you banned. They won't even strike your channel because it's mine. Like I made it with my freaking brain.
And you're not using anyone's shit.
No, I don't use anyone's
No.
content. That's what I always
I'm
pointed
a-
out, is that all these other people...
You know, but that's terrifying though, because that means you can't do shit. If someone could strike you for using their stuff, what's the point of making anything? It's bullshit.
Make something yourself.
But still, like, what if you want to like, you know, like review it or something, or just even talk about it.
Take notes.
So what you can do is you can show like the very first 1 second of a video, right? So you just show the original, like you direct people to that channel, and then you don't go on for 7 hours talking about this crap like we did the first couple times around. You just do a real quick, like, 20-minute little stream, and then you have them go watch that video, and that way the other person's also getting a view. What they're trying to do is destroy our happiness online.
Can they do that on
I
D
don't
Live
think
too?
we're supposed to smile. Like Lepo had a very, very good outlook on it. It's like, no, we're not supposed to laugh in here. We can't smile. We're not supposed to be happy. And then the whole audience laughed, and I'm like, it's exactly. what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
It's about happiness, dude. If they rob you of your happiness and your comfort, then they win. And the best way to actually rebel is, hey, here's a smile. Crack jokes. Have fun. Show them that you're having fun. Because they're not having fun. They're too busy running around being pity party-ish and, let's sue people, let's do this, let's do that, and friggin', how can you have fun when you're putting so much effort into having, 100 accounts and all this other stuff?
Hey, it's Dave Acton here, and I'm just gonna poke this food with a fork for 20 minutes while I tell you who I'm suing tomorrow.
I don't
this
have a
stack of
problem with
paper.
Dave. He never really crossed me, or he
I
was
think
always
Dave Acton
respectful.
might be the actual, most genuine, hilarious, just grown-ass, ridiculous man.
It's like a dad.
He's not a
making
troll, you know what I mean?
YouTube
He's
videos.
yeah, exactly. He's just dad.
But no, like I said, is that the trolling is strong in these waters, guys. Literally, is that this is the best way to look at it. If you get downvotes, haters make you famous. If you're saying something that's making someone angry, it's usually because you're speaking truth. Every single dislike that I have had on all my videos, I earned that shit. I earned
Yeah,
it.
it just seems like everyone is just so pissed off
Yeah.
in general.
they're pissed off, and the whole fact is that who knows? We read about Solomon and the fact about demons and exorcisms. Maybe these people are actually infected. You know, maybe there was like a T virus that went off that nobody knows about.
Bro, I don't even drink tea.
In this world.
It's the Twitter aid.
Well, maybe Twitter is the T virus. Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, you see a bunch of freaking, like, zombies that go on and they just blindly attack. And it's like, guys, first off, alright, and this is going to be very, very hard to hear for some people. All you motherfuckers, and yes, I say motherfuckers, all you motherfuckers that actually fight against pedophilia and actually work towards fighting it, all you're doing is normalizing the fucking shit. You're normalizing it so people don't fucking care to even hear about it. Like, you're doing the counter effect and counterbalance of what you're freaking actually pushing. You know, yeah, you get certain people angry, but other people, they roll their eyes and they walk away from it, and that desensitizes away from the victims that actually deserve the attention.
Like during the whole Pizzagate crap, there's a picture of Maria Brankovic holding up like a 6-month-old baby that's just completely naked, pointing at its crotch, and it's like anybody who shared that online
Creepy.
should definitely be getting like a distributing child porn charge at the exact instant on their Facebook, on their Twitter, wherever. I mean, that's what the hell it was.
Exactly. I was on Twitter one time, and this is during the Pizzagate shit, right? And freaking when I first did my foray into this whole freaking crazy rabbit hole type shit, and next thing you know is that people are actually publicizing about this guy who's freaking posting up freaking swimsuits that are provocative for freaking little girls. And then all these people just start spreading it like wildfire, and I'm like, guys, you do realize that no publicity is bad publicity. You're literally spreading the same shit he is, and yet you're saying, hey, this is wrong. Well, no, it's wrong that you even fucking shared it. Mass strike the channel, be done with it. Like, it's simple as that.
Well, like Twitter, they support pedophiles. Like I've been through this before, where I tried to like talk about this on Twitter because there's a lot of people that like promote like giving pedophiles like like equal rights and stuff, and like making it a gender. It's fucking ridiculous.
No, it is ridiculous.
And if you try to like say anything about it, like they come at you at like mob mentality style, you know.
Yeah.
And they report you.
I'm
and
going
they
to tell you something. What you need to do is you need to put an @ and then cicada 3301_01, and I'll go deal with that shit.
Yeah.
Because I openly just don't even say anything, and if I do, they're like, "Oh, you make sense, dude. What the hell?" Because I stood up against an entire DACA protest because one person had a sign that said something about deporting Trump. And I was like, so where are you going to deport Trump to, you idiot?
You know,
he's kind of a U.S. citizen, so you're going to deport him back to
New York?
fucking New York? Like, what? Because he can go to any state he wants as well. It's not like when you deport somebody to Mexico, they have to stay, like, in Mexico City or something.
Oh, one of the predictions from like one of the old wise people, like one of these old wise people, is like Trump's gonna like fall ill and die in 2020 or something. I don't know if it's Nostradamus prediction. It's like
I don't know. I'd have to cross-reference that on the Bible code.
All right, guys, music time. This is actually 3 minutes 48 seconds. So. No, I don't know. Nobody's heard this one yet. I haven't even posted it. So, was there no audio in that? Could you not
Yeah,
hear that?
I didn't hear that.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, you muted
I
the
muted the
stream.
stream.
You interrupted
Yeah.
the vibes, man. Ah,
Sorry.
Lulu.
My bad.
It's alright.
Baptized in That was a band that was website app. That was so legit.
How did you guys like that one?
It's pretty upbeat.
Video games are awesome. I love video games. Now, which one should I do next? Here we go. My original. My stream is glitching this song on my screen.
That's weird.
Is it slowing down on your screen?
Nope.
Interesting. Maybe it's just the CPU. This song relaxes the heck out of me, guys.
It reminds me of Phil Collins. That In the Air Tonight song.
Yes, it just has that relaxing vibe.
Yeah, it does.
You know. Alright, now we're going to go back to Solomon, and I'm going to let the audience decide whether or not we read some of the Solomon Wiccaea, or we go straight to the wisdom of Solomon. So, if you want the Wiccaea, please press 1. If you want the wisdom of Solomon, please press 2. In chat. Thank you. Dowd and Lulu can do this too, since we got watchers that are afraid to interact.
42.
You say 2?
42.
Oh,
4 and
42,
2
man.
equals
Like,
6.
40.
gosh. Alright, we got 1, 2. I'm waiting for at least, we have 9 people watching. Let me get a 2 or a 1.
And I'm just
guys.
gonna be brutally honest, Bobby. Like, Roxanne hates wearing like clothes, so like I've been distracted, but I'm trying to pay attention. I promise.
Oh, you're fine, dude.
Oh, I know, but like, boobs are distracting. So, ladies, if you're gonna sit around and tell me that's not some sexual organ, then explain to me why you like having them played with so much.
Okay, so this is 50 pages long, guys.
Damn.
Alright?
Yeah, let's not.
No, well,
Let's
it's
not.
fine. I'm a
3
fast
hours.
reader, hun. I'm a fast reader.
Not 50 pages.
Nah, chill. It's fine. Watch. Alright?
That's too much.
No, it is not too much.
'Cause you gotta have faith.
You gotta have faith!
50 pages. There's no way.
Behold, my tongue runneth swiftly. Alright.
Let's.
So 50 pages, but how many words per page?
Not very many. See? So, the Wisdom of Solomon. The Wisdom of Solomon is recognized as the Deuterocanonical scripture by the Roman Catholic, Greek Orthodox, and Russian Orthodox churches. Alright? 1. Love righteousness, all you who are judges of the earth. Think of the Lord with a good mind. Seek him in singleness of heart, because he is found by those who don't put him to the test, and is manifest to those who trust him. For crooked thoughts separate from God. His power convicts when it is tested, and exposes the foolish. Because wisdom will not enter into a soul that devises evil. That's a very important thing right there, guys. Wisdom will not enter into a soul that devises evil, nor dwell in a body that is enslaved by sin. For a Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit. That's important too. A Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit. So that's liars. And will depart from thoughts that are without understanding, and will be ashamed when unrighteousness has come in. For wisdom is a spirit who loves man, and she will not hold a blasphemer guiltless for his lips, because God is witness of his inmost self, and is a true overseer of his heart, and a hearer of his tongue. Now there's symbols and everything, obviously, bam. 1:6, some authorities read the spirit of wisdom. Goodness is loving man, or reveler. Alright. So, because the Spirit of the Lord has filled the world, and that which holds all things together knows that is said. Therefore, no one who utters unrighteous things will be unseen. Neither will justice, when it convicts, pass him by. For in his counsels the ungodly will be searched out, and the sound of his words will come to the Lord, to bring his lawless deeds to conviction. Because a jealous ear listens to all things, and the noise of murmurings is not hidden. Beware them of unprofitable murmuring, and keep your tongue from slander. Ooh, that's right here. because no secret utterance will go on its way void, and a lying mouth destroys a soul. That right there is very important. Beware, then, of unprofitable murmuring, and keep your tongue from slander, because no secret utterance will go on its way void, and a lying mouth destroys a soul. Don't court death in the error of your life. Don't draw destruction upon yourselves by the works of your hands, because God didn't make death. Neither does he delight when the living perish. Now that reminds me of the thing where it states that... You stopped in for the music? Okay, I will read 2 more pages. I'll make it to 2 and we'll put on some more music, alright? So, because God didn't make death, neither does he delight when the living perish. And I was saying that there's an old saying that who came first, God or death? Even death doesn't know. For he created all things that they might have being. The generative powers of the world are wholesome, and there is no poison of destruction in them, nor has Hades royal dominion upon earth. For righteousness is immortal, but ungodly men by their hands and their words summon death. Right there. By ungodly men by their hands and their words summon death. Deeming him a friend, they pined away, they made a covenant with him. So that right there shows that ungodly men made a covenant with death. Very interesting. So what song do you want, MCM? Or do you just want me to go and do the whole roulette type deal and see what pops up? What's this one? Oh, I don't want to get struck. I was gonna play freaking Smash Mouth, but I don't want to get struck because that will actually freaking copyright strike my stream. So let's see, what's this one? 303.
Just play yours.
Now, MC Chris, even though I talked to him on a personal basis, I don't want him striking my frickin' shit. Dang it. See, I layer certain music and shit. Change the hertz, all that good stuff. But, I mean, I could test it out. I think since I've actually talked to him and I actually posted up his music on my other channel and he didn't strike it, I think that that right there should show that he won't strike my stuff, right?
Wait, whose music?
MC Chris, he's a nerdcore rapper and everything from New York, and he goes and he did the voice for MCP Pants over in Aqua Teen Hunger Force. And
oh my God.
he was having a hard time probably about like 4 weeks ago, and I reached out to him and I redid one of his songs and everything and posted it on my Zephyr Tsunami thing, and I didn't get a copyright strike. So
I mean, I wouldn't risk it. Do you?
Well, I could always just hit him up on Facebook. That's what I'm saying, is I have personal narrative with the man.
Oh yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
That's true.
And if it does, then it was meant to be, right? It was meant to be, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, YOLO?
Yep.
Oh, no. That's Magneto's theme. Ah! I lost it, guys. There we go. I'll be right back.
Help wanted! Do you wanna pay the bills? Help wanted! Having necessary skills. If a house is really haunted, do you think it's really real? Fill out an application, just be patient, you know the drill. Help wanted! Do you wanna pay the bills? Help waiting for Mr. Action of the Air Force and the feeling of flight. Get a job, she demanded, so I picked up a paper. Saw that there wasn't bad, at least I wasn't a waiter. I was trained in computers, I was fit and athletic. I was tired of being a loser and feeling pathetic. So I went and interviewed, I was a dude without options. The more questions she asked, the more my mind flashed caution. Do you believe in UFOs? Yeah, I have my fair share. Clairvoyance, ESP, do you believe in what isn't there? Atlantis in the Loch Ness, I was honestly scared, but I was desperate and upset with just chilling in chairs. So I said the pay is steady, then I'm willing and able. She said you're hired, I was wired, I was suddenly stable. Help wanted, do you wanna pay the bills? Help wanted, have the necessary skills. If a house is really haunted, do you think it's really real? Fill out an application, just be patient, you know the drill. Help wanted, do you wanna pay the bills? Help wanted, have the necessary skills. If a house is really haunted, do you think it's really real? Fill out an application, just be patient, you know the drill. I met the dudes in my crew, they were slimy and stinky. Took me down in the basement, showed me a really big Twinkie. I started thinking the back of the Bible was entirely right. I started seeing crazy shit that'll turn you white. The dead rising from the graves, this is totally the end of days. At least I was getting paid, in spite of my mental state. Better than telling fortunes in Coney Island with a cake. Better than birthday parties where I wasn't offered any cake. No occupation's perfect, I'm determined and devoted for the God. And a painting and a spectral locomotive. Sometimes Islam I found is the kind I cannot handle, but I'm about to set the pieces in style. And smiling
that
sandals,
is
God is watching over me, protecting me from danger. Sometimes it's up to me to bust a beast with lightning lasers. I have tools, I have talent, it's a challenge when you're chosen. But I was born to bust a ghost and all those chose who oppose us. Help wanted, do you wanna pay the bills? Help wanted, have a necessary skills. If a house is barely haunted, do you
You'll
think
notice
it's really
a
real?
heartbeat.
Fill out an application, just be patient, you know the drill. Help wanted, do you wanna pay the bills? Help wanted, have a necessary skills. If a house is barely haunted, do you think it's really real? Fill out an application, just be patient, you know the drill. Help wanted, help wanted, help wanted, help wanted, help wanted.
You asked Lulu who MC Chris was. That's MC Chris. He actually was a voice actor for many different cartoons and everything.
Can you play that song that I sent you?
Huh?
I don't know. Can you play that song I sent you? You might get a strike though. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not doing that unless I actually tweak it so it actually goes under
Oh
radar.
yeah, that's true.
You get what I'm saying? Not
Yeah.
gonna do it. But
Damn, you do good songs.
no, I can make songs out of anything. Anything
I
you
know,
want
it's just
to
that
send. If you
issue
guys
too,
want to
so-
send me songs and freaking put certain vibes into it, let me know. I will freaking do my best. You also have to choose between 528 hertz or 432. So, I will take song requests through Twitter if you guys want me to actually layer and then upload to my Zephyr Tsunami channel so you guys can listen to the songs that you enjoy with certain intents.
You should just go on DLive. I think you can. I think on DLive you can play music, right?
I can probably do that.
Wait,
Dowd,
wait. That's
you're getting muted.
No, it's good. That was good.
That's a live mix, my dude.
Live mix? It was yours, or was it actually someone else's?
Yeah, play some of his music.
Here, let me show you something, Bobby.
Just send it the
I
link.
control my surroundings. We're gonna get some bass, some guitar, and synth.
Oh, you're doing FL Studio in front of everyone.
Put some mallet and percussion in there.
Or are you doing Bandcamp?
Yo, Rastafarian, man. It's BandLab, bro. I'm telling you.
Oh
Most
yeah, that thing
legit
that you sent me that I
thing as
haven't
far
looked
as
into
music
yet.
production I found. Yeah, well, you can go in there and they have some pretty sweet loopers, as well as I'll see if I can get the link for this. I did it today.
All right, MCM. What song did you like, MCM? Let me know what song you actually liked from the last streams and everything, because I have so many songs that I've freaking actually redone already. I took a break from it for the past like week and a half, honestly, because I was like, oh, I need to take a break.
Well, you wake up in the morning, you hear the church bells ring. You walk up to the table, you see the same old thing. Boom, 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 boom.
All right, now we're on number 2 for Wisdom of Solomon. For they said within themselves with unsound reasoning, our life is short and sorrowful. There is no healing when a man comes to his end, and no one who was ever known who was released from Hades, because we were born by mere chance, and hereafter we will be as though we had never been, because the breath in our nostrils is smoke, and the reason is a spark kindled by the beating of our heart, which being extinguished, the body will be turned into ashes, and the spirit will be dispersed as thin air. Our name will be forgotten in time. No one will remember our works. Our life will pass away as the traces of a cloud, and will be scattered as is a mist when it is chased by the rays of the sun, and overcome by its heat. For allotted time is the passing of a shadow, and our end doesn't retreat, because it is securely sealed, and no one turns it back. Come therefore, and let's enjoy the good things that exist. Let's use the creation earnestly, as in our youth. Lulu.
That was a good one.
I'll do the trance dance in a little bit.
No, that's what MCM wants.
Oh, you said trance dance. Oh, I see MCM. I'll do the trance dance after I finish this one and get down to 3, alright? Let's fill ourselves with the costly wine and perfumes, and let no spring flower pass us by. Let's crown ourselves with rosebuds before they wither. Let none of us go without his share in our proud revelry. Let's leave tokens of mirth everywhere, because this is our portion, and this is our lot. Let's oppress the righteous poor. Let's not spare the widow, nor regard the gray hair of the old man. But let our strength be the law of righteousness, for that which is weak is proven useless. But let's lie in wait for the righteous man, because he annoys us, and contrary to our works, reproaches us with sins against the law, and charges us with sins against our training. He professes to have knowledge of God, and calls himself a child of the Lord. He became to us a reproof of our thoughts. He is grievous to us even to look at, because his life is unlike other men's, and his paths are strange. We were regarded by him as something worthless, and he abstains from our ways as from uncleanliness. He calls the latter end of the righteous happy. He boasts that God is his Father. Let's see if his words are true. Let's test what will happen at the end of his life. For if the righteous man is God's son, he will uphold him, and he will deliver him out of the hand of his adversaries. Let's test him with insult and torture. That's we may find out how gentle he is. And test his patience. Let's condemn him to a shameful death, for he will be protected according to his words. Thus they reasoned that they were led astray, for their wickedness blinded them, and they didn't know the mysteries of God. Neither did they hope for the wages of holiness, nor did they discern that there is a prize for blameless souls. Because God created man for incorruption, and made him an image of his own everlastingness. But death entered into the world by the envy of the devil, and those who belong to him experience it. That is some deep stuff, guys. That is some deep stuff, isn't it?
Hell yeah.
The one before was like really.
Deep stuff. Whew. This is gonna be deep. So, trance music. Alright. I gotta figure out which one is trance. I really gotta start labeling these. Okay, that's freaking not it. Up, come and get your love.
Is that trance?
No, I'm looking for the trance one right now. I gotta label these. Nope, that's Magus. I think it was like the 7-minute one. It was a 7-minute one or 9-minute one, man. I'm sorry, dude. Give me a second.
Wait, can't you just play your own YouTube videos?
Yeah, I can.
Would it be easier that way?
I guess so, yeah. Let me go to Zephyr Tsunami channel real quick. Was it on Zephyr Tsunami or My Lone Cicada?
I don't know.
Let me find it and I'll pull it over. Alright, Trance Dance we're looking for. Alright. Zephyr Tsunami. It's not on Zephyr Tsunami, it must be on Lone Cicada. Gotta love having multiple friggin' things, man. Alright, do you want Forgetting Myself in a World of Illusion or A Different World by Night? You know, A Different World by Night would be probably because it's actually about to be sunrise. So we'll play that real quick. Surprisingly, there's only 20 views on it. Which is totally fine. Alright, here we go. I'm going to play one more for MCM, and then I'm going to take a look at this status that Lulu just sent me. Alright, guys. This is the tweet we're talking about. Iran never won a war, but never lost in a negotiation. Now, there's something that comes to mind when I read this. Never underestimate your enemies, for they may surprise you. They may have hidden stuff. You have no idea. Now, this man right here literally just freaking used humiliation. This is pure humiliation tactics. Iran never won a war. You don't humiliate a person. A humiliated person is usually the strongest person you'll ever face, because they got something to prove. Does that make sense? Lulu, you still in here? Are you guys just all silent?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. So right here, what he's doing is he's using he's utilizing humiliation tactics, which is one, a leader should never ever try to humiliate, because one, often or not, that spells doom, in my opinion.
Yeah, it also just makes you kind of look like a dickhead bully.
Yeah.
But if you're, being messed with by Twitter, which is just very thin, long dickhead bully, I'm sure you're just gonna sword fight it at the end of the day with your dicks. It's like the classic, like locker room, like your dick.
By the way, guys, this is a fake Elon. I believe this is fake Elon Musk right here. There was a fake Elon Musk that was doing crypto type stuff. But, and then we take a look here, and it says Donald J. Trump, 10/22/12. All right. Don't let Obama play the Iran card in order to start a war in order to get elected. Be careful, Republicans.
This is the comment section.
Yeah, this is the comment section. All right. 4/21/13. No mercy to terrorists, you dumb bastard. See, okay, first off, a man that actually underestimates his opponent and everything usually is not a wise man. All right? Is that there's always a bigger fish out there, and you don't know who is working with who. You get what I'm saying? Is that freaking it's not possible to understand everything. And like, if I remember correctly, Iran had a nuclear program. People were saying that they might have anything between like 30 to 140 nukes, somewhere around there or something. So.
Oh yeah, George Bush is he's looking for weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah. But literally, this is probably the stupidest thing that Donald Trump could have actually ever done. Well, no, the stupidest thing was to say that he is a chosen of God, and then attacking a Christian publication, right? That's probably the dumbest thing he could have actually done, because after that, the evangelists turned against him, And people don't understand that, is that, okay, you're chosen of God, well, you're supposed to love all of God's children. So everyone is of God, so you should be loving to everyone.
The problem is all religions have their own outlook on who God is. So at the end of the day, that's Trump going, I am of the Catholic God.
But there's supposed to be like separation between church and state.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
Yes. Now, there's many different verses in the Bible that actually state, give unto the man who rules what is his face, basically, on his money, right? That is of that man. It is not of God. A man of God cannot worship money as well as God. That's another thing that's said in the Bible, as well as many other spiritualities, where he's going around personifying himself as the chosen of God. And like I said, is that there is no real proof whatsoever. Like, I don't see any miracles happening. Let's see. Resources, actually, no, like I said, is that I think that it's actually a religious type deal, is that there might be artifacts that people are looking for, and these artifacts might hold certain things and answers to certain things. Like, you got to remember is that I believe, didn't Donald Trump's father have something to do with the Tesla technology that was taken from Tesla, Dowd?
I don't know anything about that.
Dowd, you would know this. But I heard a rumor about Tesla technology, and his father or grandfather was actually there when Tesla.
Yeah, somebody in the Trump family got some hands on some technologies for sure.
Yeah.
But I feel like the rest of them were put in some like vault, and then Elon Musk found it.
Yeah. So right now, I think that it's based on technology and or old religious artifacts that would have actually been able to promote technology. Because if you take a look at like circuit boards, everything like that, they kind of mirror various things that are in the world, like city designs and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, everyone saw this coming, obviously. You want to negotiate? Yeah, all right. Well, this is where you realize is that, welcome to America. We have a bunch of people in America and everything.
Is there an
Let me go back to Donald Trump's thing and see if he posted anything else, because there we go. Yep, that was the last thing that he posted. If you go down,
he must
have just woke up and posted that shit, man. What kind of post is that, to just wake up to?
I know, right?
Obviously, okay, I hate to be crude, but obviously, freaking his wife didn't give him a blowjob last night, guys. Like,
you know what's weird?
Huh.
Just like the whole Trump thing mirrors like what's going on in the truth community, you know?
Yeah, it is weird. With both. It's meant and purposely doing that because the truth community is just a giant psyop.
Well, I don't think it was supposed to be.
People infiltrated this. People infiltrated the truth community and put their own spin on it, and then freaking suddenly, all this stuff's happened. It's definitely not a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. But like I said, I have a feeling that in the next 2 years, like, Donald Trump is not going to be a problem to Americans, and that there will be another leader that's put into power that will actually try to unite everyone instead of just having freaking, we are the boss. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of how I feel.
MCM says in the chat that they need to make a new Elon every few. And he has a twin.
Yeah, he does have a twin.
Yeah, he's like a YouTuber guy. It's really weird, and he promotes his stuff.
Well, that might fall into, like, if you guys do research over into China and other countries, you have geneticists that are actually literally going and creating hybrids of the humans, and that's actual real science. They're using genetics to try to freaking create people, like test tube babies and everything, you know? So that would be genetic splicing. You know, not to mention, if there was a stream that I did that it was called the, well, I'm not going to say Voldemort's name, but the Easter egg type deal, where suddenly here I am doing like a stream, and I've come across another person with Schoenberger name, and then suddenly take the address, put it into Google, and next thing I'm in is a Easter egg for Google that is basically from the 90s. And then I went and opened up all the doors, walked through the house using the Google friggin' Street View and everything. And it was the first base of operations for Google. Now, if you open the closet, it has a little latch type deal, and you click on that latch thing, and the hatch opens up, and you can jump in, and it's literally a bunch of stuff about transhumanism and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like that was
I'm
actually a
excited.
very interesting, scary find to find, freaking, that they were actually doing transhumanistic research back in the 90s.
Who knows what they're doing now?
I'm pretty sure that they're freaking implicating like nanotechnology and water and freaking resources, food, stuff like that. All that stuff. I mean, just watch a sci-fi flick, man. They parade
Yeah.
they parade stuff right in front of people's eyes, and they just totally miss it, and they see it as entertainment. Because they're like saying, this could be a possibility of what happens in the future, and then you guys throw your money at it because you see it as entertainment. But then again, a lot of the stuff that I come across is because I go watch these movies, and then I apply logic into spirituality, and then I find a connection through the past, essentially. And I'm like, what the fuck? How did I come across this? You know? Dowd's witnessed this several times.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
gotta
you
see
gotta
the
have
new Star
friends, man.
Wars. The new Star Wars is crazy.
Yeah, I need to see the new Star Wars, but that entails me making some money and everything, which I'm trying to find a job right now. So hopefully that comes relatively soon, so I can actually continue doing all the stuff that I enjoy doing, and that's mostly researching. I like reading and freaking going and finding those connections. So that doesn't really entail a job, though. It's hard to make money on something when you're actually just researching everything left and right and just soaking it all in. That's why most inventors and or people who do research are usually penniless.
Work for the government.
No. Nope. I would never work for the government unless it was like in a position where I could change certain things. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way that I would actually work
Just
for the
over
government. And I would not have...
JOB, just over broke.
Yeah. You know,
That's funny.
That's me. I'm just over broke. Just a little teeny bit. That's it. That's without a job. It's called hustling. But literally, like I said, man, is that there's certain ways to fight certain things, and a lot of the things like lately that I've been just turning into is like spirituality, prayer, psalms, all that stuff, and literally, that's what I utilize, and then suddenly, hey. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's hit and miss.
You have your own church.
You know? But, in fact, let's see. Let's see if there's a psalm about war. Alright. Let me look this up real quick, guys. 22. Ordeal and salvation for peace in all the world to stop wars. Okay, that would be 22. So we're going to do Psalm 2 first, and then I'll do 22. Alright? I'm going to bring up to you guys so you can do tuning fork mode, essentially. Oh, I lost it totally. There we go. 81, 80, 79, 79. Oh, come on. Don't freeze on me, mofo. You freezed on me. Ugh. Alright, 78, 76, 21. So, we're going to do Psalm 2. Just for you guys that are spiritual, even if you do not believe in the Christian faith, I would like you to read this out loud. And just basically, this is the start of everything right here, which is Psalm 2. Alright. So, why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, Let us break their bands asunder, and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree the Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my son. This day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron, thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings, be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and ye perish from the way. When his wrath is kindled but a little, blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Amen. Now, we're going to turn to Psalm 22 now. All right. Psalm 22 to the chief musician upon Ajaleth Shahar, a psalm of David. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Why art thou so far from helping me and from the words of my roaring? O my God, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not, and in the night season, and I am not silent. But thou art holy, O thou that inhabitest the praises of Israel. Our fathers trusted in thee, they trusted, and thou didst deliver them. They cried unto thee, and were delivered. They trusted in thee, and were not confounded. But I am a worm, and no man, a reproach of men, and despised of the people. All they that see me laugh me to scorn. They shoot out the lips, they shake the head, saying, He trusted on the Lord, that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, seeing his delighting in him. But thou art he that took me out of the womb. Thou didst make me hope when I was upon my mother's breast. I was cast upon thee from the womb. Thou art my God from my mother's belly. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, for there is none to help. Many bulls have compassed me, strong bulls of Bashan have beset me round. They gaped upon me with their mouths, as a ravening and roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax, it is melted in the midst of my bowels. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue cleaveth to my jaws. And thou hast brought me into the dust of death. For dogs have compassed me, the assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. I may tell all my bones, they look and stare upon me. They part my garments among them, and cast lots upon my vesture. But be not thou far from me, O Lord, my strength, and haste thee to help me. Deliver my soul from the sword, and my darling from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorns. I will declare thy name unto my brethren. In the midst of the congregation will I praise thee. Ye that fear the Lord, praise him. All ye the seed of Jacob, glorify him and fear him. All ye the seed of Israel. For he hath not despised nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, neither hath he hid his face from him. But when he cried unto him, he heard. My praise shall be of thee in the great congregation. I will pay my vows before them that fear him. The meek shall eat and be satisfied. They shall praise the Lord that seek him. Your heart shall live forever. All the ends of the world shall remember and turn unto the Lord, and all the kindreds of the nations shall worship before thee. For the kingdom is the Lord's, and he is the governor among the nations. All they that be fat upon the earth shall eat and worship. All they that go down to the dust shall bow before him, and none can keep alive his own soul. A seed shall serve him. It shall be accounted to the Lord for generation. They shall come and shall declare his righteousness unto the people that shall be born, that he hath done this. Amen. How did that make you guys feel?
It's powerful.
I am tingly. Alright, now there's several others. 49 thoughts about life and death for those who've lost their life from violent death, accidents, wars, and murders. Alright, we're going to do 49 out of honor of the people who've fallen over in Iraq. All the innocents that fell. Alright? This kind of pissed me off seeing that, honestly, truthfully. Psalm 49. To the chief musician, a psalm for the sons of Korah. Hear this, all ye people, give ear, all ye inhabitants of the world. Bow low and high, rich and poor together. My mouth shall speak of wisdom, and the meditation of my heart shall be of understanding. I will incline mine ear to the parable, I will open my dark saying upon the harp. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil, when the iniquity of my heels shall compass me about? They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches, none of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to God a ransom for him. For the redemption of their soul is precious, and it ceaseth forever. That he should still live forever, and not see the corruption, for he seeth that wise men die. Likewise the fool and the brutish person perish, and leave their wealth to others. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling place to all generations they call their lands after their own names. Nevertheless, man being in honor abideth not, he is like the beasts that perish. This their way is their folly, yet their posterity approve their sayings. Like sheep they are laid in the grave, death shall feed on them, and the upright shall have dominion over them in the morning, and their beauty shall consume in the grave from their dwelling. But God will redeem my soul from the power of the grave, for he shall receive me. Be not thou afraid when one is made rich, when the glory of his house is increased. For when he dieth, he shall carry nothing away, his glory shall not descend after him. Though while he lived he blessed his soul, and men will praise thee, when thou dost well to thyself. He shall go to the generation of his fathers, they shall never see light. Man that is in honor and understandeth not is like the beast that perish. Amen. Wow, that is actually very relevant. That's kind of freaking mind-blowing. That's really relevant, guys. By the way, Salah means have a thought of, just basically of clarity of understanding. That's why I was stopping right there, is because you're supposed to think on what is said right there. Now, there should be one more right here. A hymn of thanksgiving, so that God will guard the women and children who are under persecution of war.
Bobby, did you get my message on Discord?
Give me 1 second. Let me see. 817, Dowd songs next. I'm doing Psalms right now.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Dowd can... Let's see. Contest beat. RPM 249. I'll download it down.
You got the spirit.
I trust you. I trust you. You ain't gonna give me no spooky links. Alright.
I think he probably fell asleep.
No, he didn't. He's lurking. Alright. So, 138 now, if you want to take your Bibles and do this with me. Or you can just read it off the screen. I'll blow it up a little bit more. 138. One 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 111, 118, 119, 120, and then it would be 38, 138, which right there. Alright. This would be 138. Alright. And I'm going to blow this up for you guys so you can see it. All right. 138. A Psalm of David. 138, 1. I will praise thee with my whole heart. Before the gods will I sing praise unto thee. I will worship toward the holy temple, and praise thy name for thy loving kindness, and for thy truth, for thou hast magnified thy word above all thy name. In the day when I cried, thou answeredst me, strengthenedst me with strength in my soul. All the kings of the earth shall praise thee, O Lord, when they hear the words of thy mouth. Yeah, they shall sing in the ways of the Lord, for great is the glory of the Lord. Though the Lord be high, yet hath he respect unto the lowly, but the proud he knoweth afar off. Though I walk in midst of trouble, thou wilt revive me. Thou shalt stretch forth thine hands against the wrath of mine enemies, and thy right hand shall save me. The Lord will perfect that which concerneth me. Thy mercy, O Lord, endureth forever. Forsake not the works of thine own hands. Amen. So that is 3 psalms that are dedicated towards freaking the countering of war. For anyone who cares to know.
Thank you for that.
No? Let's see. Another time, do some Hermes. Oh, I know about hermetics and everything. I've studied a lot of different things. It's just I work out of the Bible itself. Now, let's see. All right. Yeah, the Hermetic philosophy is very, very interesting, to say the least. There's a lot of things that actually kind of fall in line with both, if you think about it. But Hermeticism deals with alchemy as well. It's the type of stuff that like Lestat and everyone else practices, Lulu. Hermetic principles, all that stuff. Now, I would be more keen to study it if a lot of the people that actually did study it that I did know were like accountable, I guess you could say. You know, that right there is that I take a look at how people actually act versus spirituality and philosophy. And if they don't actually follow the ways of their philosophy and or everything like that, then usually I kind of turn a blind eye to it. But before I even met him, I studied hermetics. Now, Lulu, quick question on stream. Do you believe in the power of prayer?
Oh, that's the black magic stuff, right?
There's a lot of dark stuff with hermetics.
Oh.
You know. Now, Lulu, do you believe in the power of prayer?
Yeah, I think it works.
Well,
I think anything that people believe works. Like, it's hard to explain, but
prayer is a type of magic from the source itself, if you want to get technical. You know, it's the power of prayer. You know, it's just that Christians state that it's literally just the power of prayer, which is the word of God, which is basically God coming down and intervening. But that, in my mind, would be a summoning, essentially. You know, calling upon a higher power and or deity or spirit would be a summoning. So, therefore, if you're invoking like the angels and or the archangels and stuff like that, that would actually be summoning.
I think it's just like, well, I don't want to put my too much of my opinion out there, but I just think it's all energy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a summoning. So that's what a lot of people don't actually understand, is that prayer is a very powerful thing. Now, anyone who is of any faith can utilize the power of prayer. I like to state the power of wish. All right, is that prayer is basically throwing up your thoughts and motions and actually going and manifesting them. And, yeah. Yes.
I don't know, because you could pray for like $1 million, you know?
Yes,
and be mad,
yes.
and you'll never get it. So that's why I don't.
Well, that right there would fall into self-gratification and or trying to bring riches upon you, and that right there is really, really a bad thing. You're not supposed to covet possession.
I feel like the more you wish for something, you don't get it.
That's why you don't throw up multiple wishes. You know, it's kind of like, okay, like, say that in the community, we have a bunch of chaos magicians, right? And in their sigil work and everything, what they do is they draw up a sigil and then they go and they put it away and they forget about it. You know, and they just totally forget about it. And that is what they believe, is that forgetting about it and everything makes it manifest and all the other stuff, you know? So it's a lot deeper in the whole spirituality path, you know, where I don't really like that shit. Like, those people, like, yeah, I don't like chaos. I like order. But without chaos, there is no order, and without order, there is no chaos, you know? So.
It's all about, well, I don't know.
Everything's.
I think it's about intent.
Yeah, I believe that it's intended too. There's so many different layers when it comes to spirituality as a whole.
Yeah.
And it's up to the eye of the beholder to find what works for them. Now, I will state that, freaking, like, if you're doing something in spirituality practices, you don't want to do anything negative. You know, like Wiccans and pagans and everything say, "And ye harm none, do as thou wilt." Right? And that right there, it's simple. You don't harm. That does make sense, RNT. That does make sense. I agree. What your brain wants might not be what your spiritual essence really desires.
Damn. That's some deep shit.
Yes, it is some deep shit.
Wow. That's why I like that prayer that we were talking about earlier. I can't remember what it was called, but God grant me the blah,
the Serenity Prayer.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Well, here, I'll pull that up real quick.
That one's great, because
exactly, RNT. When you tap into your subconscious and everything, you can do a lot of different things. You know.
Yeah.
All right, Serenity Prayer. All right. So. All right. We're going to bring this over here now. All right. So, this is what we were talking about earlier. The Serenity Prayer, which you guys are more than welcome. That is a very, very interesting question. And a very deep question. What is desire? Is it the mind's ability to trick you into actually thinking that you need something where you really don't need it?
Yeah. I think that's why people fall prey to, like, addiction.
Yeah. You know, like, it could be the devil. Freaking planting seeds within a person to actually make someone want something so much that they freaking just, I need it. You know, it could be many different things in many different spiritualities.
Oh, that's cool.
RNT, that's totally fine. If you're comfortable actually talking in voice and everything like that, I do prefer voice and or face-to-face interaction. So that is just me. I believe that if you have something to teach and or to share and everything, you should be able to share your voice. That's just me though, bro. But I have no problem talking to you. You can hit me up on Twitter, which I will post my Twitter thing for you so you can follow me. I believe change is invoked when you speak, and text is toneless. You know what I'm saying? Text does not invoke a change. It does not invoke a change. Does that make sense? Because you have to project your thoughts and your will into the universe. Do you have Discord? For anyone who wants to follow me
Yeah.
on everything, go ahead and post up another Discord link real quick for an hour.
Okay.
Make sure that it's an hour. And I'll go through tomorrow and I'll clean up all the invites.
Oh, you're gonna have to post it then, because I don't think I have access.
You're an admin.
I am? What?
Yeah, you're an admin.
Okay.
So, the Serenity Prayer, guys, and anyone who's actually struggling with addiction and or trying to fight something, or even if you just want to join me in this, feel free to be kind of like a mockingbird and just parrot me as I go on. And it doesn't need to be totally in sync or anything. Just throw it out. Serenity Prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardships as a pathway to peace, taking, as he did, this sinful world as it is, not as I would have it, trusting that he will make all things right if I surrender to his will, that I may be reasonably happy in this life and supremely happy with him forever in the next. Amen.
Yeah, that one's a good one.
I'm actually doing a lot of different things. I'm finding correlations and connections with the old translated texts and freaking like I'm looking through the Latin type stuff, all that good stuff, trying to figure out where the translation errors have occurred throughout the book, all that good stuff. Like I have a very big, well, Lulu can tell you is that I'm kind of a jack of all trades. You know, I'm studying into almost everything and anything. Would that make sense, Lulu? How I said that?
Yeah.
Like, I'm studying into everything, anything and everything. You know, I do a lot of
But
stuff.
I think that you shouldn't be afraid to like explore, like, because you said you wanted to like do like worldly studies.
No, I'm not afraid to explore anything. Like, I have books on almost every topic that I
Yeah, if you did like just like different kind of streams, you know, exploring different things, that would be cool. Because you're good at explaining things, you know.
Yeah. No, that's what I plan on doing on this channel, is that I leave all my other stuff up because it's important to have it up to remember, you know.
Oh,
but
wait, Bobby, don't you? RNT said his wife studies Latin or studied
Yes.
Latin. That's awesome.
A lot of people don't, and it's like I've reached out to even. Well, this is funny, RNT, because I went to church and I started translating stuff, and I actually found the root word of like fornication, and it was literally the root word, and that came from Latin and everything, means arched walls. So I brought that up to my pastor, and he was like, "Oh, blasphemy, blasphemy!" And then suddenly, freaking the next week after he persecuted me in front of all the church for actually seeking to understand, he pulled out the Bible. This is the one true way. This is the word of God. But then he turned around in private previous to that and said, the word of God up there is absolute. This is a book and word of man. And literally, I just called him out on it, and I told him, and I was like, well, a wise man seeks counsel and knowledge. That's what you go. You know, that's what you say in that book that you preach, is that a wise man seeks knowledge and counsel. I did both, and you persecuted me, yet here I am, still doing it. And now the man's actually studying Hebrew and Latin. So something good came from the fact that he was like, bad baby, bad baby. So that's a good thing. And being a jack of all trades is great. Like, I never really wanted to just dive into one thing. I wanted to go through and look at every single thing, because it's like, I always called myself a worldist, if that makes sense. Is that I want to understand the world. And the only way to understand God, in my opinion, is to understand the world. Yeah, I went to school for psychology. Now, I'm self-taught in everything else. Now, what were you saying, Lulu?
Oh, no, I was just saying that your mic cut off a little bit.
We're used to that.
Yeah.
YouTube don't like me.
Do you have push to talk on?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ADHD is a curse, but it's a gift at the same time, man.
ADHD.
You know, some of the best people are self-taught, man. It's like, I always tell people is that if you want to go out and learn something, sometimes when you go out and you go to school and you put your value into an education with a professor, they're gonna force their path onto you. So therefore, it's easier at times, even if you're going to school, to take your own path and be and question things to see how much people actually know. Does that make sense? Now let's see if Trump actually did any more tweets that were very confusing, because that just
he probably did.
Dude, you don't kick a bear, bro. You don't kick a bear. Like, yep, nope, but it's freaking going all like crazy with the numbers. 17.2K, 80K, 24K, okay. Like, where's the honor? Where's the honor, though, in saying something like that?
I don't think it's honor, it's just pride.
Yeah, that's straight up pride. That's not...
Which isn't bad, but, like, it's just too much.
Well, pride comes before the fall.
Yeah, that's true.
That's always been the truth of all times. Pride comes before the fall. So, you heard it here first, guys, is that I'm actually stating that this is going to be very interesting, and freaking, if things start changing, remember the Psalms that I did and everything, guys. Like, legit. Who knows? Hopefully, with the tuning forks we have in here, it works. And things will get a little bit more calm. And if it does, then, hey, hallelujah. But I believe that it will. Now, what we do, right here, this RNT. Me, I like electrical frequency, sound frequency, stuff like that. I do coils, handmade coils for vape pens, all that stuff. You know, friggin' musical frequency. Anything that's like that, I love. I've worked on computers. I've worked on electronics.
Obi, he asked if what you know about ancient gods.
What do I know about ancient gods? I know a lot about mythology and ancient gods. It's one of my favorite things. In my previous streams, I was totally open and honest with this, is that my grandfather was actually a Mason. So I grew up around a lot of things that were unexplainable, such as like ancient papaya, like scrolls from Egypt and everything like that. So one of my fondest memories of my grandfather is he had bulletproof glass case with this ancient
Portal.
scroll that had hieroglyphics on it. He'd holler at every single other kid that went near it, but he allowed me to go towards it. Ah, portals. I've actually heard
That's
that
scary.
referenced by some of my family members and everything. You know, you got to be very, very careful with the words that you say, because certain people open up portals to certain places.
Do you mean like portals? Like
portals where
matter?
Well, the portals, what I'm talking about is more so entities and or beings. And what I would state is that words are the foundation. Well, words and numbers are the foundations for opening certain freaking doors. All right. Now, if we're going to go through Stargate, then you're touching into the Stargate type deal, which a lot of the community actually deals with and stuff. Which that, honestly, I think that movie Stargate is really kind of real. You know, it seems to be very, very detailed, and I think that actually sticks into some ancient manuscripts as well.
Well, I mean, it makes sense because, like, how the hell did they make those pyramids, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that man... I mean, I don't know. That shit's crazy.
That's the crazy thing, is because if you actually take that theory and what you just said and tie it in with Enochian, then it kind of makes sense with the Enochian type deal. But then again, I believe that it's all interchangeable, and that, like I said earlier, is I'm a god of many names and many faces, for if you see me, you shall know me as the one true God. Yeah, no, pyramids are actually, in my opinion...
Don't they, like, point to, like, certain constellations or something?
Yes, they point to certain constellations. Constellations align with it, but the whole thing is that there's certain frequencies that are around the pyramid.
And that's science, too.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy.
Yes, it is. And there's certain frequencies that resonate in certain chambers of the pyramids and such, and I believe that it was actually made as, like, a frequency-based... generator of sorts, is that you do a specific frequency in the pyramids that actually freaking does something.
Dang.
You know, so... yeah, that's what my thoughts about the pyramids are, at least, guys, just based on what I've looked into and what I've read, is that I honestly think that they're kind of like giant antennas type deals, and that if you go into a specific part of the pyramid and, say, set up a antenna of sorts, and then resonate that frequency through the pyramids, lo and behold, something happens. Yes. Now, if we want to go into the theories of video games and the intertwinement of video games with freaking spirituality and everything, Final Fantasy is a great topic. Final Fantasy VII. They're making a remake of the Final Fantasy VII, which is basically freaking Mako energy, which is the energy of the Earth, aka the life stream. People figured out how to utilize that to energize freaking cars, all this other good stuff. So, literally, if you take that and look at our atmosphere as well as the magnetic poles and freaking all the magnetics, you can actually go and be like, huh, wait a minute, is it possible to actually use the life force of the Earth and or freaking the life stream to power certain freaking buildings and or things? And I would have to say, yes, it's definitely a theory that could be sound. But I don't think that... I think that certain people have learned how to utilize that, but they keep it in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
That's me, at least. And I'm not going conspiracy theory type deal. I'm just saying that that's a theory that I came up with from childhood, following and learning about mythology through the video games I play, which are role-playing games, which is RPGs. You know, it's like someone brought up Hermetics, you know? Well, if you like Hermetics, and freaking go and check out the game Black Desert. Alright? Go through and get the game Black Desert on PC, PS4, or Xbox. Play through it, and you will thank me. And you will be like, whoa, they hid all the stuff in this game? Mhm.
It just sounds like a giant rabbit hole.
Well, life in itself is a rabbit hole, Alice.
No
And you have to
thanks.
be mad as a hatter to understand it. Hey, if you have any studies and or anything, feel free to go and there's a tab in Discord. And you want to share your findings and everything like that. And just so you know, I do not take other people's work, and I will not state. I will give a shout out if I talk about it and everything and give you the credit, man. That's how I've always been. So you can go and do it in the requested research type
Or
deal.
it would be cool. It would be cool just to like have them come and chat about it too.
Yeah, we could actually do a stream dedicated to that. All that good stuff. You know, like I said, is if you guys want me to do certain dives into certain spiritualities and everything, as long as the one thing that I won't touch is Satanism. I will not touch Satanism, guys. Like, I respect others' beliefs in that practice, but that is not a path that I really like looking into.
What about a cult? Is that the same thing?
Huh?
Is the occult the same thing?
Well, a cult is actually derivative of almost every single thing. Like, anything that can actually be named in religion could be a cult. You know, is that you have the Gnostics that use the Bible, you know, and that would be deemed occultists. You know, a cult is just a wide variety of things. Even, well, if you want to get into it, even Christians could be considered occultists.
Even Native Americans, right?
Yes. Yes, it's
That's
just a
sad,
wide
though.
variety. That's in my opinion. Other people might not agree with me, but it's my opinion.
He's tried to give it to many, none want it.
Hey, man, if it's something that I could actually freaking teach people something and I find it interesting, I have no problem actually sitting on and talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no problem. Like, what's the worst that could happen? People say that you're crazy, and then suddenly down the road, maybe you're right, right? So, what's the point in actually not having the guts and gusto to go out and be like, hey, you know, I might have found something and everything like that and present it, because who knows, somewhere down in history, someone might remember that stream that you're in and say, whoa, dude, this guy was a genius!
Oh. Go read the chat, Bobby.
You have something you don't know you have
I
yet.
mean the Discord. The Discord.
Okay. There we go. I will go
I'm not.
to Discord.
I don't think that's directed to you.
That is totally fine to share here. I'm not gonna end up hating, because the whole thing is that when I first saw the Pope, I was actually locked up, and I told everyone that his picture looked like Emperor Palpatine saying, "Bring me the little boys," you know, and
Dude, he straight slapped some Asian New Year's.
yeah, he
Shoot
did.
Grabbed
He did.
his arm and like yanked on him.
Oh,
but
Yeah.
Dowd's back. I'm like,
don't surprise the devil, you know.
Well, he also said that he was higher than God at one point.
Well, that's because he's, dude. You do know the Pope is a Jesuit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't
Which
he
is
like big ass pedophile?
no me gusta.
RNT says, you have something you don't know you have yet, but I hope we can speak in the future. You're in a position to make a huge change. Yes,
Ooh,
I
wow.
know, I feel that I'm in a position to make a huge change soon enough. It's not time yet, obviously, but soon enough, yes. I believe that freaking things will change around the world, and it'll be a good change, and it'll be very interesting.
We all have the power.
No.
Honestly, I think just the way that you run this Discord as far as researching, you know, the Bible goes, shows a lot of evolution in the way people learn about this subject. Because a lot of people don't like going to church because that fucking old lady that stares at you all rude and shit the whole time because you didn't put $1 in the gold tray.
You know, hey, well, you know something? We make this channel a church of sorts, and where everyone's welcome, and it's like universal, man, like straight up universal. You guys have your friggin' stuffs. If you want to come and be a guest on this show and everything, me and you have like an hour-long conversation. like I said, is I do not do scripts. I do not do those. So it will be totally free form. It would be me and you guys talking. You bring up some friggin' stuff. Say you have some books that you want to share, or you give me a list of books. I find said books,
Bobby,
and we present them.
you need to name the Discord server the Gray Squirrel Lodge.
Lord Squirrely.
That's it, man.
It's like my friend's. Well, I'm gonna just abbreviate his name as Z, and it's not the Z you guys are thinking of. No, it's not.
Which Z?
It's not the Cicada Z. It's another guy
There's
who's got a middle. He's got a Middle Eastern name and everything, and he loves posting up these memes of me. And he was like, "Dude, it's you." And he posts up Squirrel Meme, and he was like, "Come on, Buttercup, there's fuckery to be done." You know, and I'm like just sitting there being like, I'm never gonna live down the Lord Squirrely name, man. Here I have King Arthur, Lord Squirrely, like, gosh, and it's hilarious.
Dude, I got those squirrel pictures on my Facebook where that squirrel's got like huge balls.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, it's the rodent with the big nuts, man. You know.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you can be Lord Squirrely and I'll be, Squirrely McBig Nuts.
And then here you are creating a channel that says Dowd in the Lion's Den, right? Freaking saying, well, you're a squirrel and you're a lion. Well, maybe I'm just.
No, I'm just Daniel. Somebody else has to be the lion.
You know, I used to be a wolf too.
I'm like a goatfish, bro.
Shit. You know, I just like animals, bro. Kind of like Solomon liked animals. You know, it's like he identified with them. I like nature. Now, do I do most of my research in nature itself? No, because broke is a joke most of the time. But the internet is a great tool to be able to learn about all this stuff, especially if you're an introvert, where I'm more of an extrovert. But
hey, Bobby, you do know that nature is free, right?
Traveling costs money, sadly. And I really hate that fact, is that traveling actually costs money. You know, people should be able to go where they want without paying freaking, like, border, like, crossing road and all that other shit, you know? And it's like, I never understood that. I was like, you have to actually pay to freaking go somewhere.
Yeah, passports are bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are. Like, they're changing the passport design and everything in Michigan, so we now have to get a specific ID to actually cross the freaking border and go to another state even. And you can't, if you don't get this new ID, you can't even take a plane. So, that's pretty bullshit, ain't it?
Yeah, in Arizona, you have to pay an extra fee to get some little star on your fucking ID if you want to fly on airplanes.
Lulu, are you like making a quote from the California Girls song too?
From the what?
California Girls are really nice too. There's
a
song about that.
California love.
You know?
No, the squirrels out here are super nice. Like the ones at my school, they just like come up to you, you know.
Dude,
so I disappeared because adult
squirrels
things
here.
and liquor, and I'm back now. And I
yeah, we thought you
fucking obnoxious.
We thought you fell asleep.
Yeah. You don't know me yet.
So we're talking about squirrels right now, obviously, guys. Now, Michigan has black squirrels and brown squirrels. All right, we have black and brown squirrels. I've only seen black and brown squirrels around here. But the funny thing is the black squirrels actually go to the red and brown squirrels and try to bite their nuts off.
Dude, when we were in Michigan, I saw some of them black squirrels. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I ain't never seen a black squirrel in my life. I've seen gray, like this red-orange color. But then I saw a black one. I was like, y'all have black squirrels?
Black squirrel?
Yes, that is Dark Rising Dowd. He's actually a really close friend of mine. You know, me and him do a lot of research together. But he actually is the one that taught me how to utilize FL Studio to create music and such. Very smart guy. Often at times crude, but that's part of his charm.
There's a question for Dowd in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Well, Dowd, take control for a second. I gotta go leak the lizard again.
You know, I listened to Atlanta Morissette one time, like by myself. It's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife.
Wow.
All right.
Those are the kinds of lyrics I like in music. You know,
She was
Dowd, you had a question, so I believe in chat.
to what?
What was the question, Lulu? You said Dowd had a question for him. Chat.
oh no, someone brought up Dad in the chat.
Oh, okay. So, now we are on 3 for the Wisdom of Solomon. Which, that's weird how this was said and everything, and then we saw the Trump thing and everything. That's kind of eerie. Alright. So, 3. But the souls of the righteous are in the hand of God, and no torment will touch them. In the eyes of the foolish they seem to have died. Their departure was considered a disaster, and their travel away from us ruin. But they are in peace. For even in the sight of men they are punished. Their hope is full of immortality. Like I said, hope is the most important thing to hold on to, guys. Having borne a little chastening, they will receive great good, because God tested them and found them worthy of himself. He tested them like gold in the furnace, and he accepted them as a whole burnt offering. In the time of their visitation they will shine. They will run back and forth like sparks among stubble. Ooh, someone actually brought up the star, and here's time of visitation, they will shine. Shining usually comparable to stars. Alright, Wisdom of Solomon 386, 318. They will judge nations and have dominion over peoples. The Lord will reign over them forever. Those who trust him will understand truth. The faithful will live with him in love, because grace and mercy are with his chosen ones. See there? There's a prophecy about chosen ones, guys. But the ungodly will be punished, even as their reasoning deserves. Those who neglected righteousness and revolt from the Lord. For he who despises wisdom and discipline is miserable. Their hope is void, and their toils unprofitable. Their works are useless. Their wives are foolish, and their children are wicked. Their descendants are cursed. For the barren woman who is undefiled is happy. She who has not conceived in transgression, she will have fruit when God examines souls. So is the eunuch, which has done no lawless deed with his hands, nor imagined wicked things against the Lord. For a precious gift will be given to him for his faithfulness, and a delightful inheritance in the Lord's sanctuary. For good laborers have fruit of great renown. The roots of understanding can't fail. But children of adulterers will not come to maturity. The seed of an unlawful union will vanish away. For if they live long, they will not be esteemed, and in the end their old age will be without honor. If they die young, they will have no hope, nor consolation in the day of judgment. So, in the day of judgment, that falls with Revelations, correct, Daniel?
Yes.
Yes.
I do believe so.
So this right here, Wisdom of Solomon, which is actually taken out of the Bible, because it was part of the Apocrypha, they talk about the day of judgment in the Apocrypha. It's very interesting, right? For an end of unrighteous generation is always grievous. So, this right here, the end of an unrighteous generation is always grievous. So that leads me to believe, and Gilly is singing, but that leads me to believe that frickin' the end is just the beginning, essentially. You get what I'm saying? Is that it starts over and until they get it right.
I think your cat.
My cat is wandering around, and he's not
He
hungry.
said, "Give me food."
No. My cat, he is not, he needs to get laid, to be honest. You know, that's his mating call, thinking that there is some sort of invisible woman cat in this vicinity.
Oh yeah, he's not fixed.
Yeah,
Huh?
Apocalypse is like a new beginning, pretty much.
It is better to be childish with virtue, for immortality is in the memory of virtue, because it is recognized both before God and before men. When it is present, people imitate it. They long after it when it has departed. Throughout all time it marches, crowned in triumph, victorious in the competition for the prizes that are undefiled. But the multiplying brood of the ungodly... Now, listen to this. Multiplying brood, guys. Multiplying brood. Dowd, you know what I'm going with there. Do you not?
Cicada broods?
Yes. The multiplying brood of the ungodly will be of no profit, and their illegitimate offshoots won't take deep root, nor will they establish a sure hold. So that right there, very relevant to everything that everyone's going through in the community. For even if they grow branches and flourish for a season, standing unsure, they will be shaken by the wind, and they will be uprooted by the violence of winds. Their branches will be broken off before they come to maturity. Their fruit will be useless, never ripe to eat, and fit for nothing. For unlawfully conceived children are witnesses of wickedness against parents when they are investigated. Whoo! That's deep. Dowd, you get that. You get that one, right? Yeah. You know why I think that's deep.
You know I do, boy.
Yeah. But a righteous man, even if he dies before his time, will be at rest. For honorable old age is not that which stands in length of time, nor is it its measures given by a number of years, but understanding is gray hair to men, and an unspotted life is ripe old age. Being found well, pleasing to God, someone was loved. While living amongst sinners, he was transported. He was caught away, lest evil should change his understanding, or guile deceive his soul. For the fascination of wickedness obscures the things which are good, and the whirl of desire perverts an innocent mind. Being made perfect quickly, he filled a long time. For his soul was pleasing to the Lord, therefore he hurried out of the midst of wickedness. But the people saw and didn't understand, not considering this, that grace and mercy are with his chosen, and that he visits his holy ones. But a righteous man who is dead will condemn the ungodly who are living. So that right there is like a righteous man who is dead will condemn the ungodly who are living. So therefore, like, righteous man dies, the ungodly are condemned. That falls into the chosen lamb in Revelations, hence why it says no man or weapon shall come across the chosen lamb. Would that be a good connection right there, Dowd?
I mean, do you consider super glue to be a good adhesive?
I think super glue is actually good for freaking cuts and scrapes as well.
Yeah, it'll also get your whole ass cheek stuck to a toilet, so it's pretty good adhesive.
True.
And within like seconds, it's like, oh crap.
And youth who is quickly perfected will condemn the many years of an unrighteous man's old age. For the ungodly will see a wise man's end, and won't understand what the Lord planned for him, and why he safely kept him. They will see and they will despise, but the Lord will laugh them to scorn. After this they will become a dishonored carcass and reproach among the dead forever. So, this right here. They will see and they will despise, but the Lord will laugh them to scorn. After this they will become a dishonored carcass and reproach among the dead forever. So that means everlasting death. Death of soul, if I'm correct. Meaning that there will be no coming back. There will be no freaking anything. It would be zero. Zero. Because he will dash them speechless to the ground and will shake them from the foundations. They will lie utterly waste. They will be in anguish. And their memory will perish. Their memory will perish. Dowd, you get that one too, don't you?
Hey, it's 90909
It's 9:09, guys.
and 9 seconds. It was.
Hello, Mister.
I'm
Hello,
actually
Mr.
watching a live
President.
stream of the water out
Happy
by
birthday,
Algonac,
Mr.
Michigan.
President.
I knew you were gonna
Out into
say
the
that.
river.
No, like, you know me very well, Lulu. Me and you are on that wavelength. They will come with coward fear when their sins are counted. Their lawless deeds will convict them to their face. Oh, I like this. I really like this, Dowd. 5. Then the righteous man will stand in great boldness before the face of those who afflicted him, and those who make his labors of no account. When they see him, they will be troubled with terrible fear, and will be amazed at the marvel of salvation. They will speak amongst themselves, repenting, and for distress of spirit they will groan. This was he whom you used to hold in derision as a parable of reproach. We fools considered his life madness, and his end without honor. How was he counted among sons of God? How is his lot amongst saints? Truly, we went astray from the way of truth. The light of righteousness didn't shine for us, and the sun didn't rise for us. We took our fill of the paths of lawlessness and destruction. We traveled through trackless deserts, but we didn't know the Lord's way. What did our arrogance profit us? What good have riches and boasting brought us? Those things all passed away as a shadow, like a rumor that runs by, like a ship passing through the billowy water. See Proverbs 14:14. Ooh, double letters. Proverbs. Alright. Proverbs. Alright, so zoom out. 14:14, guys. So let's do a little quick reference of Proverbs 14:14. The backslider in heart shall be filled with his own ways, and a good man shall be satisfied from himself. That makes sense. Once again, the backslider in heart shall be filled with his own ways, and a good man shall be satisfied from himself. It's actually really, really wisely said. Which, when it has gone by, there is no trace to be found, no pathway of its keel in the waves. Or it is like when a bird flies through the air, no evidence of its passage is found, but the light wind lashed with the stroke of its pinions, and torn apart with the violent rush of moving wings is passed through. Afterwards, no sign of its coming remains. Or it is like when an arrow is shot at a mark, the air is divided, closes up again immediately, so that men don't know where it passed through. So we also, as soon as we were born, ceased to be, and we had no sign of the virtue to show, but we were utterly consumed in our wickedness. Because the hope of the ungodly man is like chaff carried by the wind, and as foam vanishing before a tempest, and is scattered like smoke by the wind, and passes by as the remembrance of a guest who stays just a day. But the righteous live forever. Their reward is in the Lord, and they care for them with the Most High. Therefore, they will receive the crown of royal dignity and the diadem of beauty from the Lord's hand, because he will cover them with his right hand, and he will shield them with his arm. He will take his zeal as complete armor, and will make the whole creation his weapons to punish his enemies. He will put on righteousness as a breastplate, and will wear impartial judgment as a helmet.
He will take holiness as an invincible shield. He will sharpen stern wrath for a sword. The universe will go with him to fight against his frenzied foes. Now, quote this, guys. See this? The universe will go with him to fight against his frenzied foes. The universe. Shafts of lightning will fly with true aim. They will lead to the mark from the clouds as from a well-drawn bow. Hailstones full of wrath will be hurled as from a catapult. The waters of the sea will be angered against them. Rivers will sternly overwhelm them. A mighty wind will encounter them. It will winnow them away like a tempest. So lawless will make all the land desolate. Their evil doings will overturn the thrones of princes. Here, therefore... Okay, let's stop there for a minute. Now, what we've read thus far, with the people watching, please feel free to share this. Once again, try to get more people in, because this is actually very interesting. But what do you guys take from this? Now, we have fires over in Australia. Alright. We have fires in Australia, fires in freaking California, Ecuador, a bunch of other places. The rivers and everything and the waters are rising. All that other stuff. So I think that this right here is actually pretty, how do I say, relevant.
Yeah, I think we should be mad at Adele because she, set the rain on fire.
Yeah.
I mean,
or
that's the only thing that was putting it out.
Could just be a bunch of people singing a chorus, man. You never know. It could be someone who is actually sitting around and freaking literally just dreaming, as a lot of people like to say. It could be Daniel. It could be Mr. President. It could be RNT. You never know who it is. But there will be a time that comes where people will be judged. And people see justice as a law of court and everything like that. No, the law of God is absolute. The Creator, the universe. The universe fixes everything. Alright? So that's why I say put your faith out there. And put your beliefs out there is because...
Only God can judge you.
Yes.
Alright.
Only God can judge you. Yeah, you can send a pic to the Aussie Fire and share it with the Discord, man. You don't need to ask for permission as long as you keep it clean. You know what I'm saying? I don't want any violence or anything like that. We're trying to stick with positivity. Alright? And that right there, sure, it's not of a positive nature, but it's a very relevant nature. People need to...
High frequencies only.
People need to understand that there's many changes occurring in this world right now. Magnetic poles are shifting. People are calling it freaking global warming, where honestly it's more so no, the Earth is going to go through a change and certain things will happen. And
Earth is always changing.
Well, this is going to be a drastic change. Everything's speeding up at a very, very fast pace. If you actually study physics and or quantum type stuff and everything, scientists are actually stating that the universe is expanding at such a fast rate that people cannot even understand now. They don't know why it's happening. It just is happening.
Right.
They're trying to figure it out, but they can't figure it out. So therefore, there's a lot of unexplainable things that are out there that people should actually be paying attention to, and that's why I tried to call to arms on Twitter saying, all these smart people who claim that they're smart, instead of actually freaking fighting amongst themselves, try to figure out what's going on with the planet and help people.
Yep.
That's what uniting is about. That's why I said Team Purple. Fuck red, fuck blue. Be purple. That's just literally what it should be. Is people should work together. Doesn't matter your differences. It doesn't matter your quarrels, because if something happens that is freaking great and freaking horrible and it affects the whole of humanity, then guess what? You guys lost the game. And anyone who went to college...
Let's shoot back to that eagle analogy. It's so you're on the red side and you're on the blue side. If those are wings to this bird, so you're a left wing, you're a right wing, and I'm the bird's head being gray or purple. At which point, I'm going to have to know how to use the left and the right wing to get the hell out of this nest. Otherwise, my mom's going to have to feed me the rest of my life.
Yeah. Literally,
Anybody
it's
around here
like,
going to
you
grow
guys
up,
have to
or are
come
we all
together.
just going to LARP and act like 4-year-olds?
Pretty much.
See the Earth as a body. You are all cells. Your white blood cells, red blood cells, bacteria, viruses, all that shit, man. To actually freaking become healthy and everything, everyone needs to learn how to freaking be in
It's an
unison.
ecosystem.
Yes, you need to learn to be in unison. If you're not in unison, then guess what? You get freaking taken out, and freaking the white blood cells go and eat you up and freaking treat you like the viruses that you are. It's simple. Like, that is a great way of trying to understand what this planet is that it's a living organism. Everything is living. So therefore, if you're on this planet and it's living and you turn into a virus, this planet is going to consume you. In one way or another. Whether or not it be a plague, whether or not it be a freaking some zombie virus, whatever you guys want to imagine, it could possibly happen. And nobody actually gets that, and they sit around and they laugh at people because they have these outside-the-box ideas, which anything in this world is possible. Anything in this world is possible because nobody knows everything in this world. The only person that knows is the Creator. So the Creator might go and say, hey, you know something? These people have a bunch of Kool-Aid and they're trying to get people to drink Kool-Aid. Here, let me hawk a loogie and laugh at it. And then suddenly there's an abomination that just comes out of the ocean and then, pow, Godzilla! You know, like, curveballs, man. Not everything that's on the Creator's mind is actually possibly documented. You gotta think, right? So, there's always a curveball mechanic in many different things. It's like, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Well, what if life gives you a giant-ass dragon that breathes fire and everything? What are you going to make out of that? I'd say make some armor.
I'm not going to make anything. I'm going to let it live and ride around on a dragon. Like,
hey, we could actually do the whole How to Train Your Dragon type stuff, you know? Like you take a look at How to Train Your Dragon, alright? Take a look at Pokemon. Take a look at all these games. Have you not noticed? Red versus blue. Pokemon Sword and Shield. Red and blue. Freaking picture of a thing coming into the middle and everything uniting. Okay, there's a hint right there. You take a look at freaking How to Train Your Dragon. You have Night Fury and Light Fury. Black and white. Yin Yang. Melding together. Creating one. Loving each other. You have so many other freaking movies that I could list that actually has the same mechanic. But people actually just look at these movies as entertainment instead of actually learning something from them and being like, huh, where did this movie stem from? Where did this movie stem from?
Yeah, but you also have to, like, live, too. You can't, like, worry about everything.
You don't have to worry about everything at all. No. But you have to learn. That's the most important thing during this journey is you have to keep learning.
Yeah.
Living is
That's
learning.
true.
Say that
Learning is living. LARPing is learning.
well, if you want to get technical and everything, like you're just a spirit in a body, so essentially you're just LARPing. Everyone is freaking LARPing if you want to get down to the freaking part of it. You're literally
LARPer.
just a freaking you're a corpse that's just moving around doing things, and if I want to go here and say, hey, guess what? I'm going to bonk myself on the head. Okay. You're acting. It's called actions. So therefore,
Yeah.
if
The world's
LARPing
a
is acting
stage.
and you're doing actions, everyone is LARPing. Get over it. It's the simplest thing ever. And then people are like, well, these are people who are LARPers. Well, you just saying they're LARPers is LARPing. Shut your mouth.
It's funny because
LARPy,
like,
LARPy, fuck! Ugh!
Gosh.
it's funny because all these people in the truth community, they're all going after each other, but they're not going after like the bigger people that are actually, using us,
Well, often or not,
What's
if you're
really
afraid
dumb
to
is
go
they're
after
all
the
in
big
like a
fish, then you're
Discord
horrible
server
too.
somewhere talking behind everybody's backs about how fucking hilarious it is that anybody believes.
Yeah. They're not, it's just a waste of time,
No,
I
it
just-
is. It is. Like, all this bickering and all this fighting and everything, like, okay, like me. You know what I did once I got attacked? I made a fucking FBI report. Alright, once I did the FBI report, I warned people. And then after it got too much, I was like, dude, fuck this. I already have my fucking report in there, so why do I have to keep going? Like, all these people that are saying, oh, well, we made a report and everything. Well, guess what? You're being detrimental to your cause. Anything you say afterwards could actually be used against when that report comes in. So I was very careful with what I said.
I think, like, with the whole like FBI thing, I think like there's actually good people in there, you know?
Oh, there
that
is.
Are doing it, and there's bad people.
Yeah, there is.
It's the same thing with everything.
Definitely. You know, and it's like, take for instance, like Lestat, he ended up bringing me up in a stream saying I threw shit on him. No, I told the truth. And if that's condone shit, then I'm going to be very, very happy with going in front of the creator and saying I told the truth. You know, and I have no problems with that man. I think that he is one of the brightest people that I've actually ever met.
Yeah, I was surprised because he called, like he said you were throwing shit at him, but you complimented him so much, like he probably didn't even watch your stream.
No, he didn't. He probably picked and chose what he wanted to hear. Selective hearing. But the whole thing is like I said, is I love his artwork. I love his music. In fact, one of my favorite songs that he ever made and did, which was Layered, that freaking put me into a trance even, was the freaking Tetris or Tet, man. Like, that shit gave me so much energy so I could just get tunnel vision and learn. You know, and that was a beautiful fucking thing. You know, I like how his artwork, it intrigues people to, like, explore certain things. Is it dark? Yes, it's dark. But then again, it's also very beautiful, too. You know, and this is what he doesn't understand, is that freaking, out of all the people that he had around him, I was the only one that was trying to freaking point out that, hey, chat, or hey, your audio's not working. And then he automatically assumed I didn't listen to his shit. And that I sided with Defango, and it wasn't the case. I was listening to all of their stuff.
Yeah, don't worry.
Oh, I'm not worried about it at all, but that is literally exactly how it happened. Is that...
It's just drama for no reason. It is drama,
but people need to get over it, because these smart-ass people need to get over this shit so they can work together to figure out what is freaking going on and what's happening. And if they don't do it, then it just shows that they don't care.
That's why I kind of like Nathan... like with DeVille's approach, because like he doesn't like when people say shit about him, he doesn't talk about it. He just does what he wants, you know, like he just presents what he wants, and it's like pretty. He doesn't put his opinion on it really. He just like shows you it.
Yeah.
But everyone has an agenda, so.
What's my agenda? My only agenda was trying to bring some truth into this community. I guess that's my only agenda.
Lots of money for Pop-Tarts.
Oh, no, you know, like, hey, I got a habit to freaking do. Now I don't even do that shit anymore. Wait a minute. You know?
Wait, what?
Like, freaking, all these people in the QAnon movement and everything, all of them, they're usually on drugs. And I think that that's where a lot of these people come from, is that they're on drugs, and they need money to do their habits. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because they're not good at, like, you know...
Or they could be political.
Finances.
They could
that
be
wasn't
political,
taught in school.
It's like I see all these people and they all freaking drink, they do all this other stuff, and not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's very peculiar that all these people do that stuff. Like, I used to smoke weed. Now I do it seldomly because it literally, for some reason, I went through something that freaking made me so I couldn't. You know, so I'm like, nah, not gonna do it anymore. Bullshit.
Yeah, I keep telling you about that laced weed up in fucking Michigan, dude.
Yeah.
Anything you can put a roof in, so, you know.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Just crush it up, put it on this dude's weed, bro.
Yeah.
Fuck him up.
That's why you go to the dispensary. Don't they have dispensaries?
Yeah, actually,
that's government
there
control.
was PCP in dispensary weed not like 2 weeks ago.
Where? Not in California, I hope. That'd be crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we used to get weed from the dispensary in Williams.
Exactly.
I think they're putting like the bath salts or something on it, because you get like angry and shit when you run out of their weed. Like, it's weird. Like,
Like,
You
doesn't
get
have
angry.
any-
Dude.
Well,
dispensaries.
the weed is not balanced nowadays, guys. Like back when we
No,
were
I
younger,
don't know.
back when we
They
were
have to
younger,
go
it
through
was
like
balanced
safety.
out. It is
They have to go.
overly. Go ahead.
I think they have to go through the FDA, right? Or not the FDA, but some kind of thing that like tests the weed before they.
Yeah, but all they have to
distribute
do is send in one nug from like a pound.
it. Damn, that's fucking
That's
crazy.
it. They don't test all of it. Like nobody would buy that because it's been touched by people already, and I want my weed to be clean, or I don't know.
I don't have any sponsors or vape sponsors. I actually use a Dead Rabbit RDA, and the mod that I'm using is a Jabo. I like the Dead Rabbit RDAs, which I found very funny because everyone actually said follow the White Rabbit, and here I am smoking on a Dead Rabbit RDA.
Yeah, I've got a Kennedy V1 OG competition tank, and then my base goes up to like 225 watts.
I usually make Juggernaut coils, and or
You straight like cook the coil in like 3 seconds flat.
Wax
Like
up.
burnt light bulb out, done. You got to go make another coil.
All right, number 6.
I find piano string works really, really well.
Yeah. Heck, dude, most of the stuff like I do on my computer is like all these people have like fancy computers and stuff, and the Intel. I have an Intel Core i3 8th generation computer, a Lenovo. That's it, and it works. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I've got the i5 Intel laptop, and then the Ryzen. I just got my Fire
MCM,
tablet
you're funny.
HD8 to run Google apps. Like it kept not updating the Google Play Store, and I was like, "Fuck, damn it!" And then I realized it's because it was installing it on the SD card, and you can't have the Google Play framework and stuff on the SD card. It does not work like. I've been trying to do this for 3 months now with this stupid tablet. Yesterday, I figured it out. I finally found that one line in that one forum that was like, by the way, if it's saved to your SD card, you're a friggin' idiot, Daniel. I'm like, ugh.
1 minute.
Also, in the chat log there, in general, I shared the APK for the Termux app, which is a Linux terminal, which is legit.
Yeah, MCM. With what I said and everything, is that like this is just research and spirituality. I'm not a part of any of those truther communities. If anything, I would say that I really don't like the truther community as a whole. It just
Yeah, I'm with Bobby on that. The only thing I'm looking into is Isaac Cappy.
Yeah.
And it's more like the only thing I'm spreading truth on is Isaac Cappy.
Yeah.
Well,
because,
I stay away from that only because that
keep
would
getting
trigger
blamed for him dying.
reading.
Ice bullets, all kinds of stupid shit.
wait, down. We should talk about that because we have there's a group that you could join if you want to help.
I'm down. My family happens to be, in the police department, part of Coconino County Sheriff's Department over here.
Yeah, I have family in Arizona too.
His obituary is not in Arizona. It's in New Mexico.
Damn it.
Just look.
Hey,
No, I can't let my brother go into a place where I don't know everyone.
I mean,
you gotta remember is that I'm very protective of those that I freaking care about. So that, and I think differently than most. So it's like I freaking see stuff and freaking analyze it and crunch it.
Well, I mean, he's always gonna be a ghost until somebody reveals what happened.
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you guys, is that, one, don't you guys think that... Alright, and apologies if you guys think this is rude of any sort. Don't you think that his family would be doing something and freaking digging into it if they thought there was any foul
Yeah, but
play?
it's
And
yeah,
don't
but
you
it's
think that
weird.
you're dishonoring a person who is actually dead, and you're causing more harm to their family by digging and digging and digging when that family needs to have rest?
Well, people aren't really digging as much, but
Yeah,
I mean, they're
then-
gonna. It's the thing is, it's reaching like the. It's reaching QAnon like directly. You know, people are making other connections that don't even make sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're trying
and
to tie-
everything is connected to QAnon, even the cicada type stuff. Like I showed you that I showed people that email that freaking just proved it. QAnon cicada working together. Like simple. Like if you go and look at all my streams from the past several years and everything, there's connection after connection after connection. It's not my fault that nobody listened. That's why I said is that freaking this type of stuff and everything, it's like, you guys want to keep digging, but I really hope that you guys find something and it doesn't come into fruition that you guys are digging and digging when there's more prudent manners and everything. And it also, like I said, is that if I had someone in my family that died and there was a huge conspiracy about it, I would actually probably slap people.
The thing, like, he didn't just die, though. Like, he was fucking messed with.
He was
like,
messed with, yes. But the whole thing is in the end, and I'm sorry to say this, you have to question, did he do that to himself? Did he make the conscious decision to go and do that? Was there someone else there, or do you have no proof that someone else was there? Because if he made the conscious decision to actually go and do that, he made a decision, and that was on him. And that's what people need to question, is that whether or not that man actually did it himself, or if it was the action of another. Because if nobody else threw that man off a bridge, then it was his conscious decision to do so because he felt he did something so wrong. And was it wrong that someone actually pushed him to feel that way? Heck yeah. Should there be justice? Yeah, but the justice is not going to exposing a person. The justice is going to the actual courts and pushing to change laws that protect more people. That is the real way to handle it.
Courts would not get involved in this stuff. They would just think everyone
that's
is
where
crazy.
You create your little groups. You start going and doing it by your city, and then you try to start freaking bringing up laws to freaking enact.
But it would be like internet laws. It wouldn't be like local laws.
And where do you think the internet laws come from? It's from the actual community level. First you go into your community, then you reach out to the state, then you reach out to the federal. You make a friggin' movement. You don't go and thinking you're going to change just by screaming. You have to go and actually apply yourself and friggin' go and state, hey, well, you know what? This has happened. Bringing it up to someone who's actually in the position of power to actually have a change and everything. What everyone's doing is just throwing fodder all over instead of actually thinking, hey, well, maybe reach out to our communities.
Yeah, well...
I'm being real.
I know.
I'm being real. Like, why do you think I just sit back and I'm looking at all this stuff and I'm like, guys, like...
The problem is there's people that get involved in this stuff and fucked up things happen to them.
Yeah.
Be it like
they do.
Cicada or Q or whatever, you know.
They do. They do happen. And you know what? There is a whole wide world out there, not just this community, that it happens on a grander basis to many more people.
Yeah,
Here we are focused on two individuals. So the best way is to try to go and freaking find a way to write legislation in that protects more people so it doesn't happen to other people. Now,
Dad, what do you think of this?
He didn't leave.
Well, see, the thing is I live in Arizona, and I know what the majority of people that go to campsites and RVs that are kind of trashy looking are doing. And, well, it's pretty much just drug trafficking and human trafficking and shit like that.
Yeah.
Isaac Cappy, like, his last video, if you take that and
Mhm.
you play it backwards, like the audio backwards instead of forwards, you play it backwards. If you
Mhm.
know anything about reverse speech, it sounds like he's talking about his dealer and all kinds of weird shit. So I don't
Well,
know.
that also falls into if you
Well, he
conspiracy
didn't.
theorists.
He didn't do drugs. I mean, he might have like in the past,
You didn't
but like
know him
There's
personally?
certain substances that just do not show up in a toxicology, like a toxicology screen after about 2-3 hours. And if they did the tox screen in New Mexico, like that's
His family could have been like,
a while. And maybe that's, you know,
Yep.
one of the things his family's not speaking about is what was on the
Exhibit the
screen.
Boss Collection.
have
I've
you
never
guys?
seen any physical proof of his toxicology
Ocular.
results. I mean,
Have you guys looked into the Tracy Twyman connection yet? It's pretty.
yeah,
nice.
I mean that's pretty much where I'm at now. I don't think Tracy was on that shit.
No,
but-
No doubt. Tracy was actually studying frequency, ironically. Yeah.
She was in studying some deep stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why I put the human trafficking part in there.
One never knows what's out there. You know, frequency could hold entities. It could hold.
That's what I'm telling you about this whole frequency thing. Like it's tied in. Like it's Isaac was talking about frequencies and that Cicada's teaching that. It's weird. It's just weird to me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's
could
probably,
be
if it's
nothing.
weird to you, it's probably best for you to stay out of it.
Right. I'm just bringing it up.
Which
But-
Cappy was talking about it, and Tracy was.
Yeah.
You know, but they were affected by it. If I remember correctly, I had someone state that Cappy was talking about his ghost. He was seeing his ghost and everything, or something weird like that. And that right there would have been a spiritual manifestation.
Yeah, he was talking about being consumed
Mm-hmm.
and then like giving in to the darkness or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds like he was mind controlled or something. Like gang stalked, mind controlled. It's
Well,
Yeah,
that
he
falls
was
into-
very, very adamant about the fact that voice to skull technology existed, and he spoke about
fuck.
this.
You know what? He was probably
like,
looking into
traveling somewhere with a friend in her car, and
yeah,
like
yeah.
nobody outside the car could hear what they
Yeah.
were hearing, but they could hear like the loudest song, like
Yeah, it was
inside
the
their heads, and it wasn't coming from like the speakers because
it was the Phil Collins song in the air.
yeah,
Yeah.
I can feel it coming in
And
the air tonight. That's what it is.
Tracy Twyman talks about this technology.
Yep.
I think
I have patents on that technology that I shared in the books. It's 40 mind control patents. It's fucking
in the one that you put in the Discord.
yeah.
Shit, dude.
The voice to skull technology, I'm pretty sure that the only way that you can actually utilize it is this just a hunch, is that you have to have a dissociative syndrome, basically. Disassociation and or schizophrenic.
No. This shit works. They tested on people in China, I think. There's real studies that it fucks with people.
It's pretty much directed low amperature microwave.
And they can probably do it through your
they can, like,
laptop.
Yeah,
aim at
and
you from like
that's
an airplane.
weird because if they were doing this, like I'm going to tell you this right now, if they were doing this, then why aren't more people being affected, especially the people that actually did the most damage in the community?
That's true. That's logic.
You know, this kind of
Because we all look at the people that are targeted, like they're crazy homeless people on the side of the road talking to themselves, Bob.
Yeah,
If you actually sit and talk to a homeless person, sometimes they start saying like the most like fire ass legitimate shit you've ever heard in your life, and it's like deep state secrets, and you're like, bro, you don't even own a phone. How are you telling me this? Like, what the? He's like, I have a fucking library card, Daniel. Gah.
You know, now that would
Yeah,
also
but-
point
but-
into the 5G type deal too, because 5G actually utilizes the Magneto device and everything, the magnetron, and when you actually have one of those, if you take apart a microwave, you can actually put it on a stick. And I'm not telling you guys to do this; don't do it. Not good, not fun. You can actually take and make a weapon out of a microwave. Essentially, there's YouTube videos of people actually taking the magnetron and literally focusing it on electronic devices and exploding these electronic devices. You know, so the 5G antennas could hypothetically be utilized in the same way to pinpoint and target certain electronics to make them be destroyed, as well as to so-called liquefy you on the base molecular level. You know.
Yeah. So
Lulu
I don't
doesn't
know.
know anything about this, Dad. Just sitting here like, boys will be boys.
No, I just think that people that research this stuff, they have to be very careful, very, very fucking careful. Especially even if you do like psychedelics and stuff. Like if you have a tendency to be more, what is it?
Okay, now it's in the book sharing corners.
Oh, cool. Like, yeah, if you're like, sometimes schizophrenia could come up later in life.
Yeah.
So, but that's the thing that fucking sucks. Like, how do you know if someone's being fucked with, if it's real? So, that's where it all gets blurry. I mean, kind of. I don't know. Never
I
mind.
honestly don't think we're gonna need to worry about it too much.
No. I don't think we have to worry about it. But I mean, if you're involved in like government shit, like you, Tracy Twyman, and you're exposing stuff, like I would be worried about everything.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Live your life, enjoy it. Doesn't matter what you're. The whole thing is that freaking if it's fated to be, it's fated to be, and that right there is the most important thing to understand. Is that when the universe and the Creator says it's your time, it's your time. You don't have control over that.
My friend always says when God clocks your ticket, it's your time.
Yeah. You know, but it wouldn't be God that clocked your ticket. It would be death. And we read about death, that freaking not even God controls death, basically. You get what I'm saying?
Do you mean like the Grim Reaper?
Yeah, the Grim Reaper. Death himself, aka the Fourth Horseman.
I don't know. I don't think people should be afraid of death.
I don't think people should be afraid of death either. You know what my MySpace name was when I was younger?
But we should fear it, but we shouldn't let it consume us. But we shouldn't let it make us bad people either.
You shouldn't fear it, because if it was right in the writings that we just read and everything. No, that you don't fear death. You live your life, you enjoy your life, and you don't care about that because it comes to everyone.
Well, I think people should fear what their actions could do to other people. You know,
Yes.
like karma's a real thing.
Yes,
Karma's a
but
real fucking thing.
That right there, if you think about it, would be. I think people should fear this, and that would be imposing. Like they get to choose whether or not they fear whatever they want and or whatever they believe in, and then when their clock is ticked out, then guess what happens? Their clock gets ticked out, and guess what happens?
They
disappear, and they get judged, or who knows, maybe it's just a big 0 that they get on the test. You know, so they cease to exist and get deleted.
We're going too deep to this conversation.
That's what she said. Oh, horrible. I'm sorry, Lulu. I'm sorry. But no, that's
Hugh
what my
says
streams,
they give
that's
people
what my streams
enough
are,
rope
man.
to hang themselves.
Yeah.
I have hung myself.
Yeah.
Was one of his last quotes.
No. Okay, this is what gets me. He said that he was in contact with Trump in Washington. That means that someone told him that he was in contact with Trump in Washington. Like, why would he believe that? And then he said that he told them that he's going to commit to a public execution. Like, who did he tell that to? You know? That's why I think
In
there's
the book of
something else.
Revelations, it says that there will be two prophets. Two prophets that would lay in the street for 3 days. And everything like that and everything. That would be public execution where people would actually rejoice when they died. Could it be that these people are sick and that actually want to recreate what's in Revelations to scare people?
Well, I mean, of course. But when you understand the Bible, you realize that the book of John pretty much spelled it all out. And we're way past that, so I don't know why there's all these doomsday prophecies all the dang time. But it would, to me, seem like they're trying to make it all look like it's, culminating. And I'm not... The day everybody starts freaking out... Well, Project Bluebeam is going to be holographic type stuff. It's like the UFOs and stuff, the TR-3B, the fusion reactor the size of a fucking basketball putting out a terawatt of power, which is like every nuclear power plant on the planet.
Yeah.
It's power output put together. And it being working, like, that's nuts. But it's awesome.
Says Lord Squirrely.
Like, I just imagine the fact, Bobby, you can be doing like Mach 7 in air and then go into water and be doing Mach 7, then go to outer space and still be doing Mach 7 with no transitional nothing. Like, dude, that's nuts. And it's all because of pretty much taking high power output to the point of a needle into like argon gas.
Okay, you guys got to do some fucking streaming on this. That sounds interesting. Some research and stream, that would be nuts.
Oh, Dom,
I haven't figured out what direction I want to take my channel.
He created a box and utilized frequency and sounds to treat cancer and everything, and the government comes in, freaking takes him to court because he was healing people of cancer using frequency. And it was called Ogone Energy, I believe it was called.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Hold on.
I believe that it was called Ogone Energy. And it had to do with the chakra points, all that good stuff and everything. And he utilized it, made big boxes that were made of specific metals and everything. One could actually seat a human in it fully. And, Orgone. Yeah, Orgone. And what would happen is he would play these specific frequencies and or songs for individuals. And let the telemarketers begin.
Oh shit, what is that?
No, like... It was my phone. But I keep getting robocalls and everything and freaking text messages with links that have XYZ and shit.
And that only happened after the thing?
Yes, it happened after this thing.
Are you sure?
I am 100% sure.
Huh. Okay.
100% sure.
Well, I mean, I get like robocalls all the time. And I just ignore them.
Well, these ones actually have peculiar freaking websites connected to them that have .xyz, and the only .xyz site that I've came across was freaking Seven's Puzzle. So it's like...
Well, who do you think did that shit to your computer earlier? It like turned blue.
No, I don't. That's probably just freaking errors. Who knows, man? But I have a lot of freaking weird... I have a lot of weird shit that happens to my computer ever since then. Ever since I left the community... Ever since I left the community and everything, I've just had weirdness after weirdness after weirdness happen to me. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, you gotta be careful who you talk to.
I don't care. I ain't afraid of shit.
Malware.
Yeah, no, I don't have malware because I freaking keep it all the way up to date with that shit.
What virus software do you use? Virus protection software?
I'll tell you that at a later time when we're off stream.
Oh, okay. Because I need a free one.
Oh, I can give you a list of free ones, no problem, hon.
There's one that I use, but I don't know if it's enough.
Yeah. But no, friggin', let's just put it this way. After I ended up doing all the stuff that I did and everything and got away from it, I had like over 1,800 hacking attempts that were blocked. So,
Makes sense.
Yeah, shit, man.
yeah.
What?
I myself have that beautiful thing called Wireshark. And when people try to do that crap to my computer,
Mhm.
I get to do this thing called grabbing their packets, which means there's a lot of information they're leaving behind without even knowing it.
Yep.
Huh.
I don't believe in worrying about that shit. It's because
I'm worried about it because I think black hats and white hats are gonna basically be running everything. I mean, they already are, right?
hey man,
So-
why is there to worry? I put my faith. I have faith. That's it. That's all I need.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You know,
You're
it's kind of
Well,
like this.
see,
It's
that's
kind of like
a
this
dangerous
right here.
concept only based on the fact that, like, if, let's say, you only rely on faith and a guy shows up to your house with a shotgun to shoot you in the face,
Shouldn't laugh at that.
Hey, Dowd,
me having a shotgun
I
makes me
challenge you to
feel
come to my
just
house
a
with
little bit
shotgun
better.
and see how it fares for you.
Not
Well, I'm
not you, Bobby.
I would come to your house with a
Just-
shotgun to give you a shotgun. Like, what the hell?
Just
I
an
don't-
analogy.
All I need is these. That's it. I've never needed a weapon.
Yeah, but all the rounds just have a bunch of really big, thick chunks of rock salt in them. So when you shoot somebody with that, it just burns like, the fires of hell. They're like, fuck! They think they got shot, but it's not
Yeah.
like that bad.
That's why it's good to
I
have
don't
like an
need a
attack
weapon.
dog.
I don't need a weapon at all. I do not. Honestly, I'll be 100% honest to you. I really don't like guns. I freaking really don't.
I mean, that makes sense, right?
You know, when you sit on your grandmother's lap and witness her getting her head shot off and everything when you're a child, that kind of takes you away from liking guns.
Well, I mean, true, but it's just, the basic idea of
Your grandpa had a gun.
protection. Like, what if your grandpa left you a gun? That's actually kind of a good thing.
Yeah, and you,
Like, you know what I mean? Like, a good way to put it. Would you keep it, or would you, like, sell
See
it?
this, Dad?
That's where you get a sword or something.
You see that? It's a sword.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Swords, staffs, anything that is martial. I don't like
Pepper
guns.
spray.
The whole thing
Pepper
is
spray
that
all the way,
friggin',
man.
I'm sorry to say, dude, like it takes a true pussy to freaking go and point a gun from a freaking distance and shoot someone. It takes a man to be able to freaking come up to you and be like, "Come on." You know,
It takes, like, 12 minutes with a Dremel to make a sawed-off shotgun. I don't know that specifically.
well, shooting a man holds no honor, dude.
Hey, man, I'm just going to shoot him in his kneecap.
There's no
Or his
honor
gun.
in
Like,
utilizing
I always thought it'd be
weapon
cool
of
to, like,
range, in
shoot
my opinion.
somebody's gun with my gun. Like, I always thought that'd be, like, the coolest fucking thing ever.
I don't know. Like, I never saw any honor in utilizing a ranged weapon. Like, that's some, like, excuse my language, but that's some pussy-ass pansy shit. If you're gonna actually come and go after a man, you either use your fisticuffs or you freaking state, okay, old time, let's use swords. You know
Yeah, but
what I'm saying?
I'm never like the attacker with my gun in my scenarios that I've explained. I'm at my house, somebody's trying to break in my shit, like kidnap my daughter, kill my wife and me, or like, and I'm gonna shoot that guy down the hallway. Like, it's that easy. Most of the time, I get to do is cock a shotgun, and whoever's trying to rob your house is gonna get.
And then suddenly you get
So just
turned
find
down,
something
like most
metal
of the
and, like,
people that
rub
end
it
up
on
shooting
each other,
people
you
in
know?
their houses, and you end up going to jail. Where if you
Yeah,
actually
but I
use
don't
a
shoot
martial
people in
weapon-
their houses. They're trying to break into my house. It's defensive,
but that's
not
still
offensive.
Like, go look at the news, and you'll see that a lot of the times, even if you have someone who's breaking into your house, there's only a couple states that actually allow you to do it. But freaking in all the other states, freaking if you actually go and shoot a person, you'll literally get taken to court. You know,
Yeah, I mean, it just
Well, I
depends.
mean, if you can't prove that they were trying to do anything that makes sense at the same
Still
time.
going- still
But like,
going to jail, man.
dude had a
Still
gun,
going to jail.
broke in my house.
Texas
Like,
definitely not going to be.
Wait, Bobby, is it open carry where you live?
Yeah, well, there's open carry in certain parts of Michigan, like Saginaw, which is right near me and everything. Bay City, you can actually open carry. Freaking a lot of different places up north you can. Like when I go over to Saginaw and I have my friends, like all of them are freaking like thugged out gangsters. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm just the geek, and so I'm walking around and I have all these people. They're literally open carry, and I'm just sitting there freaking just being a geek, man. I'm just so I'm like,
Yeah,
hey,
if
at
it
least I
was-
got my gangster friends to freaking protect me. Shit.
If it was saving your family or going to jail,
Hmm.
you know, pick your family.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's the truth. That is the truth. The only thing is that freaking like I don't know, just
It's open carry everywhere.
I don't it's not something I worry
I'm gonna see if
about.
I can go find that YouTube video of them, the Eastern medicine workers chanting, and literally you're watching on like
You're carrying now.
an ultrasound machine
Yeah.
or whatever, and you can watch them literally like chant a tumor out of someone's body. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah. You were talking about the what is it? The Chinese videos based off what was the words that they used and everything? Hi-yo, something like that. And everything. I remember that video. I saw it too, and it was really, really interesting. The only thing is that usually with faith healing, it takes about like 4 people. Now, there's people out there that can actually do it with just a singular person.
Oh, your mic went out.
My mic went out.
Just for a little bit. Just like a brief.
Whatever.
Like high intensity focused ultrasounds are like already proven treatment, but the tumors and stuff can't be like deep in bone or anything because it also, you know, fucks with bones. It can't get through the bones, so the bones are fucking with it. All right, yeah.
All right.
If you think all of this is a rabbit hole, you should like look into nutrition and stuff. That shit's crazy.
Yeah.
It's really crazy, like food and shit.
Oh, speaking of food,
That's a
Cal,
fucking
take
rabbit hole.
over.
So pancreatic cancer cells resonate somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000 hertz.
Oh, shit. Wait, where are you getting this info from?
Nuts. That's at gatewaycr.org, which is shattering cancer with resonant frequencies.
Wow.
Or the cancer research in the UK, high intensity focused ultrasound
Wow.
cancer treatments. So they don't have to give you, pretty much radiation anymore. You just sit next to something that's got this super high frequency coming out of it that you can't even hear, so it doesn't matter.
Whoa, that's like I never even thought about that.
It's
Holy shit,
pretty nuts.
that is pretty fun.
The one that he was just talking about a second ago is ORALEESMITH Cancer Research Foundation. So Aura Lee Smith. And that is change what cancer revolutionary technology we can
Dad, you got a
with
pretty mouth.
we will. Oh, I know.
What is that
Don't look-
from?
I'm a
Gift
buttery
horse in the mouth.
biscuits.
Is that Super Troopers?
Get away from my boyfriend, you weirdo.
Why the hell is this trying to get me to donate $512? Like, jeez, can we go a little lower than that, guys? Are you guys
Hello,
going to send me a
7 Sins.
book
It's been a
or
while
something?
since you've
Holy
been
shit.
here. How you doing, man?
High frequency waves for cancer treatment are ineffective pseudomedicine. That could be true.
That could be true, but it could also be false because it might have actually been the wrong method.
Well, the problem is every cancer is different
Yes.
and every treatment's different. So it all should, that's what sucks.
Everyone's imperfect, and science in itself is a practice, man. So, like, literally, freaking all science is, well, it's flawed.
Well, this is the thing about science is nothing's 100%, and they know that, and that like there's always room for improvement. Like people don't want to be right. There's always room for improvement, I think.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will.
You can also just
but
take
it doesn't
rubbing
mean that's like
alcohol
it's not the
and weed.
know it all, be it all.
And then you extract the, cannabinoids and stuff out of your weed with rubbing alcohol, and then
You can do that.
simmer it off.
No.
And you get this black oil,
You don't
really black oil, and then you eat it, and it'll literally
I've done this for 8 years
water it out of your lungs, Bobby.
Wait, guys,
Science
hold on.
bullshit that's gonna kill people. Shut
Calm
up.
down.
It's not, dude. Listen,
Everyone
Rubbing
if you
alcohol
don't,
is not what you use. You use isopropyl alcohol,
Guys,
99%.
that's rubbing alcohol.
No.
That's
the
the stuff I put in my mouth.
Isopropyl.
Yeah, you don't want to blow
Rubbing
yourself
alcohol
up.
has an additive to it that is poisonous when ingested.
Well, you listen. If anybody's too dumb in your chat, if you're too dumb to be listening to this conversation to know the difference between what Bobby just said and what I apparently said, I need you to know something. If you ever try an experiment in your life and you don't do a little bit of fucking research or have a book explaining to you what you're doing, I'm just stating the fact that, like, alcohol, like, not like liquor, but like, I'm going to clean this wound.
Well,
alcohol.
People can just buy CBD now. They don't have to.
Yeah, you can also use liquor too, but I just don't want to waste a bottle of liquor.
You're both wrong. You make it with ethanol.
Why don't
That's
you
what
go
Mr.
look at the
President
Grass City forums, Mr. President, and just take that BS out of here? All right? I think someone that actually worked with dispensaries for 7 years probably knows.
Yeah, I've got a vacuum chamber in my shed. But anyway, what I'm saying is you make the oil with the isopropyl alcohol, and then
I get my info
just
straight
eat
out of the chat.
Now, you can also utilize freaking butane as well, but you need to make sure that it's actually specific types of butane because there's actually mystery oils that leave films, and you utilize a mirror to test whether or not the purity of it and everything.
Wait, I have a question for you
Yeah,
guys.
you can make it with shine too, dude.
I have a question.
You can make it with
for you
shine
guys.
too. It's just that there's
Bobby,
various methods.
Question. Oh, what do you guys think about water? Like tap water? Is that shit poison? Straight poison?
It's definitely got fluoride in almost every public water system.
But it has
that's
like other
added
shit,
by the company.
like mercury and shit.
Can I say something to Mr. President real quick? Now, what I was stating is that, yes, you can use shine, but you can also use isopropyl alcohol. All right? There's many different ways to actually make medicine from cannabis. So many ways, in fact, that it's very intriguing. It's part of the reason why I decided to be a caregiver in the state of Michigan before legalization took effect, and why I grew for about 7-8 years. Now, there's a lot of shit that people don't understand. Like, one, most people don't actually understand how to actually make shatter 100% of the time, based on temperature, pressure, all that other good stuff, and it's a very fascinating subject. So one way treats certain things and tears certain things from those plants, where another way has a different method. There's many different methods for many different things when it comes to cannabis. That was what my passion before puzzles, guys. Jack of all trades, master of none. Heck, I was growing with LEDs while everyone else was doing freaking metal halides and shit, man. Everyone was like, "Oh, LEDs aren't good," and then next thing you know, this generation of weed growers are now using LEDs, and I'm just sitting back. I was right. Ugh. Num-nums.
Consult
I was just called
the cannabis doctor.
like I always just called it rubbing alcohol. I guess that's like a southern thing or something.
Hmm. But now it's actually legal in Michigan. You can
Like, what's the difference? Like, I don't think I've ever seen like rubbing alcohol though. Like,
rubbing
it for,
alcohol
like, cleaning
usually has
paintbrushes or some
freaking like
shit?
green tincture in it and everything, man. Rubbing alcohol is not used like
Oh.
old school stoners. Old school stoners used it and they poisoned themselves, man.
Yeah. Now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I just thought they had one colored so little kids didn't drink it or some shit.
No, it has additives and it's not pure at all, man. Like up here in Michigan, you can't even find 99% isopropyl alcohol.
I mean, I can send you a case. Oh, I took that picture at 8:08, Brad.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, if you go into general chat, there's some dabs sitting right there,
Yeah.
right on top of my tablet, on Friday, January 3rd.
Skittles.
I would have to say my favorite strain when I did smoke was Chernobyl.
Oh wow, what a name!
Well, there's
Yeah, I
also
don't know if I
Purple
want to smoke
Princess,
anything that like
Yeah.
radiation.
Yeah.
Alaskan
reference.
Thunderfuck. Who comes
Bro,
up
I
with
got
these
some
names,
weed one
names,
time,
guys?
and the dude called it cat piss, and it smelled like cat piss. And I was like, dude, this guy's cat pissed on his weed. And then I went online, and like, no, for real, there's a strain called cat piss, and it smells like ammonia. And I'm like, why the fuck would you want to even grow this? Like,
Right?
whose whole
You
house
enter
just
your
smells like
house.
just
Do you have cats?
cat piss? Like, the
No,
fuck?
this is dank ass weed, bro.
No, bro,
Bobby.
because weed. No, you can fucking smoke that all by yourself. I'm good.
Bobby, weed is where the money's at. I would get back into the weed business. You have a lot of knowledge into that.
Actually,
Most of my
there's a
friends
little
that are
thing called
street people
graphene, and they're going to
actually
be
state
using
that
it
I
to
make
build
some of
like
the
all
best
kinds of
shatter and best wax that they've
new
ever
computer
put.
chips and so stuff like
Wait, you
that.
guys are
It's a
talking
good
to-
investment.
I've been trying to get Dowd and his girl to freaking move up to Michigan so we could work on something like that, but they're stubborn as fuck.
Dude, I keep telling you that I'm like I'm on the
California.
brink of getting like a monthly or a weekly salary. Not even
Oh,
monthly.
yeah,
like,
wait,
a
that
weekly
means that I
salary
can
of 30
start up
grand,
something up
Bobby.
here.
Like I'll have 4 fucking houses and I'll definitely have one in Michigan. Just chill.
Then you can help me start stuff up here, and then while you're doing your shit, I could work on that shit up here.
Well, yeah, well, that and the fact that I might get you on my team as far as that goes, because all we have to do is sit at a computer and, watch for alerts going off, pretty much, during certain events like NASCAR races and shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'd be down, man. Sounds like fun.
Exactly. Like, who wouldn't want to go to NASCAR races for free in a black, like, full-size FBI
Second
Mercedes
call,
van?
guys.
Like, come the fuck on.
Second call. Every single day at the same times, man. Never
They
stops. 9:30 to 10:30.
They want their money.
Oh no, they call and you're being called on a recorded line. Fuck you. Bye.
No, they want your money. Excuse me, but your Microsoft Excel quit working. I need you put TeamViewer on your shit so I can fuck it up.
Num nums, guys. Num nums. Deliciousness.
Like, I'm the guy that was like, hey, Bobby, you want my TeamViewer login so you can use my Ryzen? He's like, eh. Like,
You
okay.
know me is that friggin'
Straight up
I
scam.
never utilize other people's stuff and shit. Like I even
I know,
turned
but I'm
down-
just
I
saying
even
you
turned
can
down
use,
a
like,
freaking
what,
channel with 55,000
the 4-core laptop then turns into an 18-core fucking Ryzen computer with a 1070 graphics card.
Dude, it should speak volumes, Dowd, like, and everyone else in here. I turned down a channel that had 55,000 subs.
Well, I mean, you'd have to be Lestat and greed driven if you were gonna fucking take that channel anyway, because that's suspicious as fuck, homie.
Well,
to any normal
Exactly.
person.
I mean, you guys don't like know his side of the story, like for sure. So
I have emails.
Well, that's because
I have
Lestat
emails,
blocked me for no fucking reason.
Yeah. That's why
So
I don't say
then I
anything,
started
is I have
making
emails between everyone.
making fun of him stuttering because he's trying to speak too fast when English is his second language.
Be nice.
And he doesn't want to
Daniel.
sound stupid.
Be nice.
Which, you know,
he
is
can't control. He can't control
dude,
where
that's
he
the
says
nicest I
something.
can be to somebody who just blocks me from, like, you know,
Like,
saying anything in his fucking chat box when I don't say anything wrong. You can check any of his stuff. I never said anything that's like out of context to what he's talking about.
Fear leads
I'd usually
to
show
anger.
up.
Anger leads to hate.
Say hello.
Hate leads to suffering.
it sucks what happened to him because he lost his channel. So it kind of sucks.
Well, I mean, Defango and Manuel Chavez
Wait,
yeah.
kind of
Dead, bro. Man,
were offended by the fact that, you know, whatever. I don't know what the fuck his damn LARP was against Lestat. I don't know why they were fighting. I think it was really dumb.
I don't know either. It's just like everyone just started fighting for. It's like what the
Chaos and derision. I'm just.
Yeah, it's
Now,
like somebody
go
was
listen
paying
to the
Defango, and then
songs that I did
Defango
previously,
apparently
guys, and then
paid
it's like,
Lestat
it's
for some
funny because it
videos,
actually
and then
happened.
Lestat was supposed to be making like 4K
Oh.
videos, and he made like 1080p,
no. Yeah,
and they were kind of like,
people just
yeah, it's just that whole part of the LARP is a LARP from day one was a LARP, and I saw it as that just for what it was. Did I just say freaking? Well, I don't know what the hell that was.
Can't
These
we
videos.
just bring back the days of like backyard wrestling? People freaking have beefs. You know,
People
let's do
jumping off their
ICP.
house
You
onto
know
like
something?
wood tables.
This is the
and
Detroit
shit.
style of shit, dude. Let's go ICP style up in this mofo. People
All
have
right, I'm
a
coming to
problem.
Michigan with a
Let's
metal chair and I'm
pay-per-view
gonna hit
this
you with
shit,
it.
have a backyard wrestling match, all that good shit.
That's what people pay for. It's like sports. Like people want to see
Listen,
people.
that's honestly a really good idea. If Defango and Lestat want to make some motherfucking money, they need to meet up in real life, not eat any food, and just beat the shit out of each other.
Defango would
Mutually, like mutual combat. Like
Third
they both
one.
agree to
We're
it.
just gonna duke it out.
Gloves. And just duke it out.
Someone will be
Hello.
I think they should give peace a chance.
Hey, what's up?
Or they each need to bake each other a cake
You
and say they're sorry.
You do realize that I'm streaming right now.
and touch butts.
And touch.
No, you're not on my stream. But I just answered the phone. Now no one can hear you. What's up?
Drama, yeah, it's all drama.
No, hey, send me a text message and I'll call you after stream, alright? Alright, later.
I've literally spent like 2 hours watching this ferry go across the fucking river in Algonac,
It's a
Michigan.
beautiful scene, though. Look at it.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
So
Sorry about that, guys. That one was
Did
not.
you rub someone the wrong way?
Hmm?
They call. Did you rub someone the wrong way?
Oh, no, I was just warning him I was on stream.
Righty tighty, lefty loosey. That means you gotta rub girls to the left and guys to the right. It's also the directions to get to the bathrooms. Hello and welcome to the Lone Cicadas stream.
Yes.
Just letting you know you're here.
You still need to like record him for your fucking show. That'd be great.
I've got a podcast and all kinds of shit. With
You should-
Pauly Shore. Yeah.
Oh, he's awesome. He's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but he's not actually like communicating with me. I just kind of
Did you hear
steal
about
some of his podcast.
Did you hear about
Put
the
it in mine.
CIA? The CIA in the Comedy Store or something?
That's
Okay.
weird. I have the weirdest connection to the CIA and John F. Kennedy. It's so weird.
Well. I guess
So my stepdad, his name was William J. Hood. The second, the CIA agent that failed at preventing JFK's assassination was William J. Hood.
What the?
Failed.
Yeah.
Why were they taking him out anyways? Was it because he was bringing people together?
Okay, do you want me to tell you the truth? Because like most people don't ever actually hear this, and it takes a lot of digging to realize what actually happened when you pay attention to all video
When you're watching
angles.
it, you can see it.
So
Go for it.
JFK was in, his car, and there were special service agents in 2 cars behind him,
Mhm.
like the car right behind him and the car behind that. Well, the second car back, when the first shot went off, one of the agents of the Secret Service heard the gunshot, so he grabbed his new, like M16 or something like that. It was pretty much a machine gun, okay? And they're trained to take it from safe to fire mode as they're lifting the gun, right?
Right.
When you pay attention to the video, you'll notice in one of like the clips, and I feel like they went and they tried to like scrub all of this chunk of all of the videos out, which is, like the 9/11 thing where all the fucking cameras at the Pentagon, because there's like 170 of those fuckers around the top of that thing. Like, where's the video evidence? But anyway, so as he was standing up with the gun, the barrel reached pretty much like being aimed straight at the back of Kennedy's head, which is why the front right side of his head blew out. Like, you can see in the video when you watch it and it's uncensored, like his skull lift open, like
I'll be right
it's
back.
gnarly.
guys.
But
Okay.
you realize that the shot had to have come from behind him because entry wounds
Right.
are small.
Right.
Exit
Right.
wounds are big, especially
Mhm.
with the ammunition that the said gun had 2 cars back. It's made to explode on impact. It was a new type of round. What the dude up in the depository had was was like old school gun, and the rounds weren't made to do anything but go through like multiple targets. It's like a World War II ammunition, and you could take out like 2-3 people with one shot type bullets. Well, the ones the machine gun had 2 cars back, they blew up on impact. So as he stood up, the driver hit the gas, and you can see him fall backward, and then you heard the third shot.
Dude, that's
So it wasn't on purpose.
yeah.
Like, he didn't mean to kill the president, but
Wait.
because somebody was already trying to assassinate him, they just blamed Lee Harvey Oswald. Which, makes sense. Like, why would they admit to doing that? Like, I don't think it was planned. When you look, it didn't look planned at all.
Wait, you
Period.
think that someone accidentally killed?
I think a Secret Service agent absolutely accidentally shot John F. Kennedy in the back of his skull with
Holy
exploding
fuck.
round from a.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
it was the gun just sat on the floor anytime they were out doing the parades and stuff, just in case they needed to like defend him. And the guy
That's the
was
problem.
totally down to do it. Like, he was gonna stand up, turn around, and get Oswald. But
But the weird thing is, like, a lot of people that was involved, like, researching that, like died mysteriously, like years later.
well, of course, they're trying to, blame just Lee himself, and then
But
not be like, oh, we accidentally killed the president, because then they would all lose like their jobs and probably
So he
go
was
to
the-
jail.
so either way, he was a
Yeah, it's like there's ample evidence that you can get 3 rounds off in the amount of time, but there were only 2 spent shell casings up in the depository. Now, there were 3 casings, but one of them, the rifle he had, you used it as like a stock plug, pretty much. So you put it in there, and it was pretty much an empty casing, and you put it in so that it prevents like water and stuff from getting into the barrel and all that crap. So they only found 2 spent shell casings from the rifle up in the depository. And there's definitely 3 shots. And the third one sounds closer and louder. And the only way you smell gunpowder is if you're like going through the cloud of like, you know, freshly shot off round of ammunition. So you're not going to smell gunshots from 6 stories up. But people down on the streets absolutely were like, we could smell gunpowder.
What do you think of the October 1 shooting that happened like a few years ago?
Which one?
The one that happened in Vegas.
Oh, that to me looked really, really set up.
Is that the one that we heard on the
The Vegas shooting where
you listened to it happen on
there's
the police scanner?
yeah, I was listening to the police scanner and they started off with 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
And then they ended up in that one guy's room. But where you see gunshots coming from, and one of the videos is a fucking helicopter. And like the 57th story of that building and the 32nd story.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, where the hell is it coming from? And you have to remember, everybody was at a concert with a huge sound system. So they could have been faking the gunshot noises to begin with. And then just...
That would have been...
And I'm not... This is where I put in the fact that some people definitely died. But the motivation behind it is questionable.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But there was Trump supporters there. I guess.
No,
Yeah.
he was not a Trump supporter.
But
His Facebook got taken down. Daniel went and looked it up.
Yeah.
And he was a hard leftist. Hard leftist.
He looked
pictures
like
of gay pride fucking parades and shit.
no way.
Weird, yeah.
He absolutely
Full on pink,
far
like
left.
breast cancer fucking outfit
Did you
in
hear-
one of them.
His
Did you hear
Facebook
about
was
his-
taken down within like what, an hour, 2 hours?
Did you hear his his brother?
Jesus Christ.
His brother was like running like a pedophile thing or something.
Ooh. Well, I mean,
Sweet Lord.
or was that his dad?
I don't know if it was his dad, but I knew it was his brother, like being involved in it. Pedophilia.
Okay.
All right, I
Yeah.
am back.
I quit doing all the research into that when I spent 4 months in jail over false accusations of some bullshit.
And nobody cares. Lo,
Exactly.
behold, nobody cares that I am back.
Fuck you, Bobby.
I care that you're back.
I don't even see you.
I care that you're front.
Sweet home Alabama.
How was that call? Did you?
Like, you realize you're like 1 year older than me, and I have like
There
one
was-
hair in the middle of my chest.
Wait,
I
who's
didn't,
winning?
I did not
Oh.
take a call. I was doing something else.
Oh, okay. You were in your office.
I was in my office. See, my phone was right here. It was sitting right next to my Bible. I had to go do something for the cat, and then I friggin' was looking for a cigarette, and I'm out of fucking cigarettes.
Oh, that's a good thing.
You cursed me. No, it is not a good thing.
Oh, that mousy girl was really nice. I liked her. She's cool.
Yeah, no, Mousie's actually
Oh, she
pretty
got
good. You know,
Yeah.
sadly, we were kind of turned against each other early on in the foray with me trying to figure out the truth with everyone, you know? Because she
What
was,
do you-
she was in a group, and then friggin' she ended up coming to the same conclusion I did, essentially.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but
Well, look at Dowd's name on freaking Discord chat, and maybe you'll understand. The he who shall not be named!
I am Cicada.
Cicada. The
3301.
oh, I thought you were talking about his name on YouTube.
Damn, that's some pervy stuff, alright.
Which is Balthazar, Dark Rise and Dowd, which happens to just be Daniel,
Which
Dark
happens
Rising.
to be Balthazar.
Doubt.
Balthazar, which in my favorite movie, The Sorcerer's Apprentice, is who finds the Prime Merlinian. You didn't make that connection, Dowd.
If you went camping and woke up with a condom hanging out of your would you?
Yes, you got her to do it, dude. Oh, hey, what's up, young Atlas? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Oh, man.
Who is that male voice? That isn't Lone Cicada.
That is Dowd.
I hope they're not talking about my voice. I don't sound like a guy.
No, Lulu, your voice is perfect, Tom.
Did you read that? That's hilarious.
Well, you
I'm
wake
not
up in the
gonna read it.
morning,
I'm not gonna read it
you
out
got a
loud.
condom hanging from your butthole.
Did you tell anyone?
See, I learned very long ago not to go and we'll read out everything that is said on chat because certain people like to record you saying stuff.
I don't care.
I'm cool with it as long as it doesn't have to do with, like, obvious, like, I can put you in jail now because you said this crap.
It's better
Oh,
to
you know
be
what's
safe than sorry.
you know what's fucking crazy? I just saw that Star Wars movie and they have Princess Leia, the actor that plays her, like in the movie, and she's fucking dead, and her body looks real. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's frightening.
Well, you gotta think is that if she died, they could have utilized her body and did a scan on her body to recreate it in basically green screen format.
I don't know. It's just weird that people are gonna be able to fake everything.
Yep. Shit. Shit's making me cough now. But what did you guys talk about while I was off doing shit?
We were talking
love got to do?
Dad had a really good theory about JFK.
Well, young Atlas kind of disagreed on that, Dad. Respectfully, he disagreed with your theory. Now, young Atlas, why do you disagree with his theory? Like, what did I miss? Nobody. Dial you in. It's on Discord, bro. Here. Let me go and make a Discord link real quick. Or Lulu, do you have one that's already active?
Yeah. Yeah, you want me to send it to...
Yeah, send it to the chat again. Let him join in.
Okay.
Everything. Sending you... Yeah, you can get voice support. Get on Discord, man. I created a new server. All that good stuff.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to say hi to Bobby.
And come say hi to Bobby, a.k.a. the Lone Cicada. Now, that actually fits me, truthfully. Kind of a lone something.
Can I get voice support? What's voice support? Can you get support? You can go on voice.
You gotta remember there's a delay on the stream for them, so...
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's a delay on the stream.
Oh, he wants to call in, I think.
Yes, and that's why I get the Discord link. It makes sense now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I just sent the link to you, young Atlas. It's in the... Yeah, just click it.
The Discord link is right there. Lulu sent it.
It's a bird, it's a plane, never mind. Never mind.
Bird, it's a plane. It's Super Squirrel!
It's young Atlas!
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm well. So who is the gentleman that was speaking before? That
Somebody woke up with a pee-pee diaper.
No
That's down. That's down.
Come on, guys.
Okay, love. Oh, hey, Dowd. So I just popped in. I was actually the guy who gave Loans to Gate a call before, so I jumped on the stream and I just happened to pop in when I heard you guys talking about JFK and whatnot. And that's definitely an interesting theory. I mean, I can't prove or disprove that theory. And to be honest, I'm not really sure that there's anyone that can really definitively prove and disprove really anything. But one thing that I found to be really interesting, just from watching the film myself, was actually right before the kill shot, the Secret Service detail actually ends up departing from the motorcade. And you could actually see one of the Secret Service members clearly in distress. And he actually throws his hands up and is like, what's going on here? Why are we being told to detach from the motorcade? And then after that, there was just a whole lot of very interesting geopolitical events that took place after the assassination of Kennedy, one of them being Lyndon B. Johnson taking over and then doubling down on the Vietnamese War and actually buying helicopters from Lyndon B. Johnson's wife, who was a military contractor. So they ended up doubling down on the Vietnamese War and actually cashing out majorly with the weapons contract, and that family ended up making a lot of money. There's a lot of reasons why as to Kennedy, I think, could have gotten assassinated, that whole water. But in my opinion, respectfully, I just don't see that being, necessarily a possibility. I don't see a service member accidentally killing him. On top of that, with the cover-up to ensure that Oswald really didn't say anything in court. He was actually killed in, I believe, he was actually killed in court by a mobster. What was the guy's name? Something Jack? Ah, man, the names escape me. But yeah, I just wanted to add my 2 cents on that. I can't provide a theory, set in stone, but I definitely do think that it does have to do with perhaps even the geopolitical machine that's in control today. And I mean, if we take a look at who is really in control of our government, who lobbies us, who are our greatest trading partners, who we're defending, I think that really, kind of comes into the picture. And I think that might also contribute to possibly why, we ended up removing Kennedy. But I can't really speak definitively because, like I said, when you're giving away information, it's very, very, very powerful, and some people will be very quick to believe things. And I think, we really have a very big responsibility when we're talking about theories. And, if we're not really quite sure about something, I think that we should really insert that, this is speculation, and I think there's not enough of that. So once again, man,
I agree with that as well. Like
a fine theory, man. I think that it's a fine theory. My only criticism of it is that, when detailing it, maybe just mention that it's your own speculation. But dude, honestly, I
picked up that theory myself from a 2-hour-long video of them documenting that.
Yeah, I would love to actually check that out. I think providing,
see if I can find it.
Yeah, I think providing it in the link below for people to watch and come up with their own decisions would be really awesome. But like I said, man, I commend you for thinking outside the box. That's really what it's all about. Regardless of whether or not I agree with that assertion or not, thinking outside the box is really where it's at. And as long as, you're making the major difference between, speculation and fact, I think that is really what's most necessary. So
that was actually really well spoken, man.
I many times have stated the fact that I'm just sitting around most of the time just looking into every possible theory I could find on JFK one day. I just sat there watching every video, and when it got to this one, they have clips of the Secret Service member standing up with the gun in hand, and it's aimed pretty much generally through forensics
very, very
and everything, at the back of JFK's head.
That's actually really very interesting. I'd actually be very interested in hearing that. It could be entirely possible. This is speculation land for me, but I do think that there were multiple shooters, actually. I don't think that Oswald was actually tasked with killing him. I think he was actually just tasked as being the fall guy, and whatever ended up actually killing him, I think, has remained buried. And I think that was why Oswald was really killed. But then again, this is pure speculation. I really do think a lot of our Middle Eastern interests had a lot to do with it. But again, that is just my own speculation. I'm kind of walking around. I'm at work right now. I actually work outside, so I'm kind of just doing my thing, and I'm on the phone with you guys. So, but maybe I could try and find something. Bobby, I'll hand it off to you. Maybe
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
dude,
you
a
can
very,
send
a
me
very
anything.
interesting
Like,
theory.
you guys can also talk to each other since you're in the Discord now. Just get a hold of Dowd and freaking be like, hey, what's up? Want to talk about some weird, cool shit? And I'm pretty sure that he will deliver. He knows a lot of different subjects, man. Really, really smart guy.
Yeah, very cool. Well, I'm gonna mute myself for now, and I'm just gonna listen to you guys. You guys do your thing, and thank you for the time, man. It's really much appreciated.
Hey, no problem at
Very,
all,
very
brother.
appreciated. Thank
No
you.
problem at all.
That was cool.
Mhm.
That was civil.
No, that's how things should be, man. Is like
Yeah,
people
they
sharing
should. There should
ideas
be.
and actually being able to freaking mesh them together and be like, hey, well, this should, like, hey. That's how real friendships are made usually.
Joe, it's entirely possible, Rogan.
Let's take a look at chat, shall we? All right.
Did you see
Joe,
the
it's
picture?
entirely possible, Rogan.
It's entirely possible.
Hey, you know, it's like, I don't know, I kind of, like, think that anything's possible. Anything really is possible.
I think the problem is now that there's so many possibilities that there can't just be a bunch of possibilities just lingering, you know? It's
Yeah.
annoying.
Yeah, it is kind of
But-
annoying. I will
Yeah.
have to agree.
But, you know, that's just how things are. Especially with JFK, like, so many people have, like, written books about this for years, and, like, no one
No
has
one
ever
really
reached, like, a
knows.
conclusion. Yeah. Yeah. So. Dowd, are you still there?
Did Dowd mute himself? He might be dealing with his kiddo.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, Majestic Angel.
Hi, Majestic.
That's a face that I haven't seen in a very long time. Majestic Angel, you coming in here?
Yeah, come in the voice chat. Say hi. Damn, you've been streaming for 6 fucking
I'm a beast, man. I'm a beast. Like, I'm
I'm
known
strong.
for my long ass streams. Suddenly I get bored and then I'm like, hey, let's talk about some shit. And it's really sporadic. So you might not even see me for like a week or so.
Yeah, I like how it's just like organic, you know, it just happened.
No?
You have to like force it to happen, yeah.
No, I really didn't even enjoy friggin' being on as much as I did when I first started.
Hi,
honest.
hi, aren't. Wait,
Aren't
AR.
us RMT. Hello, how are you doing?
Am I connected to you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was looking through the Discord stuff, but like I'm new to this whole thing, so.
Well,
Yeah,
welcome,
feel
man.
free to ask us any questions.
I mean, if you
No,
guys
sorry,
want to
but
listen to
saying, like, I
this,
was
we
actually
can, like,
playing this
totally. I'm gonna
Oh, wait.
shut up
the
now.
old joke he was trying to remember, and so, like,
My daughter is a huge crybaby. Are you
Sorry,
cold?
let me turn you up real quick, man. I'm gonna turn your volume up a bit because you're soft on my end. Now try speaking.
Oh, I was just saying, sorry about the camping thing earlier. I was actually trying to send that to somebody else.
Oh, you're totally fine, man. That's...
That was a riot. That was so funny.
It's an old joke. You ask somebody, you know, if you woke up like that, would you tell anybody? And then when they say no, you say, hey, you want to go camping?
That's funny.
Sorry, I'm old.
No, you're totally fine, man. Totally fine.
No, it's a trip because a little while back, you posted a video where you were just saying you were just Bobby and you were talking about Cat and all this other stuff. So a really funny story about that. About 5 minutes before I clicked on that video,
Yeah.
I catch these wild cats that have been coming around tearing my trash out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this beautiful black cat, I caught it in a trap the night before.
Yeah.
And I walked outside and it was just meowing like crazy. And so I was like, all right, shut up. You know, I'll turn you out in just a minute.
Yeah.
And the next thing, I walked in, clicked on the video, and you were talking about the cat and the cat's eyes. And
Yeah.
I ended up turning that cat out in one of my enclosed trailers for a little while, and the cat, being a wild cat, just jumped straight in my lap. It was crazy.
Yeah. No, like I actually sent Lulu
like some of your videos, and then had some of those same very things happen. Man, there's been a lot of crazy stuff going on lately.
Yeah, no, friggin', I sent a video to Lulu where I was just pointing out, because I always said that animals always were drawn to me. So here comes this orange wildcat, outdoor cat, no collar and everything, walking down the street, point my camera down, and suddenly this cat's like rolling on its back, wanting me to pet its stomach and everything like that. So I had that happen. Was it yesterday or the day before, Lulu?
I think it was I don't remember actually.
Yeah, I
think it was yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday
Yeah.
too. I think that's when I went to Marathon to go get my apple juice. But yeah, I had the same thing happen to me. Just for
I'm an animal person, so
that cat just came up to you. Just
yeah.
That's so weird.
So my wife was raised with horses,
Mm-hmm.
and the very first time I went around her horse and her mother's horse,
Yes.
her mother's horse walked up and licked her on the side of the face like a dog.
Oh, that's so
trying to
adorable.
claim her while I was around.
No.
I've
my
always said
cats
they
do
recognize
that.
their own. So
My cats do that to me. Is like for some reason they lick like dogs, man. I have no idea why. It just they'll come up to you and you're laying on your bed and everything, and then suddenly nuzzle up and then they just lick your face. And I'm like,
yeah, it's a trip.
you guys are freaking cute.
Yeah, I'm definitely an animal person.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of different weird things that happen with other people too that notice shit. So it's kind of interesting that you brought that up.
So it's weird. I ain't trying to bring up like a bunch of like crazy stuff from y'all's past, but like I found your channel and Daniel's channel through Defangos because I'm into a little bit of everything. Like I'm older, I'm a mechanic, but I'm into a little bit of everything. My wife's a PhD, but I don't have a formal education. So, you know, she knows like a lot more. Actually, she teaches Tableau and Alteryx right now, so she is a lot better in that stuff than I am. But it's just weird. I'm into everything, man. Anything that's got to do with electronics, magnetics, wheels, engineering, anything like that, I'm into. So, like, I mean, I literally have tons of RC cars. I got an ultralight in my backyard, and I used to own semis. So I'm all over the like ADHD. Like I said, I'm all over the place.
No, I'm the same. I'm the same way, man. Literally, I study so many different things that it's like, oh, one day it's this, one day it's that. And some days I'll just freaking take apart freaking random machinery just so I can understand how they're working. It just really, whatever strikes my fancy is what I study.
Dude, if you ever have any mechanical questions, like before, I'm disabled at the moment, but like I was a forklift mechanic, so I've done electronics, hydraulics, LP, diesel, gas, you name it. If it's got a bolt, a wire, or a wheel, I'll mess with it. I used to do central office installations for Verizon and Nortel when I was younger, so I've done fiber optics, wiring, all kinds of stuff, man. When you said jack of all trades, I'm literally one of those people.
Yeah, there's not many of those people nowadays, sadly. You know, I haven't met many people that have like so many different passions that they just start learning as much as they can. It's actually a very rare trait.
It is, and that's one thing, like, it drives my wife nuts because I can pick something up in a heartbeat.
Yep.
And, you know, I mean, she was a teacher, and her PhD is, like, educational psychology and stuff, so it's... But all of that stuff is interesting, too. I like philosophy. Yes. I like psychology a lot, and I've really been looking into a lot of, like, subliminal messaging stuff lately because there's just so much of it out there.
There is. There's a lot of that shit, man.
It's really scary. I mean, I've got 4 kids, you know, I mean, from 17 to 11, and I'm telling you, like, I'm all the time telling them, pay attention to this, pay attention to that. Don't just go with the crowd. Think for yourself, because I'm telling you, man, it's scary nowadays.
It's a black sheep type deal, man, where you have the white sheep, and then you have the black sheep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
But, so, interestingly, I have actually, so I'm colorblind, and I see patterns really well.
Yeah.
And that's like what's always caught my attention in different stuff. And that's why this whole computer research thing interests me so much, is because I never really got into the cicada thing because I'm not good with technology.
Yeah.
And so But there's a lot of that stuff as I was following other people who were going through it. Like, I would see things and go, "Dag, I wish I could call that person and say, hey, look at this," you know. But, anyways, the whole Discord thing's pretty cool. So,
yeah, you can get a hold of anyone by just hitting them and then messaging them in. That's it's pretty easy. So, very easy to pick up. Now, what type of stuff are you looking to learn for computers and everything?
Anything. Like, I'm an open book, man. Like, I'm not trying to get over on anybody. I like, there's a lot of stuff that you talk about I can associate with or relate to or whatever. And it's like, I'm one of those people, I'm very optimistic about things, but I'm very logical and rational as well. So,
I can totally understand that. Friggin', that's basically how I am. I have my down days, though. Doesn't everyone?
Oh, yeah, I mean, everybody does. But I'm one of those people that, even in my down days, I try to find
silver lining
or learning's point to it, because I don't feel like there's anything that's truly a mistake unless you just don't learn from it.
True.
So, like I said, I'm old.
I'm 33 and I think like that, so I feel old. Most of the older generation, which is like my grandfather's generation and his generation, that's where it tapered off, and that was like the old values and morals and ways of approaching things. Where now we have such intricate ways of freaking approaching things, and kind of sucks.
Oh yeah. Really? Oh yeah, it does. Like
people have forgotten a lot of stuff, man. Like my grandparents, in their time and everything, that they spend their time bickering around and showing each other's freaking genitals basically online and everything, or did they actually go march up and say, "Hey, this is a law we want to impose. Hey, this is everything."
The big difference.
That type of stuff is missing too.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt. The big difference is, though, is like, so I spent a ton of time with my granddad. Like, when I left school, I worked with him every day for almost 3 years. And so, I mean, my granddad was born in 23. They didn't have time to bicker and argue about money and different stuff like that back then. They were worried about eating.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And most of the time, people had large families back then. So when you're talking about a family of 4 or 5 children, sometimes losing a father or mother at a young age because medical stuff wasn't that great. So, I mean, you're talking about a lot of hard work. And that's actually how I grew up. I mean, I'm 40, but I mean, my son was born and I bought my first house when I was 22. I was in business for myself by the time I was 25. And, you know, I mean, a lot of people run from responsibility. I ran towards it. And so, and that's what I've tried to teach my kids, is it starts with you. You treat people the way you want to be treated, and it's going to come back full circle. You treat people like crap, you're going to get crap. Sure.
Exactly. What do you want to hold in your hand, man? Like, you don't want to have a bunch of shit in your hand. It's like...
That's right.
Play nice, be nice.
Like, that's right. And that's why I do appreciate your channel, because like I said, there's a lot of things that you've said over a few videos that I've seen, and I hadn't been around lately, but... And Daniel's channel, like, that's what I was saying. Like, some of the stuff he puts up I might not get, but, like, if I watch it a couple times, like, I know he's a smart guy. I mean, I really do. Like, I recognize when somebody's smart just because they don't fit some narrative or whatever else. I don't care. I've never fit into any mold, so.
Well, thank you very much for actually stopping here. What have you thought about the stream thus far with all that I've been reading? Have you gotten anything from it?
Well, I have, but I'm fairly well versed in the Bible. Like, I mean, I grew up in a family that went every Sunday. But, like, I was going to ask you, have you seen the girl that does videos about the Bible and she breaks it down? I think it's Nani or something like that.
No, I have not seen her.
She does a really good job of breaking the text down and going back to the Hebrew translation and showing, like, showing how the translation got changed. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so she does a really good job.
I want to do the Latin. That's what my main goal is. I want to actually go back old school Latin and learn how to decipher Latin, because I figured that would probably be one of the purest translations and everything, and I want to see how it breaks down.
Well, you're in luck, because my wife and I just started talking about that over the last 2 weeks, and because she went through all of that in school, she understands Latin and the syntax and all of that. Like I told her, I've got to learn that stuff. So I'm with you, and if you want to learn, I'd be more than glad to share whatever I can with you.
All right, I appreciate it, man. It'll help out tremendously. Because
Yeah, you said you're in like Michigan.
yeah, I'm
Is that
over in Michigan, man. The Mitten.
I got you. I'm down in North Carolina, so.
North Carolina is actually a really nice state.
That's alright. It's got its own troubles.
Yeah, I miss Tennessee, to be honest.
Oh, I hate Tennessee, but I'm getting ready to move right there near the line.
Hey, friggin', some of the people down there are rough, yeah, but it's like I made some of the best friends down south. It's like up north, there's a lot of, well, it seems that a lot of people are quick to judge very quickly. And then down south, I'd be walking around freaking like Walmarts and shit, and people would actually invite me to dinner who didn't even know me, and it was just that hospitality type deal.
That's me. So yeah, I grew up down here, and I'm one of those people I don't know. So unless they're an ass, then they don't want to be on that side. No, I mean I'm just like I said, I'm laid back. I'm into everything, man.
Mm-hmm.
What's had my attention over the last, I'd say, year now, in all honesty, has been this whole portal technology, stuff like that. A lot of different energy stuff. I started taking pictures of. I'm an outdoors person. Like, I'll sleep outside during the summertime. My wife can't stand that, but I can't help it. Anyways, sorry. But
you're totally
I'm just
fine, man.
I'm an outdoors person, but man, the sky has been crazy. And so over the last year or so, I've been paying a lot more attention. And I'm telling you, I've got almost 350 gigabytes right now of photos and videos of stuff that I cannot tell you what it is. And I have tried to get a few different people to look at it, but that's where, like, in all honesty, I was hoping to run into somebody that was with this cicada stuff that might could help research this stuff, because I don't know where to start. But, I mean, I have all the digging that I have done. Man, I just don't understand this stuff. Like, I mean, I've got pictures of stuff that looks like ancient gods. I mean, I've got 3D pyramids in the sky. I have portals. I've got actual video of a portal opening up, a ship going into it, and it closing. Like, I mean, I've got a ton of crap.
That's some crazy shit, man.
I mean, I just bought an 8 terabyte hard drive to start storing some of this stuff on, and it's not all like cell phone stuff. I mean, some of it's like a Canon T6. Like, I took a lot of nighttime videos with that, and like the picture I put in your Discord. If you look at that picture, that's actually from the AP. But if you look really closely down towards the center of that picture, where the flame just starts to rise, there's a little devil guy standing in there, clear as day.
Here, let me check this out. I'm really good at seeing patterns in pictures.
If you're good at seeing patterns in pictures, man, I got a ton you need to see. But that, like I said, I'm partially colorblind. I'm not like monochrome or nothing, but it just, like, I see lines and patterns where a lot of people just see, colors, whatever.
Oh, friggin'. Looks like Daniel was actually. I missed a lot, man. Daniel was actually going and showing off some of his artistry and rune work.
Yeah, and that's some of the things that's caught my attention too. I've got pictures of some of the things right there. It looks almost just like some of that in the sky.
Well, I see the Oculus symbol and everything.
I've got a picture of something that looks like Thoth in the sky. I've got a picture of something that looks like Medusa in the sky.
Yep.
I've got a picture of something that looks like what's the one that they have out there in front of CERN? Shiva? Is that it?
Shiva.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing, is like when the whole CERN thing started coming along, don't ask me how, but evidently, like, because I absorbed stuff, I learned a good bit about physics, which, short version, I rode BMX till I was 20 and then raced motocross, so playing with wheels and stuff, I understood physics understood things that I might not know how to explain.
Yes.
And so with that, like, that's how all of this stuff really started catching my attention. I mean, there's stuff going on up there that it's technology that is dematerializing. It's not just cloaking itself. Yeah. It's literally dematerializing.
No, I see a bunch of that type of shit too, man. I was actually staying in a motel about last year, and what I do is I'd hook up my TV that I had and everything, put it on a little desk, go outside, and sit on the friggin' like porch and shit. And that's where I would do a lot of my studying during the puzzle itself. Now, a really huge storm came, and it literally sounded. It was the most bizarre sound. It kind of sounded like a hurricane sound, like it just did total whirring in the sky and everything, and it was everywhere. Lightning was freaking going crazy and shit, and here's like me and 8 people just looking up. And the day prior to that, me and 3 people were looking up and saw an object literally go across the sky, and it went into a small cloud, and it never came out. Like, we watched, and it didn't even come out, and it was a clear day, and the cloud was like really fucking small. So it didn't make any sense. Plus, there was, you gotta remember, is that back 2.5 years ago, there was like thousands upon thousands of like drones that were seen over by, I believe it was by Mount Holly, which the story came out saying that it was a bunch of kids test piloting stuff and everything. So there was too many of the drones, and the same thing was actually seen over in California about 2 months prior, I believe. So it was like, there's a lot of fucking weird shit that's going on right now, like around the world in general. You know?
Oh yeah, there's a ton. I mean, like
spiritually, freaking mechanically, and everything, man. It's weird.
Well, you know, the Bible says that men's hearts will fail them in fear when the end comes. And I'm telling you, I have got pictures of things that look like giant demons. I've got pictures of things that, I mean, I'm telling you, if you see patterns and lines more so than other people, I would love to share some of this with you and see what you see. Because it's not just me. I mean, I'm not saying that, like, I look at this and I see this or I see that. Like, I show it to other people. I show it to my wife, my mom, whoever, and I'm like, what do you see? And then they'll go, oh my goodness, or whatever, and they'll start telling me, do you see this right here? And they're pointing stuff out, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm seeing the same thing. So
yeah, you gotta love it when you point out stuff that where you see stuff, and then another person actually sees another thing that adds to your thing, and it's like, it just was like, oh, well, that's a bigger picture right there.
Oh yeah, and that's how some of this is. And if
yeah. No,
I mean, I got some very interesting stuff.
No, I could take a look at some of the stuff, man. I would not mind. I actually am intrigued by things that are like that.
Yeah, like, I mean,
in general chat, I dropped the short link.
But talking about the spirituality of stuff, like, have you heard of those little pendant things? What are they called?
What do you mean pendants? There's many different things. Like, there's an amulet.
Hang on, I'm trying to think of the name of it real quick. The Q-Link ones. The little Q-Link things.
Yeah, no, don't know about those.
So,
I can still hear you. I'm going to get some water across the room now.
No, you're fine. In my world of looking into everything, I ran across this video of this guy that's an electronic engineer, and he reviewed the Q-Links. Yeah. And he actually has a friend who is a heart surgeon.
Yes.
Who found them to be very useful. So, because of things that I do and because I'm around a lot of electronics and stuff, my wife actually bought me one. And I have to actually say, in the 3 weeks I've been wearing it, as unfocused as I normally am, it actually tends to help a little bit. Or, it could be a placebo effect, but like, I've taken it off for a few days here and there. I'm one of those people, like, I understand how research works. So I actually tried to test it a little bit. And I have to say, it whether it be a little bit of clarity or a little bit of focus or whatever, it does tend to at least help calm your nerves when you might think you might be a little bit nervous or whatever. Like, it's weird how that works, but I don't think it's strictly placebo.
Well, it really could be anything, because it could be the percentage of metal that it's made out of, or it could also be many different factors, like if it's made out of stone, all that good stuff.
It's basically just a small copper winding is all. I mean, I looked into making
kind of like how my amulet, I have literal friggin' electrical copper wire around it and everything, and that's what holds it on. So...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, have you, do you know much about gotten in a lot of different stuff. Do you know much about like this mud fossil guy? Have you ever seen that?
No, I haven't.
And some of the theories he's put, man, you should check his channel out because it'll give you a new understanding of the world around you, so to speak. He's actually like he's got a really good channel. He's an older guy,
Yeah.
and he's tried to do a lot. I mean, he's actually doing stuff where he's trying to get research into universities and stuff.
Mhm.
But he like rocks, and the Earth is not made up of what people think it is. And that's where, like, over the last year, my whole understanding of everything around me has changed quite a bit. And I wish I could put it into words better, but
I think the best thing that I can say is that freaking all logic is basically broken. I'm just like, it's like everything that you think you know about things, like it's like totally different because people as a whole don't understand the fundamentals of like the building blocks of everything. Is that a lot of the sciences are kind of flawed, at least in my opinion. That's just
science is definitely very flawed.
Well, I mean,
when
from
you
the
start
beginning
out
of science
with
as a
something
whole,
broken,
it's been male-driven, like, destroy it and figure out what it's made of and then try to put it back together, you know, science.
Well, see, it needs to be
There's-
repeatable, you know?
Mhm.
I mean, and that's the thing is, like, this whole peer review crap, like, I promise you, with my wife going through this whole PhD process, which was nothing but just jump through this hoop just to say that you jumped through the hoop, because it's all just, I mean, and she'd be the first one to tell you, like, she did all of it, you know? And it's all just a dog and pony show. It's all just for show.
Exactly.
I mean, it has
It's kinda
nothing
like
to do
freaking
with what
4-H
degree
show.
you have. All it has to do with who you know in that field. That's it.
Yes.
Because that whole peer review crap, it's all a bunch of crap.
Mhm.
Like, there's rarely anybody who gives a actual good peer review. Or a critical peer review, I should say.
No, friggin', I'm a strong believer in the fact that you don't really need to go to college to learn anything, truthfully. You know, you have the tools at your disposal, and sure, who knows if the internet will be around forever, you know what I'm saying? But the whole thing is, it's one heck of a tool to use to learn things that you think that only can be taught at a college, which I never understood. That is that why does anyone need to have like a PhD to actually know the same equivalent if they put the time in?
Well, you're exactly right. And for a short example, I don't normally tell.
Mhm.
I've never set foot in high school. Like, I left school before I ever went to high school. And my wife is a PhD, and like I had to, well, I didn't have to, but I did help her with a good portion of her research and her paper. You know, I mean, because I actually enjoyed it. But I'm one of those people, I just like to learn everything. Like, I'm open-minded to hearing everybody's point of view, and I'll solve it for myself. I'm not worried about anybody telling me what to think. So.
Yeah, you gotta figure out things yourself, man. I think that's the most important thing that people need to understand. Is that people can lead you to certain things and say, hey, well, this is actually this, and who knows, and be open to possibilities, or you can be closed-minded, and then it's like, freaking, just believe in one thing. I like to see from all views, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well...
But yeah, definitely, we'll look into some of your stuff. I'd be fascinated to take a look, see what I see. And not to mention, I will be hosting streams here from time to time. I'm not going to make this into anything professional. It has to go with the flow, so to say. I gotta feel like I want to do it. Like, there's been a lot of stuff that I've just been like, oh, crap, I need to look into this. Wait, this. Okay, let's see if this fits. You know? Kind of like, ooh, I have a little peg. Let's try to... Oh, it fits! Holy crap. So, I don't know. That's how I learn. And I actually dropped out of school in 9th grade and got my GED.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You said you dropped out when?
In 9th grade, got my GED, and then went to college later on. You know, it's like literally doesn't really matter freaking if you dropped out. It doesn't really matter what like you just keep learning, you know, and then you get good at something. And who knows?
Well, I fell in.
Maybe you are good at everything, and you just need to try a little bit of everything.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Is I'm one of those people. I fell into that kind of age group where, you know, like for my parents, college wasn't as big of a deal. But around my age is when, like, if you didn't have college, it kept you from getting certain jobs. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've never been to college, but I'm certified in hydraulics. I'm certified in not certified like electronic degree or anything, but like from repair standpoints and all this other stuff. Like, yeah, I've got several certifications in that stuff. And then, like, I used to do a lot of wiring with central office stuff. And I've always been somebody who I'm hands-on and I learn very fast. And I was so bored in school that I literally slept through my classes and got good grades for the first part of it. And then I got so tired of just sleeping through classes, I started skipping. So, you know, but that was my problem, was being bored. And so, weird story in how small the world is later when I met my wife, and with her background in education and educational psychology, part of her research into her dissertation was along the fields. Well, it had ties to things from children being bored in class and how they learn. And all of that stuff is super interesting. I mean, the mind is an amazing thing. Like the video that Daniel was talking about where those people, or y'all were talking about earlier, where the people prayed and they healed the tumor. Like I saw that years. I've known who Royal Rife was for a long time. And believe it or not, John Hutchison did a demonstration when I was young in our school. And that got me super interested in science. And so, like, I've kept up with some of his stuff on and off throughout the years. And I've actually played around with some of it myself because, like I said, I've got welders and transformers and all kinds of stuff. But anyways, man, there's some very interesting stuff you can do with electronics, electricity, and magnetics.
Yeah. That's what I've been actually studying is magnetics recently. And I already knew electricity because the whole thing is when you make coils for this, they have to be a specific ohmage. You need to learn wire wrapping, all that good stuff. You know, so friggin' I know about coils. And
well, now you said wire wrapping. When you're making the coils, do you like a wire?
I actually make my coils handmade.
Okay, because I was going to say, like, from doing telephone work, I've actually and wire wrap tools.
Yeah.
And so it makes wrapping wires super easy. Like, you can make a coil in 2 seconds. Push a button, it'll spin that sucker right up on the pin, and you can slide it right off, and you'll have a perfect coil.
But then you don't use the old ways of using and utilizing only your hands. Like, I don't know, the ability to Clapton a actual coil and everything, utilizing only your fingers and your fingernails and hands, like, that's really rare to even be able to do. Most people have to have a jig nowadays, and then being able to do other coils like that, too, by hand.
I hadn't tried making my own, but, like, I don't use them.
Try it one day, man. Like, the whole thing is that you need to have calloused fingers, or else you're going to cut your fingers to shreds.
Oh, that's not a problem. I got the calluses and the grease.
But honestly, the precision you get when you're actually getting motion with your own body and doing the coils, it's just like, whoa, I actually did that and I didn't do it with any tools.
Yeah. So y'all were talking earlier about the technology. Did you see the coil that John Hutchison made where they put it in like a salad bowl on top of the guy's head and like it was clear as day? They were listening to music through it. No headphones, no nothing. It was just a coil wire that they had made. And they put it, I can't remember if it was a salad bowl or what, but they did something with a bowl where they had it on the guy's head. And he could hear music through it, just like high fidelity music.
Dang. No, I didn't
and
see
as
that.
far as like if you're interested in magnetics, a really good channel and a guy to watch is Theora Apophysis, I think his name is.
Alright.
And he literally wrote the book on magnetism. And he actually shows you how to take different types of like screen little things and make things where you can stick a magnet under it and look at the field and everything. Really cool. He does a lot of camera stuff too, but that's what I'm saying, man. I've been on here, like I went out of work in 2012. And so I have spent the last several years just diving into all different types of things, learning everything I can learn. Because I get bored and I just, like, I can't sit here and just do nothing. Like, I've got to actually be feeding something to that brain.
Yeah, like I can't. I used to play video games all the time, right?
Can't do it.
I can't do it 24/7 now. Like I can play maybe for like 3 hours. I lose interest, and then suddenly it's like, oh, let me get back to freaking studying up. And it's kind of sucks because I used to do it all the time, but now it's like, ugh. Why did I used to play these games? There's so much to freaking actually learn.
Well, not to mention, like, I played some yesterday with my kids for the first time in like a year, and I don't blink anymore.
Yeah. No, that literally is that. It's kind of like super focused with the games. Like, I'm literally playing Black Desert online, man, and I'm noticing all the hermetic type stuff that's actually layered in it, and it's all about alchemy, and friggin' it's about the dark spirit and everything, which right there, the Jungian theory, friggin' basically.
So that's something, like, I'm really interested in type stuff. Like, that's the part that I've been trying to, like, familiarize myself with more.
Yeah.
And I apologize if my accent or whatever is bad. Like I said, I know.
Hey, man, no problem at all. We all speak differently.
Oh, I was just gonna say I love broken English. So
yeah. No, friggin', I don't know. I have no idea why are people so hard on people based on the way they talk, or it's like you got to think.
I don't know. Like that's what I was getting ready to say. My granddad, like from an early age. So if you didn't understand him, yeah, you were just out of luck.
Yeah. You know, you just gotta listen and everything. It doesn't matter the accent of the person and everything. If you just open your ear and freaking pay attention, you automatically are like, oh, you actually said this. But
well, he would wear his dentures like when he went out and stuff, but at home he hated them. So you would rarely catch him with his dentures in at home, and you could barely understand him sometimes. But it was always fun.
Oh, I see right here the Tesla secret meaning of his energy and everything. So he does stuff on Tesla, which that's something that I've already.
I'm about to build a Tesla coil, by the way.
Oh.
I'm getting ready to build my first one. I've been stocking up on stuff, and my granddad, I love him. Before he passed away, he told me, he said, I know you'll find it, but there was some stuff in the back of his barn. He left me a 10,000 volt transformer.
I was actually playing with fractals, and me and Dad were playing with fractals and mirrors just 3 days ago, and he made a video 4 days ago based on fractals and mirrors. That's hilarious.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go look at that.
Yeah. No, because we busted out the fractal machine, basically. It was like, oh, dude, we have pictures. We want to freaking see what they look like in fractal form. And we were like, oh, shit, this looks freaking tight.
Yeah, is that a Theora?
Yep, Theora Apophysis.
Yeah. He's a smart guy. He really is, man. He's a smart guy. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know as well as I do. You can recognize when somebody's actually intelligent and when they're genuine about what they're talking about. You know what I mean? It's so many people. It's like the whole, I don't know, this whole LARP thing. Like, I didn't even realize that was a thing until just a few years ago. Like, I don't keep up with all that crap. I don't have time for all the drama and stuff in life. So it's just, But dude, I really appreciate your stuff. I wasn't trying to take over your chat or your stream.
Hey, dude, no, you just added a little spice. You know, Brigade, I'm going to start doing it so that when I do streams, people can just jump in chat and we can all just have a conversation, and I'll have a topic matter that I choose, or if someone wants me to actually look into something, and I'll take a vote and everything. And then...
Well, I mean, it's awesome. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say it's awesome because there's a lot of people that I found that won't even take the time to speak to you. Like, you can try to email them information to help them or whatever, and they're just, I don't know. I guess, I mean, I can see how, you know, from someone who's doing a stream or whatever, you could get kind of, I don't know. I understand there's people out there messing with people, so.
Oh, that shit don't bother me, man. It's like, friggin', I'm genuine. I ain't got nothing to hide on anyone, man. So it's like, don't worry about it. Not to mention, it's like, you can only freaking go at someone for so long until it's like, okay, am I becoming these assholes? No, I don't want to become them. So.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just like the fighting and shit. I see it as pointless, honestly, because people are always gonna have their stupid theories. People are always gonna freaking think something. You could say the sky's freaking green, like blue, but they'll say it's green. It's really all up to their perception of everything, you know. And you're gonna always find someone that says some sort of theory is totally outrageous and bogus. They won't even follow it, you know. And that right there is the saddest thing ever, is because it's supposed to be about learning, man. It's supposed to be about okay, exchanging information and growing, you know. And then suddenly it's friggin' gotten into like this huge like cockfest where people just want to jump around with their lightsabers and be like, it's stupid. You know, I kind of don't see the point in it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Nope.
Just, like I said, I think, you know, I've known for a long time what goes around, and I've taught my kids from the first day, you treat people the way you want to be treated. If you stop just long enough to think how you want to be treated or responded to or whatever else, it'll, you know, it makes a little bit of a difference.
No, you got to be open to people, man. Again, you never know their story and shit. You know, you might go up to someone and they could end up being freaking some sort of superhero or Superman that you never even freaking knew of. It just,
you know what's funny about that is I say the same thing, but I also say that you never know like how what you say or do might affect somebody's day. Like you could be dealing with somebody who's on the edge of suicide and be rude to them or hateful to them and be the one that sent them over the edge, or you could be the one that was nice to them and changed their day. You know what I mean? I tell my kids that all the time.
Actions are like the whole action system is where people freaking like you have a bad day. You don't try to project it. You can vent to people, right?
That's
Say that you're venting. But don't actually freaking like impose people on all your anger and all your blah. And, you know, it's because those other people, you don't know their story, is that their old lady might have freaking just ended up freaking leaving them or something, and they're already down in a pit of despair. You're supposed to freaking take your hand and help them back up and shit. So it's like I don't understand it at all, man. It's like
I don't either.
All these people, they go around and they call each other brothers and shit, and all that stuff, and they still won't reach down and try to help. And even if the people try to help them, they kind of put them down. So that just, it doesn't make any sense.
I'm with you. Like I see people every day who they talk a good talk and they act like they're willing to do what's necessary when it's necessary.
Yeah.
But more often than not, I find that when it really comes down to the bottom line and somebody is put into a position to do something for the good of somebody else, regardless of whether they would like it or not, more often than not, they go with what they feel or what they think they would want rather than what they should do. And unfortunately, I have been put into that position where I have been forced to do things for people that I cared about that I knew they would not like and I knew would cause problems, but it was absolutely what they needed, you know. And it's like most people just they're either too afraid of confrontation or too afraid of making a ripple or a wave or whatever else. And it's like, you know what? The more direct and the more truthful and more honest, more upfront you are, the way less drama you have in your life. And it takes all of that, you know, that extra layer of crap that people like to use as justification or whatever to get by. But yeah, I'm not like that. I can't just go along to get along if I don't agree with something, because I don't have trouble sleeping at night. I tell people in a heartbeat what's on my mind.
No, being blunt is a freaking blessing, man. Is that? But there's also a way. There's also a way of kind of being blunt and to the point without actually causing harm, which I think that there is.
Well, once again, it comes back to how do you want to be treated? How do you want somebody to approach you with whatever it is you're talking about? It could be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
But if somebody's got to approach you about it, how would you want them to approach you? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I appreciate your channel, man, because there's not a lot of people out there that are actually trying to tell people, you know, think about what you're doing, you know?
No, people need to think about what they're doing. Is like a lot. It just I take a look at Twitter all the time, and I just see like a cesspool of poison, man. Like all these people just spending all day, every day, because I was out and not looking at Twitter and everything, but I'll check things once in a while, and then I put my phone away, and I'm like, I'm done with that, and then go back out and shit, and I'm still that way. I don't follow it anymore. You know, I'll post up some positive type shit, try to cheer up someone's day, because a lot of people are going through a lot of freaking painful times nowadays, man, and it's really sad. It really
Well,
is.
you know, it is sad, but that's like one of my oldest daughters. She dealt with a little depression here and there over the last couple of years, and we just had a recent conversation. I told her,
Yep.
you know, your perspective on the world has everything to do with it. Like, nobody can make you depressed. Nobody decides how you're going to respond. Nobody can change anything in your life except for you, and it all comes down to your perspective.
Yes.
You know, and most people can't handle the responsibility of that. They don't want to understand that their outlook on the world was decided by them. They want to say, oh, so-and-so did this, they ruined my day, or they did this and they made me do this, or whatever justification to get by.
Yes.
When the soul, like, everybody runs from responsibility, and that's all it boils down to. Are you responsible for yourself, your actions, and the way your life goes, or are you letting everybody else control and dictate how you respond, how you act, and what you say? And that's, you know.
Those are some really deep thoughts. I like those type of thoughts, man, because that is actually the truth. Is that, honestly, you could be say this, like the online thing. You could be attacked all day, every day online and everything like that, but you could just tune it out. It seems so simple, you know, especially if you're stating that someone's doing something illegal, right? Then the first thing is that you get a hold of your authorities. And if they don't do anything, at least you have it actually marked down that there was a visit and that you guys talked about this and everything. Paper trail. Okay? Friggin' most of these people are talking about, oh, well, there's this lawsuit and everything like that. Okay, well, instead of suing someone, why don't you actually do an FBI report? That seems like a very logical thing to do. Create more of a paper trail, you know, and just keep on doing it. And don't just keep running your mouth and keep sucking people into bullshit drama. You know, handle it. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, and even if you don't get any justice and the systems get clogged and everything, at least, you know, you did it the right way.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just don't get all of the people out there nowadays that, like you said, they don't want to do it the right way. Like you were saying, there's a right way and a wrong way about things, and most people just, I don't know. The more I look around, the more I see people just justifying whatever they have to just to get through their day, because they're not. They either don't have the time, have never thought about taking the time, or been told to take the time. But it takes time to really reflect and think through how you got to where you're at. You know, you can't do that when you got a video game or a phone or a TV or something else shoved in your face all day. You have to have something in your life that is an outlet, or it gives you time to reflect.
Yes.
And like for some people, that's, you know, whatever, golf, riding a bike, whatever. I mean, for me, I guess at a young age, I got lost in sports and stuff, and that was my outlet. And so I learned along the way that there was a healthy way to really, you know, to actually take the time to think about things. And I don't know, I guess nowadays that's lost on so many people, and it's sad.
Yeah. Like me, I've taken up, I have a electric keyboard. I've been taking up trying to learn by feel instead of actually looking at something, you know, actually feel the notes and be like, okay, well, this sounds all right. This works out and everything. Then I step up and I'll learn how to read music and shit like that. But
do you play any other instruments?
I actually used to play the alto saxophone.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's cool.
I was a saxophone guy, man.
I briefly played the trumpet.
Yep.
Briefly played the trumpet. My sister actually played and did all that. That's how I ended up. But I played for like a year, but I was more athletic, so.
Yep. I played soccer. I played soccer, basketball, and I swam.
I rode BMX till I was 20, and then I raced motocross.
Motocross was fun.
Well, it was, but unfortunately I'm 40 and I feel like I'm 60. So.
Yeah, when I was younger, motocross was fun. I would go to summer camp, and they'd have motocross bikes that they'd let us drive around and shit. And I'm like, yes, this is awesome. You know, nothing better than a 14-year-old being like, yeah, I can do this, and then suddenly I hit a jump and everything. Ah, first time. You know, it's freaking hilarious. I remember that. It was.
When I was 14, I was jumping cars and trucks.
Yeah, and then the BMX bikes, freaking making the freaking ramps and stuff, and being like, telling your boys and your friends and everything, hey, look at me. Wow!
Well, that's how I learned how balance is so important in life, because I actually have really good balance. I'm one of those people, like, I'm 40, but I can still jump on a skateboard right now and skateboard. I can jump on a bicycle and ride a wheelie. I can ride a wheelie on a motorcycle, whatever, four-wheeler, whatever. If it balance, I've always wanted to try a unicycle, but I'm pretty sure I could ride it.
See that?
But balance.
This is actually handmade. This is handmade, right? Etched out, and right in the center, my finger, that's balance. Perfect balance, man. You know, like, I don't know.
Very cool. Life is all about balance, man. Nothing. It don't matter what it is. Nothing. Love, all of that stuff. Nothing in excess is ever good.
No.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, with very few things in life, just like there are very few absolutes in life.
Yep. No,
Death
I've always
is about the only one that I
tried
know
to
of.
do the whole balance thing, man. There's times where I get fired up, you know, but then I'll balance myself out relatively quickly. You know, it's that reflection time, the you time that's very, very important. People are missing that big time nowadays, and it just takes your mind off of everything. You know, and then suddenly you might come up with one of the best ideas you've ever friggin' had. Then suddenly it's like, oh, wait, I can add on to this idea.
Yep.
You know, and that is a beautiful thing, because for the past 2 years, I kind of lost that ability to do that, man. Like, it might have even been longer. And then suddenly it's like freaking 3 months ago, it just kicked in once again, and I was like, holy crap, I can think clearly now. So,
I can definitely relate.
Mm-hmm.
I have had a lot of fog with this whole, with trying to find information on a lot of stuff. Like, I feel like lately it seems like everything that I'm looking for, I can't find.
Mm-hmm.
Weird. But,
mine's the
I can relate.
opposite
I'm
or
waiting on
something.
that clarity. I know I'm going to find it. I just, man, I have been searching.
Gotta keep looking, man. The whole thing is that's part of the fun of everything, is that you gotta figure it out. And freaking, who knows, you might not figure it out. You might not ever have an answer. But the thing is that, hey, you gave it your best try.
Oh, yeah. 2 quick questions.
Yes.
So, on the Discord thing, I saw something about where you can, like, boost it or something like that. How does that work?
The Discord boost type deal, I don't know what you're talking about, unless it's actually like boosting advertisement for a server. If you're actually advertising a server, I don't know.
Well, I think that's what it was. Like, can people put your server thing on their stuff?
That I do not know. Is that right now I'm going to start relatively slow. I'm going to start relatively slow and let it be natural, go with the flow, if that makes sense.
The boosting thing is just like it's like a service that you pay for. It's not really.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if there was a way to like promote your Discord.
The only way to actually promote Discord is to if we create like a 24-hour link during one stream, and then we post it on Reddit and do something like that. You know, and when we actually get more of a structure base of what people are actually interested in or what they want to reach out, then that's when I will start doing that, most likely.
Okay. Okay.
You know?
Now, can you post videos and all that stuff?
Huh?
Can people post videos and stuff like that in Discord?
Yes. If you have certain video or see the text channels, I'll actually create a new channel after the stream where we have like a request tab where you can actually request for a addition to the text channels, everything, and why you want that request. all that good stuff. So we can actually get spaced out for, like, if people want to research different stuff, then we'll have multiple text channels with all that variable research. You know, it doesn't matter
Yeah,
if
you
it's
can-
mathematics, anything like that.
You can send like any suggestions or information there that you want him to like talk about or something.
Yes.
Well, I just like when I was telling you about the pictures and stuff earlier.
Mhm.
Like I had a couple of little short videos that I want to share. That's the thing. Like I don't even know. Like it's been so long since I've done the computer thing and like really like other than get on here and watch videos and look at information myself. Like actually talking to people and actually sending emails and all that stuff. Like I don't do all that stuff that very often. But
I'm surprised I even have email still, because I'm going to tell you this, guys, is that if you email me, most likely I ain't going to get it, because I'm more of a freaking talk and text guy. Like, if I'm actually going to freaking talk to someone and talk to them, I'm going to talk to them in voice. This email stuff is way too impersonal. Also, it's also the fact is that most of the time, I'm going to be totally honest, is that I get people to get on video chat with me so that I can know that they're sincere. You know, because one thing that people need to understand is that if a person is not comfortable showing their face and everything, usually, that is a very bad sign, because you need to have that social interaction where you're actually seeing a person's face while they're speaking to see if they're sincere. You know, and it's really hard to, because you'll come across people that can mask that shit.
yeah, but I don't know. I'm one of the people I don't see all that. I mean, I'll share it. Not saying I won't. Saying I ain't a big sit on video kind of person.
Yeah, no, it's like there's people that can't do the whole group video type deal, and that's totally understandable. But if it's actually like two people one-on-one, usually that's how I proceed with it, especially if we're doing like research together and everything. It's like you gotta freaking know the person.
Oh yeah, there's definitely too many fakes out there, dude.
Yes.
That's what you're doing is just what everybody.
Yep.
I'm the same way. It's like you got to make sure you're dealing with somebody who's actually real. I mean, there's too many like crazy
There's too many fakes
people and
that use fake names and freaking fake personas, and it's like, okay, well, I know this person, I've seen this person, I hear this person. Who knows if it's the real name and everything, but then again, hey, you still got that image. It's like, hey, nice to meet you.
well, and unfortunately, that's something that I have actually said. I originally found your channel and Daniel's through Defangos, and then, like, because of all the drama that goes around him, like, I mean, I've chatted in his chat some, and, like, you know, stuff like that, which I've been on, like I said, I've been on here for a while, but, I mean, I don't really put a lot of comments out, I don't do a lot of chatting, so, like, just this right here is actually one of the first times, well, maybe second time, like, I've called into one or two of the shows, but I don't really sit around and talk a whole lot, but I really did. I found your channel very interesting, and like I said, I just thought it was very interesting that morning when I come out here. You're sitting here talking about a black cat with pretty eyes, and that's what I had in my trap. It's like it's a small world, man. A lot smaller than a lot of people know.
Yeah, there's a lot of synchronicities. That's how I like to see it. It's kind of like a synchronistic effect, and that's fascinating itself too. It's kind of like everything is a freaking spider web of freaking frequency or something connecting to something, and it's
it's string theory. Like I tell my kids that everything in the world is connected together with a single string. When you tug over here, it's going to be felt over there. You might not know how, but it will be. And that's why, like, goes back to your daily actions. How are you interacting with people? Because in general, I feel like people owe it to each other to try to be happy. When people sit around and they're depressed or they're wallowing in their sorrow or whatever, it's like I've never, look, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I've never been down, I'm just saying, and I understand depression very well through dealing with it with other people, but I've just never been the type myself to be able to fully understand how you can sit around day after day, week after week, month after month. I mean, after a certain amount of time, there should be a point where you say, you know what, this happened or whatever, but it's not the end of the world, let's move on. You know what I mean? But some people, they just get hung up in that dark place, man, and it's tough for them to get out of it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, with the medications they're putting people on, with SSRIs, SNRIs, all these different medications, I've actually been studying somewhat on the side, the SNRIs and SSRIs a little bit.
Yes.
And there are some very interesting things around those, the way the brain works,
Yep.
magnetics, electronics, and all this stuff that goes together, man. It's like, that's what I'm saying. It's all like, that's one place where I have to say I'm very thankful. It's like I have such a wide interest in like everything, that because of that and because of my life experience and all the different things that I've been into, I've been able to like understand how this part over here goes together with this part over here and all of the stuff in the middle. Or not all of it, but, you know, as much as I possibly can.
Well, it's like the conversation we had earlier is that I was trying to explain is that pharmaceuticals and everything, it's kind of like alchemy. Friggin', it just, basically that's the whole freaking pretense of pharmaceuticals, is just mixing certain substances together to create a new freaking effect and or anything like that. So, pharmaceuticals, pharmix, it breaks down, the language breaks down, and it points to its original freaking form, essentially.
One thing that I have found with pharmaceuticals
Mm-hmm.
is they all seem to be some type of mechanism that replicates a natural mechanism
Yep.
with a small change. Like it's when, like, it's been a couple of years back now, but I really started looking at a lot of the chemistry behind them.
Yes.
And then comparing that with a lot of natural substances.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's almost, I wish I could explain it. I was trying to sit here and think about it, but golly, it just slipped. I had the word on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, they all replicate a natural mechanism, but in an artificial way, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
And it's kind of like saccharin. It's like when your body, like, it's kind of like, you know, things that are supposed to be diet actually cause people to gain weight, and it's because in the process where you think you're tricking your body into getting sugar, so what happens is your body thinks it gets sugar, but it's not getting it, and so it goes, well, what do I do? What do I do? And then the next time it actually gets real sugar, it goes, well, I've been tricked before, so I'm going to hang on to all of this. You know what I mean? And so the things that are supposed to be diet actually don't help you lose weight.
Yes.
Like, and that's the thing with the pharmaceuticals. They replicate natural mechanisms, but because they're artificial, your body doesn't handle I don't know if I'm explaining that correct, what I'm trying to get out, but yeah.
I
like I said,
honestly
they replicate natural mechanisms.
Well, for me, I actually got like a DNA test done that paired with certain medicines, because they found that certain medicines would make me sick, I guess. You know, and then they were like, wow, there's a lot of freaking these medicines that actually mess with your DNA. I was like, yeah.
And
like,
see, that's where, like, when you go back, like, that's where I wondered how much y'all done in that, because the whole pharmaceutical industry, all the way, I mean, how much do you know about, I imagine y'all probably, do you know much about the OTO and all of that stuff?
I know a little bit, not much. Just tiny
bit. So I've been trying to do a little digging into that stuff here, but, like, I've been concentrating on other things lately. But anyways, here and there, when I've looked into it, some of that stuff leads directly into the whole medical and pharmaceutical stuff that is, like, where I'm going with all of this, the way that they're trying to replicate natural mechanisms with these pharmaceuticals. And there's an agenda behind it all. Like, that's the one thing that has been, like, it does not matter which direction I go or what I'm looking into. I hit the same wall in every direction.
Me,
so
like, for some reason, like, I go and I don't hit walls, I guess you could say, is that I just friggin' for some reason can think of something, then I'll actually pull it up and I'll just try a couple freaking keywords, and I'm like, okay, well, this doesn't work, let's try this. Oh shit, this is what I was looking for. Like, I have no idea. A couple of my friends have actually stated, it was like, how do you find the shit that you find? And I'm like, I don't know, just kind of comes to me. That's it.
Yeah. Well, man, it's been good talking to you. Like I said, I wasn't trying to take over your chat. I do appreciate it.
Oh, totally fine, man. You actually spiced up the end of it, because we've been on here for 7 hours, and that's...
Yeah, I was going to ask if y'all were up all...
Well,
Getting
no,
early.
I actually went to bed early, and then I ended up waking up at around like 3 o'clock in the morning. I ended up waking up, so I was like, I already just slept like 6 hours. I feel great, so I might as well not go to bed. Just stayed up and then freaking go to bed early again tonight. All that good
Yep.
stuff.
But it was definitely good talking to you, and I do appreciate it. And I'll, if you don't mind, I'll put a few of those pictures and stuff in the Discord. But if you have somewhere that you know, outside
Well,
of that,
send it
you
to
wanna
me
see some of 'em?
personal. Send me the pictures personally through DM.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So I can actually see and whether or not it'll actually bother other people.
Yeah, no, I won't send you nothing bad, man. I promise. I'm not one. I know you don't know me, but I promise.
All right.
I was joking about
I ain't worried
chat
about
thing,
that, man.
but I'm not one of those people. Like I said, I've got kids, and I actually worry about what they see. So, yeah, I'm not one of them. I ain't gonna
Just, like,
share nothing that
dark,
nobody wants
I'm
to see.
Like in the Discord chat, I'm trying to stay away from the dark things because people are very sensitive to that.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
that's fine. And understandable. Like I said, I mean, there's so much going on nowadays.
Yep.
It's not funny in any way.
No, it isn't. There's a lot of weird shit. I will agree with you on that one.
Very weird.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
But
Bobby.
yeah, and
Yes.
sometime like oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It sounds like the stream will be closing somewhat soon. Before we did, I just wanted to take 5 minutes and just have a short discussion about Iran and the geopolitical happenings surrounding it, I guess.
Yeah, you can bring up our.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you can definitely. Again, this is what Lulu wants me to get into. Honestly, is wants to see exactly what's going on in Iran. So, let it rip, brother.
Oh, all right. Other guy, I think your name on this is Aren't You Smart? I think I'm reading that correctly. However, oh, okay. Well, if there's anything that you wanted to add to your last point, please finish before I take off, because sometimes I go on rants. So please.
No, you're good, man. I'm the same way. I was just saying it was nice talking to everybody, and I enjoyed it. That was the main thing. I was just listening after that. Like the whole Iran thing. Like I'm interested in hearing all of that. I'm gonna take a short break, but I'll be right back. But I'm gonna get off the voice part of it, but I'll be back to listen in just a second.
Dominic, give me
All
1
right.
second. I gotta go freaking use the restroom real quick.
That's fine. I'm actually going to speak to. Oh, it's fine. I'm actually going to speak to the gentleman who's getting off of the mic right now.
All right.
I heard that you were interested in the OTO, the Ordino Templi Orientis, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
There's a very extreme amount of information surrounding that, and a lot of that is disinformation. Now, I'm not telling you not to look into this, because to be honest, it's very interesting, and I do think there are some facts that can be discovered about that. But everyone is selling snake oil when it comes to secret societies and such. Everyone is selling snake oil. Actually, I'm not sure if you're still. Actually, I guess you still are in this Discord group. But for example, one of the books in the book sharing thing is The Law of One. Now, I'm not necessarily interested in debating about whether or not that's truth or not. I've actually read the entire Law of One twice. And one of the biggest grifters on the internet, I don't know if he still uses it, but back in 2015, 2016, David Wilcock and Corey Good, you know those dudes? I don't know if you're familiar with them.
I don't mind any of that. So I'm with you on as far as like
Chosen ascended ones, bro.
Yeah,
it sounds ridiculous, dude. The best way to describe it is they have this, for lack of better terms, almost like this cult of thinkers.
Yeah.
It's like a loosely knit group of Twitter and YouTube followers where they talk about, the coming ascension and this species of aliens called blue avians, and they're like blue chickens. And to be honest, man, like,
Then
I don't have any.
all that other stuff.
I don't have any pillar to stand on to definitively tell you that it's fake. But I mean, it's probably fake, I mean, I can't definitively prove it, but I mean, the stuff that they talk about is so ridiculous. They deliver the material in comic book form.
Well,
I'm not sure if you're familiar.
Most of the stuff that is found in their stuff is actually like in the songs with the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Back in the 1990s, a lot of the 80s artists actually talked about the Palladiums. There's a bunch.
Yeah,
of
it doesn't
weird
surprise
things.
me.
It's a very odd pattern because it seems to have came to a crescendo, which was like 2 years ago. This all blew up, and I found an article back from 1994. Actually, that basically talked about the Shroud of Turin, all the stuff that people keep on bringing up nowadays, and I just find it very fascinating, I guess you could say, to see that this has actually freaking went from 0 to freaking like over 100, you know, in such a time period.
There's a reason for that, and you know, it doesn't mean that the information is fake, but 'cause I do think when you know, I guess, you know, when elites tell lies, they do mix some truth in with lies.
Yes.
And again, I'm not discouraging anyone to, you know, into really looking into anything. I just really think that
I already studied that. I didn't even watch those guys, dude. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
You've really got to go to the source. Yeah, you've really got to go to the source to find that stuff. And in particular, Bobby may actually be able to help you with a lot of that reading and whatnot. He's got a lot of very unique tools to learn about that kind of stuff. So.
Have either of y'all heard of well, since you're talking about those people, the thing that came over the airwaves supposedly in England, like back in '79, that was supposed to be somebody? Have you heard that? You know what I'm talking about?
I haven't heard of it.
Come over the TVs. So, like back in I think it was 1979, if I'm not mistaken. There was supposed to be some voice that took over TVs in a local area in England. And it was supposed to be someone speaking as the leader of some galactic something. I can't remember off the top of my head now. But the weird thing about it, funny fact, it happened on my birthday, the year I was born, within a couple hours of my birth.
Oh, yeah, man. You know, I don't know if you know who Annexus is.
And I just had that conversation the other day with my wife because she's the one who's got all the computer side of stuff. And she helps me like when I'm looking at stuff. But we just had the conversation about disinformation and how to spot some of it because I'm one of those people. I tend to spot it fairly quickly. So you're very right about the OTO. Like there's things that we've run across that are just complete and total nonsense. But yeah, you know, I'm sorry. I just wanted to. I didn't know if you knew about that thing that came over the airwaves in England. If I can find it, I'll post it in just a minute.
No, I'm not familiar with that, and I mean, you know, more power to you if that's something that you're very interested in. Open-ended events like that, I feel like sometimes they take place to create discussion, but that's definitely very, very interesting nonetheless.
Oh, Iran, Young Atlas.
I'm just looking this stuff. It wasn't. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It ain't something that I've been like heavy.
No, and dude, I commend you for opening your mind, whether I agree or disagree with you, man. You know, you're doing the right thing, man. Just, you know, as long as you're careful about the information, you're careful about how you spread information. You know, when it's speculation, you make sure you're speaking, you know, and being honest about speculating. But dude, I mean,
basically,
you're right,
dude. So
I apologize if speculating about something because I'm very open-minded. I don't put a whole lot of definition on anything, and actually I've been very adamant lately about people trying to define stuff. So I apologize if I wasn't clear. And I was joking about the string theory earlier. Somebody made a comment about that. Like I know what the string theory is. I was actually just joking about it, and as far I was serious about it.
I was talking about more so like the threats of fate.
The string theory itself, I wasn't like speaking directly to that. So
sorry about that, folks. I cut out for a little bit.
I appreciate the information too, because like I said, I'm open-minded to all sides because I tend to pick out the BS a lot of times. So I mean, it's good that you're telling people to be aware of that too, because there are a lot of things that nobody's perfect. I make plenty of mistakes too. So.
Oh hey man, I make tons of mistakes also. For the last 2 years, I followed an idiot in the desert and got psyoped to hell by some crazy moron. So you know, we're all trying, man.
Hey, we're all healing. It's all good.
Yeah, we're all trying, man. So you know, you know, make sure you keep an open mind about everything, man, and just don't take anything. You know, take everything with a grain of salt. But
well,
I guess moving on.
And it's weird. I'm gonna jump in for a second. You say that because I'm probably the last one that gets drug along. My wife will be the first one to tell you that because I'm the one that's always the last one to follow somebody. I'll be the last one standing there where the whole crowd could walk away. I'm going, are y'all sure? No, I'm just kidding. But I'll be right back, and it was good speaking to y'all. Thank you.
Yep, no problem, man. But alright, now, Atlas, like, I had a theory and everything, too, is because, like, mine was a little bit more spiritual about the whole Iran thing, is that I kind of felt like there might be, well, for some reason, throughout my little travels of actually learning about stuff, I kind of feel like the, war isn't actually a war based on what it said, that they're looking for something, you know, and I think that it actually falls into, like, relics and shit, but that's just a theory, guys. It's just freaking...
No, dude, that's a very interesting theory, and it was one actually that that I actually explored myself for some time, and just to go into that theory, you know, there's lots of talks, you know, about ancient relics and stargates in Iraq and all of that stuff, you know, and I actually find that stuff personally to be very interesting myself, and, you know, that's particularly one of the reasons why I ended up, you know, meeting those psyopers we ended up meeting, because I was very interested in that, and I was being a lot less critical in, I guess, kind of discovering, you know, whether or not what they're telling me is the truth.
Wait,
so
what psyopers are you talking about?
It's a long story. Somebody,
some other.
Do I know this?
Like,
take it away,
it's
Bobby.
all connected. It's all connected with.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I'm trying to tell, like I'm telling Lulu and telling her about the whole psyop type deal, and how there's so many people that are freaking connected to it that it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
But so the concept of Iran possibly having something like that, I think it's very interesting. I think that I might disagree with the motive of it being about relics, but that's only really just because I don't necessarily look into that stuff anymore, so I'm kind of not as well versed at what may or may not be there. But I do personally, and this is of course not a knock on religion at all whatsoever.
Yes.
I do think that religion is used as a means of control, and I think that that's actually really a horrible thing. You know, it's no knock on any religion specifically. It's more of a knock on, like, you know, the I guess the forms of control in the religion. And I think that a lot of these stories, you know, about you know, relics and this and that, I think it's possible that it might honestly just be the boogeyman, you know, in the closet kind of stories, you know, or, you know, or a redirection. And then again, you know, it could be entirely possible that I'm wrong too. But one thing that I'm seeing in Iran that has actually started since 2001, so in the NDAA of 2020, so the NDAA stands for the National Defense Authorization Act.
Yes.
Since 9/11, post 9/11, we created something, the 17th, and this is my understanding of this. If anyone's wrong, please stop me or leave a comment in you know, the chat. This is my understanding.
About, the NDAA, which was changed under the Obama administration, and it was, I believe, it was signed on during when people were celebrating the holiday for New Year's, if I remember correctly.
There was many changes to it. They update it every year because it's our defense budget. So in 2001, after the September 11th attacks, they basically said that they needed something called the Office of Director of National Intelligence. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Now, it's often referred to as the DNI and sometimes referred to as the ODNI. So moving forward, that's how I'm going to discuss them as. So the DNI basically at its inception was the 17th Intelligence Agency. It can be thought of sort of as the boss of other intelligence agencies, and in a way that they are the oversight to other intelligence agencies. So you have the president, and then the president chooses the ODN and ODNI. The ODNI is responsible for basically taking reports from all 16 intelligence agencies and reporting to the president. He or she exclusively is only answers to the president and has executive control over the United States Special Forces. So
Dom,
the
you won't be able to
ODNI.
see me on camera, but I am listening because you're going through.
Oh, that's all right. That's right, man. I'm actually outside having a smoke, so if I pause, that would be why. So the ODNI is with the ability to control United States Special Forces. It allows the intelligence and American military apparatuses to move troops all over the globe without the consent of Congress. They basically don't need congressional approval. And one of the ways that Barack Obama was capable of invading these countries, a lot of people say, hey, he didn't get congressional approval. This isn't allowed. He would use special forces. So while the law is unconstitutional within American oversight, and it is considered legal, and until the law is deemed unconstitutional and a violation of rights, it is still considered the law. So while it's a violation of international law, within U.S. oversight, it's unprosecutable.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the ODNI is one of the biggest, in my opinion, one of the biggest threats to, I would even say actually even American sovereignty. I mean, what they're capable of doing is starting wars. Now, for example, before the ODNI existed, what we would do is we would drop in, let me use this as an example, the 82nd Airborne Division. So the 82nd Airborne Division is a division that has existed since, from what I believe, and please check me on this. Please check me on everything that I'm saying, because I want you guys to have a full understanding of this and not just what it is I'm saying. I urge you to challenge me and look this up and scrutinize what it is I'm saying, because if I'm wrong, I would love to hear it and be corrected. Now, the 82nd Airborne Division, from what I understand, has existed since World War I, and they have generally been the tip of the spear in American interventionism. They are the first responders and can be moved around the globe at any point in time. Now, one of the things that scares me the most is if you do a Google search, we actually just deployed the 82nd Airborne Division overseas to Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
So this is something that's very, very unsettling to me, because with the Democratic Congress, they say that the Democrats are supposed to be the People's Party. I'm not going to go into party politics and whatnot. Personally, I believe it's all bullshit and both sides are fucked. But
that's what purple means, man. Is that freaking? That's what freaking purple means. Is that both sides are equally as fucked up, and it's like people just need to learn how to get along.
Shit. Wait. Serious.
So Congress was responsible for the negotiations of the NDAA, and as we understand, in 2018, it wasn't a blue wave, but Congress was taken by a Democratic majority. So we have what should be the People's Party at the helm of Congress. Now, being that Congress is responsible for the negotiations of the NDAA, they actually allowed Trump. They were attempting to put in a congressional amendment that limited the office of director. As I understand it, this congressional amendment would have limited the power of the Office of Director of National Intelligence and would have not allowed him to go after Iran without the consent of Congress. It was an amendment that was going to be added to the NDAA, and I believe, and check me on this, it may have actually been even written by Ro Khanna, or at least sponsored by Ro Khanna. However, I guess, I don't know who I guess we could blame. I guess we could blame Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi said that she was unable to negotiate with Republicans because they wouldn't budge. I find that to be just a fucking absolute ridiculousness. I mean, how could you, if you're Nancy Pelosi, say in one breath, Trump is a foreign agent, Trump is a traitor, Trump is, Trump is the embodiment of the devil or whatever the flavor is of the day. He's Hitler, and then she turns around and she signs a $731 billion defense budget that also includes the Smith-Mundt Act. Now, this one's a little bit more difficult to understand. From my understanding, and again, it could be wrong, the Smith-Mundt Act essentially allows the government, if they find anything and they deem it propaganda, they are allowed to then respond with propaganda. So if the government says, hey, you're lying, hang on one second, I gotta break my cats up. Hey, break it up. Sorry, guys. So if the government says, you're lying, they're allowed to then lie in response. So they're allowed to lie to certain nations, and while lying to them and making a public statement to them, they are in turn also lying to us. So the government actually is legally allowed to lie to you. And that being tied in with the fact that Democrats couldn't even negotiate in the ability to take away the Office of Director of National Intelligence's ability to start a war in Iran, plus we move in the special forces in that area, it's something to me that is really remarkably disturbing and a absolute major development. I genuinely think that a lot of American interests overseas in the Middle East tend to be Saudi Arabian or Israeli interests. And I mean, you know, it's not a knock on, you know, different kinds of people, because I mean, in the end, we're all the same people. The reasons why I hate Saudi Arabia and Israel, and I shouldn't say I hate them, the same reasons I don't like America. You know, it has nothing to do with the type of people that live there or the type of religion that's worshipped there, or, you know, it's about the government. You know, it has nothing to do with any of that crazy stuff. You know, so when I criticize Israel and I criticize Saudi Arabia, they're from a governmental standpoint. It doesn't have anything to do with anything like that. So I definitely think that this impeachment proceeding has also taken place at the end of the year, which also happens to be when the Patriot Act was re-signed and the NDAA was re-signed. So I think that during the impeachment hearings, we ended up missing a lot of very, very, very important things that should have been discussed while this whole, you know, song and dance goes around. And I'm not going to, you know, comment on whether or not, you know, I like the current administration or not. I think it's kind of obvious, but, you know, that stuff is very important, and understanding how our rights are being repealed is also equally important. We can't defend ourselves if we don't know how to do that. So,
do you think the guy that got killed? Do you think that it was deliberate? This commander in Iran?
Yeah, I do think it was deliberate.
Yeah.
I read recently, actually, that they were after him for about 20 years, and they thought that taking him out would neutralize the situation. However, that just tends to be the exact opposite. And I don't even believe the original narrative to begin with. I don't think it really ever was any attempt to neutralize any situation. I really think that it's about getting Iran into the central banking system and ensuring in Mike Pompeo's words, the new liberal orders agenda is maintained.
Man, the DNI type deal and everything, freaking, they have an outline and everything. I'm actually looking at DNI.gov, but if you take a look at the screen, National Intelligence Strategy of the United States of America right now. Pulled that up, and they're talking about freaking cyber operations intelligence, and I'm gonna have to say that freaking man, they really suck at that shit, because all the fuckery that goes on Twitter and everything, like cyber threat intelligence, like, okay, cyber threat intelligence means that most likely that they actually trigger cyber threats just to study people. You know?
Oh yeah.
Well, it's funny what you're saying. This kind of reminds me of something about 9/11. I think at this point it's kind of known to most people in the truth community that the FBI did in fact shelter Saudi Arabian aggressors that were involved in 9/11. And one of the ways it was done. What's the word that I'm looking for? It was done through an FBI agent that was kind of inside the terrorist organization. I'm failing to find the word. Not a sleeper cell, but you know what it is I'm talking about. When someone goes in, pretends to be part of the operation and whatnot. An informant. There we go. Yep. An informant. So there was an FBI informant that was literally housing people involved in 9/11. One of the reasons why that's so important is because it doesn't prove that these people are necessarily being used for roles of informant. They're being disguised as informants, and whether or not, maybe that person who is the informant really is blowing the whistle on it, but the people who are then taking that data are not actually doing anything with it, and they're just allowing that informant at that time in particular to continue to house that aggressor. So I think that, when you say things like that, it kind of reminds me of stuff like that. And that is naturally how, unfortunately, the government does work. It's something that's very, very, very scary.
Yeah, I'm glad that I never actually ended up working for the government. Kind of glad that I got in trouble when I was a kid.
Man, there is something really, or something that should be really very, very honorable about public service. It should be. Service before self.
It should be, but the whole thing is you got a bunch of people who are corrupt who freaking only have self-interest involved and freaking so many other freaking things that are happening nowadays, and it's really, really, really upsetting if you think about it, because it's like, I don't know, from a standpoint of a person that actually studied freaking mythology and everything, as well as freaking, like, you read of honor, you read of all this stuff, and all these people are lacking all of those traits. Like, if you actually go look at the knighthood, man, that literally freaking knights had to fit a certain freaking persona and or way that they thought and acted and everything. And I thought that when I was younger, I was like, man, that's how a freaking leader should be. You know, why do we have all these freaking horrible, well, I call them the white knights. The white knights are usually the ones with the clean armor and everything that hide in the bushes while axes are actually freaking swung. You know? So, it's like, I don't know. This is just very, very interesting, because I touched it up on this type of stuff a long, long time ago. Like, probably around, like, the 2011 time, 2012. That's why I brought up the change in the NDAA with Obama, because I was one of the people that was like, dude, guys, you're not noticing this. It's like, right here it says hold and detain American citizens without probable cause or court and everything under the freaking guise of terror. You know, and I was
yes, and under Obama, it wasn't until 2013 that the Smith-Mundt Act was actually included into the NDAA.
Nope.
So a lot of people who say, oh, you know, Trump isn't as bad as Obama or Obama isn't as bad as Trump, I'm not sure there is, well, since the inception of the ODNI, there's only been a couple presidents, but I mean, to the length at which the Obama had used the ODNI to go after foreign nations, I mean, you know, I mean, it's, when it comes to Republicans or Democrats, it's, do you want your left or your right leg broken, you know?
Or if we want to actually put that into TV show type deals, like, go watch The Witcher. Like, straight up, guys. Like, go watch The Witcher. Friggin' what happens? Geralt of Rivia, it starts and everything. He has to decide between the lesser of two evils, and he decides, fuck this shit. You know, like...
I mean, I just think that the left and the right basically the same thing now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, exactly. And, you know, if we take a look at history, oligarchies have existed since the inception of successful government. You know, if you even take a look back into ancient Greece, you know, even ancient philosophers like Socrates and Plato, they were persecuted by the government of their time, and they were basically told to shut up. And then when they didn't shut up, you know, they were put to death for whatever it was they were put to death for, you know. So since the inception of government, there has always been oligarchy. And one of the things that we can learn from, you know, the Roman Empire, this is why history really is so important, is, you know, the Roman Empire, the 1,000-year empire, one of the things that they were most known for was their system of entertainment. You know, their system of entertainment was unrivaled, you know, in its time. And, you know, I would argue that due to their system of entertainment, a lot of people just didn't really care, I guess, you know, about the pillaging of, you know, the Roman Empire or the, you know, the crap in the Roman Empire. So I think that, you know, entertainment is something that really, you know, it's not a bad thing, but I think it's something that, you know, needs to be regulated. And I think that, you know, back in the day, that was something that was very, very important. And I think that that's something that a lot of people have really lost sight of, how important it is to really understand your freedoms and whatnot.
History repeats itself.
Yeah, and I think that's primarily because of the, you know, the takeover of entertainment. You know, it's kind of literally exactly like what the Romans did. And, you know, it hurts so much to see this stuff, you know, in person, because, I mean, all you really have to do is just a little bit of reading. I mean, you need to be very, very, well, to be honest, you need to do a lot of reading, but you also need to be very, very careful about what it is you're reading, make sure you're getting, you know, good material and whatnot. But, you know, if people cared, and I'm not saying that this goes for everyone, because it most certainly doesn't. I mean, you guys are here, you know. But if people cared more about humanity the same way they cared about fashion and entertainment, I mean, think about what world we could create. And, you know, I say this, and I don't want to stir up feelings of malice or anger for people who aren't involved in it. Because to be honest, the change starts with you. Encourage debate, encourage the exchange of ideas. I debate a lot of people, and some people are rude and some people aren't. And getting angry is a choice. You could either choose to get angry or you can just choose to move on from an experience.
I definitely agree with you, but I think there's a time where we have to just call these people out and tell them the same old thing isn't going to keep. It's not going to work. I mean, it's not working anymore.
But
I agree with that.
There is a saying. No publicity is bad publicity.
That is true.
And that could actually be seen so many different ways if you actually enunciate it differently. So no publicity, okay, and then is bad publicity. So if you're not giving publicity to the people that are actually causing the freaking show, then you stop feeding the beast. Or it could go the
I
same
think it's more than that. It's all control. There's a few people that have control over everything. And we're kind of screwed, But
well, that's the thing. That you have to have hope that.
I wouldn't even say that we're screwed.
People get in control. It's kind of like freaking a hierarchy type deal with these people. I feel, and the whole thing is that who knows whether or not it's mystic or geopolitic or anything like that. It's all figuring out the hows and the whys. That's it.
Right.
And you got to do research to understand that, because there's so many different paths you can take on this little journey we call life to understanding what's going the hell on around us, whether or not it be friggin' in war, spirituality,
well,
peace.
I just think that I think the political system is flawed completely, and I don't think there's a way of changing it.
Well, that's why
even if we get someone like Bernie, in this.
That's
I respect your opinion.
Is in the Bible.
I respect your opinion.
Keep everything separate.
Right.
It's actually in the book. And that's why I want to do the Latin translations to see how much of a freaking difference it is, and or if it says something totally different that is incomprehensible in our language, and then that right there it actually states not to change anything. So that's a big, huge work to do. But
yeah,
don't feel discouraged about the system that you live in. I know I feel it too, and I can understand the feeling of hopelessness, but the thing is, I don't necessarily think that humanity is losing. I do see more people every day discussing, the NDAA and discussing the Patriot Act and discussing the Afghan papers.
Right.
There is in my experience, I have seen a desire to create discussion about this.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see it move a hell of a lot faster. But
would be nice.
The minute we count ourselves out, is the minute we stop trying, and that's to me is just unacceptable. I honestly don't think that we are necessarily losing yet. There still is time, and there's still, there is another election, and I do think that it's my own speculation, but I do think that Trump is going to win this election.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Can I jump
how
in
do you
for
feel?
a second?
Oh, please.
Well, I was just going to say, listening to what you were saying, sorry I came back, but listening to what you were saying, it's it has a lot to do with self-image. And that comes back to perspective in general. You were saying, sorry, I just lost my point. Dang it. Trying to do too many things at one time.
Okay,
but basically, I was agreeing with a lot of what you were saying, but it also has to do with perspective and, a lot of how people see themselves.
Like that.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
This is tasteless right here. Like friggin' winking and picture of the man and everything. Like people are horrible, man.
I think that Bernie Sanders has a shot at winning. People are starting to wake up to his message, but I think if he did win, he would be controlled for sure. He would just.
Realistically, if we lived in a fair election system, I do think that Bernie would win also. However, one of the things that I would like to see more conversation in public about and in public forum would be superdelegates. Now, there was the whole hurrah about the removal of superdelegates after Bernie was essentially screwed by them in 2016.
Right.
He, in quite a few states, ended up with the delegate votes, and then the superdelegates, even though he got the majority of the delegate votes, voted for Hillary Clinton. The superdelegate votes count more than delegate votes.
Mhm.
So it became this thing where even though people were voting for him and he was winning in places, he was still losing due to delegates. Due to the superdelegates.
Please tell me someone got the freaking tweet, the actual screenshot of the freaking tweet where he said that shit. He took it down. It's down.
No, that's a shame. I did not know that.
I'm sure they did.
The DNC moved to remove superdelegates, and there was a whole hurrah about it. And even progressive camps had acted like this was a victory. And at the time, I thought this was a victory as well.
Did they do that during the election?
No, they did this. They did this after the election. Now the thing is, what they actually did was they technically removed superdelegates, but they removed them only from the first round of the primary. So. 2020 rolls around, you have a pool full of over 20 candidates. And now, while a lot have dropped out, and actually just recently, Castro has dropped out.
I just noticed something, guys. Look at the screen real quick and everything. Alright, let's see. Show this thread. They're going to make a narrative out of this. Alright, there's a Q at the end of this one. It's out of place. Doesn't fit any narrative whatsoever. Fucking Q.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna make a narrative out of that shit.
Yeah, QAnon's
Of course they are.
Watch, I called it here first, folks.
What was it we were just discussing before that, though?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're talking about the superdelegates.
Oh, yes. Now, the reason why this is so important is because, let's say Bernie does make it through the first round, and I believe he will, if there is a second round, pretty much what happened to him last time is what's going to happen again. And it'll be even easier to do because if Warren makes it into the second round, the progressive vote will be split between two of them. So not only will you have the grassroots vote and the regular delegates having their votes split, but then among that, you'll probably have the majority of the superdelegates. If they're claiming to be progressive, they'll go for Warren and they won't go for Bernie. So there's, unfortunately, I don't see as much as, regardless of how I feel, whether or not he's an honest person, or whether or not I believe his ideas are good. I just don't think that he has the ability to win because of the process of superdelegates.
That's
the second round. I just don't see how it's possible. I mean, there's superdelegates, they pledge their vote before primaries. So it's very, very difficult. You're going to have people that are going to vote for Joe Biden no matter what they're going to say, what he says,
That guy's in.
You have Biden and what's the other guy, Buttigieg, splitting the centrist vote right now, and then you have Warren and Bernie splitting the progressive vote. And Bernie, I think, would be the only real traditional progressive there, someone that's actually grassroots. Warren actually used to be very conservative. She ended up switching. But Grandma Oatmeal isn't going to tell you that, that's another thing. But so I don't see.
It's going to be 2016 all over again, basically.
I don't mean to be that guy, but I don't see a pathway in which he's going to succeed in the primary process unless it's only one round. And I don't see it. I hope I'm wrong.
You're probably not. That's why I think there's no matter what we do, we're gonna be stuck in this cycle in America. So
I think there's a really good conversation to be had about the dangers of the expansion of social programs versus the dangers of the divisiveness and just the amount of division that we're seeing with Trump's rhetoric. I think that there's a good conversation that could really be had and needs to be had about
Oh shit! Old man, Jesse just came out and was like, "I guess this blows a false narrative Voldemort puts out, and I'm hated by the city, and I'm a criminal. The city would not honor a criminal, dummy." Boom.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
No, this is Pavana's husband. This is Pavana's husband. He just got honored by his city.
Really?
Yeah, he just got honored by his city, and freaking
That's
the city would
awesome.
not honor a criminal, dummy. Like, he just freaking was like, I'm sorry, I'm proud of him. He freaking literally just got called out on the stage and everything. And that just blows
Oh shit.
blows everything out of the water that was said about him. You know what I'm saying?
That's really cool.
Yeah, because he actually does good things for his city and everything, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the whole truth community is like mirroring, you know, politics and just like everything going on in like DC. It's like the same shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's horrible. It's horrible how people they freaking loop people in. It's kind of like, okay, this whole thing that I went
It's
through
all
was kind of
chaos.
like a test of sorts. It felt like freaking literally. It just, they wanted to see who was smart and who wasn't smart and shit like that, and some people got driven crazy and shit. You know, who could obtain knowledge and information without freaking breaking. It's kind of how I felt.
I don't know.
That was a
Well,
theory
thank you
about
for.
the puzzle community, though, is freaking outsource people that could actually figure out something by freaking posting a puzzle and everything, have the person actually freaking utilized in figuring something out, and then bam, you get what I'm saying? It's kind of how I felt throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure the NSA has done. I mean, I can't say I'm sure because I'm not sure, but
We're not sure of
me
anything.
thinks.
This is all hypothetical. That's it.
Yeah, me thinks that there was definitely a couple puzzles that were put online for recruiting code breakers and stuff.
Oh,
me thinks for sure.
Yeah.
What do y'all know about that? The tool, the one that had the like infinite signal symbol with the dragon.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, unfortunately. So I apologize.
Enlighten us on that subject because I'm totally lost too, man. Like I said, is that freaking all this stuff just started coming to mind freaking like maybe 4 months ago and shit. And I was
So
like,
not very long ago, the NSA released some type of software or tool or something, and it has the symbol for it is a dragon in an infinite symbol in a figure 8 eating its own tail. And
okay.
I don't know. I can't remember what.
Wouldn't it?
I'm not sure. Like, I can't remember what it's called. That's what I'm saying. I don't know much about it. I happened to see some people breaking the program down online, and so I watched a little bit of that.
You know, one program that I
build itself from any file, like you can't delete it or something. Like it's some kind of like super hacker program or something.
One program that I actually find very interesting on, and that was actually revealed in Vault 7, is Marble Framework. So one of the biggest reasons I think Pizzagate and FBI Anon, which are other things very, very similar to QAnon,
right.
More so FBI Anon than Pizzagate, but
Right.
you know, these things they're created. Hey, look this way and don't look this way, you know? Oh, in WikiLeaks, you know, there's this secret pizza code. Don't go digging into Uranium One though, because there's this secret pizza code that you need to know about it because it's gonna bring the cabal down, you know. And the people who discuss that stuff, you know, they use buzzwords and trigger words to really gain your attention and whatnot. And I'm not saying that things like that don't happen in the world, because I mean there are some sickos in the world, obviously, you know, but
these people don't realize that they're affecting real human lives. Like, people are losing their minds over Pizzagate and shit. They're trying to find the answer and find these people that aren't even there. You know?
It's a shame that Assange isn't around, because I would love to see his face if you asked him about Pizzagate. Like,
I don't even think he would know about it.
He'd probably laugh at you.
Yeah.
I mean, I shouldn't assume that. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know him at all. Yeah. But I shouldn't assume something like that. It's just
we don't know anything from his point of view at all. You know, because he's locked away, and everyone's just speculating. So.
And that is another thing. You know, Trump campaigned on WikiLeaks. He would read from WikiLeaks, you know, and now
he says he doesn't know. It's not his thing. Like, I pointed that out earlier, man. It's like, that was very, very odd. And I told him straight up on the stream, it was like, dude, that's manipulation at its highest form. Is that, okay, latch onto a bunch of freaking people and everything, pull them away from a side, get the votes and everything, and then suddenly pull the switcheroo. That is the bait and switch
Oh yeah,
right there.
yeah,
man.
and
That is-
they're everybody's attacking them. Everybody,
and then
Even the
then you
truther
also
community.
have the fact is
So-
that I brought up the fact that was like, oh well, he's God's chosen, and yet if you actually read the Bible and understood the Bible, it says that freaking they're all supposed
He's
to get
just-
along. Yeah,
He's utilizing everything he can.
yeah, definitely.
Him and his campaign managers.
I think
It's
there's
gonna
a
be
little
crazy.
bit, to be honest, I think that there's a little bit of everything. Certain
Oh, yeah.
people have certain specialties. Some people, they don't believe in spirituality, magic, anything like that, but the fact is that it might exist. Nobody ever knows, and unless you're grown up and born that way, essentially, then bam, you freaking...
I don't know. I
everything.
think there's something worse than magic. I mean, just these people that know not like knowledge and the science and numbers, like those people.
Yeah,
ones that are-
yeah. Believe me, I understand that 100%. 100%.
And
And that's very, very bothersome.
don't ever forget either that a lot of just psychological attacks can also be perceived as magic, and perceiving it as magic also has its own power to it. You're kind of deifying what's happening to you,
Yeah.
and that kind of makes it in turn more powerful, thus
Yeah.
for further psychologically messing with you.
Yeah.
So a lot of it is also very, very, very psychological, and
Yeah.
so that's something to be remembered also. A lot of these people,
If you're aware,
just-
it doesn't have power over you. That's the whole thing. Is usually what I say. Is that
Yeah.
if you actually know about the stuff and everything, and you don't have that belief in it, then it doesn't affect you.
It's all about belief.
Mhm.
Pretty much, I think. But scary stuff, man.
No, there's a lot of scary stuff out there, but the key is to not have fear over it and everything. You have to be calm and collected. And if freaking you end up going through something like that and everything, you just don't fucking panic.
Right.
Like,
I think we all
that-
went through I think we all went to the point where we didn't know it was real.
Yeah.
But once you get over that, you start to regain your logic again, and it's kind of nice.
So can I ask, is that how all of you know each other, was through the cicada post?
No, I don't.
Nope, she
I'm
was
not
not a
involved in
part of
that.
it at all.
Okay.
I actually found these guys. Well, I mean, I was part of the truth community, but when Isaac Cappy died, I don't know if you know about him.
Yeah, I do, but so I don't know exactly what happened.
That's
around
yeah.
TS and other people that I don't like. Like I said, I've followed DeFango's channel for actually for a long time, but I don't follow anybody's channel super heavily, you know.
Right.
But anyways, I just that's how I kind of found everybody. But there's things about him that I understand. Like, I don't know if I can actually put my finger on it, but long story short, there's things about DeFango that I recognize that are not. I don't know. I'm not saying they're anything bad. They're just I don't know, things that I might not know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I understand that there's things going behind the scenes. So like, I'm
Yeah.
not trying to be wrapped up or involved in anybody's drama. So I just try to stay out of it.
The problem is when
I
you
would too.
have been watching some of these people and you didn't know anything about stuff, and then it comes out and you're like, what the fuck? Was this all controlled? You know?
Yeah.
I would recommend, when it comes to news, that you look for everything by yourself. If you find
Yeah.
something that's interesting that anyone is talking about, and even myself included, please check everything. I've said, if you have a different understanding, I'd like to hear your understanding too. But definitely just do the work yourself and have the discussions yourself. Don't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm definitely.
It's good to hear other people's opinions, but
I'm
that's
definitely a source person. I like to find
Yeah,
out where the source
Yeah.
of things are. My wife says I look at things like an engineer. Like, I want to know what's there, why it's there, how it works, the whole night.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, the source, like why are they putting this information forward? You know, what's their bias, and like, can you even really know? So it's kind of like a rabbit hole, I guess.
Well, it's like what's their intentions? Like, well, your intentions matter. Like, if somebody's intentions matter, you know.
Right.
So, but I don't know. In all honesty, it's weird because I have watched all of this stuff go down on YouTube, and then I've seen things going on myself in the real world. But in all honesty, I don't think I've really even told anybody this yet, but I think it's all a facade. It's all a cover. The whole thing with all this stuff with Iran, with the presidency, all that. Over the last 2 years, I have watched this stuff in the sky go from barely anything at all to increasing by about 2,000 to 3,000% to the tune of where now, like, I have videos and images of things that if you would have told me 2 years, 3 years ago that I would have believed, I would have laughed in your face. But now I have no doubt because of, like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's gotten so serious now. I just went and bought an 8 so that I could store some of that stuff because I've got time-lapse footage of the sky. I've got all kinds of stuff. And so far, I can't find anybody that actually recognizes what's going on, much less could figure out what the time frame is, because something big is coming. I just don't know what. And it's so weird because, like I said,
that's the truth right there, Dominic, because there's a lot of people that feel that way, honestly. And there is, if you actually do take a moment to take your face away from the screen and go outside at night and everything, you'll see some freaking crazy-ass shit in the sky, man.
I've got a video right now that I can send you that has nothing but lights and shadows and all kinds of stuff moving around inside the clouds, and it's so crazy. I mean, like,
it's fascinating to me, man, because you got to remember is that throughout the past 2 years and everything, well, there was a huge sonic boom and shockwave that shook Detroit. And it literally shook the foundation of houses in 3 counties. 3 counties. Big, huge sonic boom, and the sky lit up like it was on fire. Like, literally on fire. A big, huge flash of light. Alright, now that phenomenon, which friggin' Secure Team was actually doing some of the research on it and everything, but that phenomenon has been happening all over the United States. And that's something that I started looking into because I was like, wait a minute, this is freaking weird because my grandfather was Navy. So he had his flight stories, all that shit. Not my place to say anything. But it just, like, it always made me look up, per se, and was like, huh, what's up there? It's the craziest shit. You know? But the weird thing is, it's usually not just me that's around that actually sees these things too. So it's usually a group of people. And that just blows my mind. Because there's so many people that have freaking things that they wish to show and or come out and they don't show it because they feel uncomfortable. Like, you hear stories all the time, like freaking the Bob Lazar type bullshit that freaking Lazar actually lives in Michigan, guys. And freaking during his thing.
It's weird you brought up Secure Team, and it's really weird because, you know, I've actually sent him and Mr. BBB M33 or whatever his name is. I've sent both of well now Mr. BBB, I've sent him photos and I think he's put up some of my photos, but I've sent Secure Team some video and never even heard a response, and it was the actual video I was telling you about earlier. The very first time I caught a portal actually opening up with a ship going into it and then closing. Like, I sent him the video, didn't hear a single thing back.
His stuff kind of seems I don't know, like, I think that he could actually go and be a little bit more creative with his work and more free form. It kind of sounds like it's just like very monotone in a lot of ways, and he doesn't actually explain the hows and or whys this could possibly be and what it could be, what it can't be, and everything. He just kind of sticks with maybe 1 or 2 things, and he doesn't go down the whole spectrum, which confuses people. And sure, I mean, it's great for views, right? But it actually just confuses people. And
it's weird that you say that because I felt the same way. I kind of felt like a while back that he kind
of... Oh, you cut off.
Like, one day... I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So, I was just saying, like, one day he would address something that would seem like outside of the norm. and then in another video with something similar, like he wouldn't. So I get what you were saying. It
You
kind of
know,
jumped around.
it's kind of
Yeah.
hot and cold, and then
Mhm.
then again, like a lot of people didn't remember when the observatories actually went down, right? And
Oh, yeah.
the sunspot observatories, like where were all the truther communities actually portraying? Like there was an old woman that actually was doing friggin' star studies using a very nice telescope that she had that connected to the computer, and she literally found shit that this was phenomenal in my eyes, because this older woman, she had it pointed at the sun and everything, and there was like fucking objects that were just appearing right near the sun, and I was like, dude, this is an old ass woman who's actually dedicated her life to this shit, and she only has like 30 viewers and shit.
The sun is a portal. They
Yeah.
use it as a portal. I sent you a picture. I sent you a couple of pics on Discord, but I tried to upload a little short video. It's only like a minute and something long, but it's evidently too big. But man, I've got like some very, very interesting stuff. Like I've been trying to figure out the timeline, because up until about June of this year,
Yeah.
things were going on a fairly regular pace as far as the things I was seeing. But right after the 4th of July, honestly, because I've got pictures from the 4th of July that are just completely amazing. But right after the 4th of July, it picked up and it got so bad to where it's literally almost every single day I can go out there and take pictures of stuff that will blow your mind. The weird thing about it is I only live about 45 minutes from the largest personnel base in the world.
Mhm.
So, if that tells you anything.
No, I'm into all that freaking really spooky stuff and everything. Like I watched a documentary on the Skinwalker Ranch and everything like that, and like that falls into the type of stuff that I enjoy studying big time. You know, is that
Well, see, I wasn't really into it. Like, it actually, I mean, like,
It
this
just
is
came
something
to you,
that kind of fell in. Yeah, like, I mean, I've always been an outdoors person,
Yeah.
but I mean, I'm telling you what, I'm 40 years old. I have never in my life seen some of the things that I have in photos and videos in 40 years. I've never seen them, and I've been outdoors almost every day of my life. Like, I'm like I said, during the summertime, if it's nice, I'll sleep outside in front of the fan. I don't care. Like, I love being outside. And I mean, I grew up in a garden. Like, my uncle went to school for horticulture and stuff. And so, like, that's what I'm saying. I'm one of those people. I've done mechanic work, all that stuff. I'm outside all the time. And I've never seen anything like this. I mean, even my wife, like, I've shown her some of this stuff.
Mhm.
And we've run some of these photo things through there where you can, where it outlines different things.
Yeah.
And man, like, that's actually what made us. That's actually what gave me the ability to see some of these things that were flying inside of the clouds that we weren't seeing before. And it, man, there's some of the stuff that's come out of the background of some of these videos. It's just amazing.
Sorry, I'm texting someone. I was listening.
But I think there's a timeline. I mean, I really do. I think that there's something going on. It's all tied into like gematria, some kind of ancient technology, and like it's all circling a few things, because it's this stuff is either. So the government has worked on programmable matter. They have studied the field effects on biological tissue for portal technology and Stargate technology, all that different types of stuff, plasma fields, like all
that would
types
actually
of.
tie into Tesla as well, if you think about it. Like the Tesla technology and everything. That before he died, he was actually talking about creating a time machine, all that stuff. Like that's a bunch of fascinating shit. Right.
Have you ever heard of the chronoscope?
The chronoscope? No, I haven't heard about it.
So the chronoscope was, I don't know if this is disinformation or not. I thought it was something
I'll
pretty
look it
interesting. But it was invented by a lady, Charlotte, someone, back in the 30s, I think. But she basically used Tesla's technology and Tesla coils to invent a technology that could use light waves that were old light waves to look back in time. So they've known about this stuff for a long time. Even if that's disinformation, like, I've looked up enough that has to do with this stuff that I have just about no doubt that they either have the ability to look forward and backward in time, or they have the ability to travel. But they definitely have the ability to look.
Yeah, I definitely agree they have the ability to look back and forward in time and everything. Like, that right there is, probably, in my mind, about, like, an 85-90% chance. You know, it just, freaking, technology is blossoming at such a fast rate. Freaking, you have all these new frequency technologies that are coming out. And it doesn't make any sense as to how we're getting all these technologies at such a fast rate. You know, how are we progressing? Like, take, for instance, me growing up. We have the 90s, right? We go from being freaking Super Nintendo video games, and now we're all the way up to PS4, which is so realistic that it's actually kind of like, okay, if you actually put a VR headset on, you could be like, oh, hey, get lost in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
that right there alone, if you take a look at how technology in the past friggin' progressed, it's mind-boggling, because everything was actually very slow.
Well, so let me ask you about this. How do you feel about the theory that all of this technology that's coming about is being, like, it's a demon technology that's being given to people through dark magic and so on and so forth? Because there are
that would actually
things that would lead somebody
utilize certain things.
Because there's a lot of people who believe that aliens, that are not truly aliens, that are actually demonic spirits or demonic entities that make themselves look like aliens or whatever.
Well, would they not be alien to us, though? So therefore, that would be the root word we look at as alien. All right, alien is anything that's foreign. So therefore, if there was celestial beings and or demonic beings and entities, they would automatically be aliens to us. We wouldn't identify them as celestial beings because we don't know exactly what they look like. In fact, you know what? You could have one right next to you right now, and you wouldn't know because you can't actually see in that spectrum. You know, and
see, that's the other thing that I was going to get into is the actual spectrum of light that we can see. Because that's the thing about these things that I'm taking pictures of. The cameras can pick them up where we cannot see them. That's the very interesting part. Because, man, I'm telling you, like, I've had things show up in my pictures right beside me when I'm looking out across the field. You know what I mean?
Okay, think about a camera. All right? Now, camera, what does it do, essentially? All right.
Oh, it just absorbs light.
It absorbs light, which equals frequency. So therefore, these things would actually be frequency based, if you think about it.
Oh yeah.
You know,
they are. And see, that's what I was going to say. Is that's why I like this technology. It's so important because the things they're doing with CERN.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this portal stuff is 1,000% real, possible, the whole 9 yards. And I think where people think of aliens as outer space comes back to what I actually tend to think about. You know, where it goes with the Bible. I do believe that there's water above our head, because if you watch the videos of the moon ripple and stuff like that, there's proof that it's actually a liquid. The Go Fast rocket, I mean, I know enough about physics and stuff like that. You don't go from flying faster than a bullet to stop without exploding unless you hit some type of a fluid or something else that allows you to do so. Or some type of a material or whatever. But long story short,
it friggin' boggles me because, with my studies that I did based on space and everything in their studies, they stated that there was a radiation belt and everything that friggin', like, the spacecrafts that they had and everything like that, it wouldn't have friggin' protected against such mass amounts of radiation and everything, I guarantee you. They wouldn't have even been able to make past it. So I always questioned, even in front of my grandfather, I always questioned the moon landing and everything, and he just chuckled. That's basically it.
I'll tell you another interesting fact that I did not learn until I was 38 years old, and that is the moon emits cold light.
Yeah.
Most people don't understand that. It's not just reflecting the sun, it emits its own light. If you take a laser thermometer and you go outside and you stand in the middle of the yard and you shine the laser thermometer and measure the grass where the moonlight is shining versus the light in your own, or versus the temperature in your own shadow, the shadow will be warmer than the light.
That's actually relatively interesting. I might have to try to invest in getting one of those and see if that actually works out. Not to mention, it'd be a cool toy to just play with in general. You know?
Oh, everybody loves my thermometer, man.
No.
My wife, she's like, "Can I play with it?" Which I have it for mechanic work and stuff, for checking head temperature, that stuff. you know, they love a laser thermometer, and it's actually a very interesting tool to use for different things. But that's what I'm saying. Like, having such a wide variety of interest has given me the ability to just understand a lot, I guess, and I've been very fortunate. So I don't buy into a lot of people's BS and stuff like that. I tend to see through a lot of people's bull, you know, and that's why, like I said, it's weird how I came across your channel. And I really appreciate the conversation today. It's been very interesting.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming in. Like I said, is that I'm going to usually have it as an open type deal. Pick a subject prior. Maybe I'll give like a 5-hour warning or something on Twitter. All right.
Well, I'd actually like to have a conversation with you sometime, like off the chat.
Yeah, no,
you know,
that's totally fine too, man.
But,
you can add me as a friend on Discord, and you can communicate with me through here.
Yeah, I mean, you seem like a really cool guy. So
you do as well, man. Like, I think that you have a lot of great theories and or ways of thinking, and not to mention the picture that you sent in the general chat and everything was really interesting, because that actually follows into the whole Oculus type deal and all that bullshit. So a lot of people don't even know like what all that stuff was in that puzzle, and that's the frightening thing, is that so many people really didn't know.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what got me was like, so I heard about the cicada thing because I was following people online, but like because I wasn't good at any of that stuff, I kind of had to like wait for what they were doing and stuff. But it, like I said, it was always interesting because as they were going through it, like there's patterns and stuff that I would see that I would sometimes wish I could share, but unfortunately,
and they made you feel stupid. They made you feel stupid, made you think your ideas were friggin' trash, and then they shunned you for thinking outside the box. I'm pretty sure that's how it happened.
Well, not necessarily. They just weren't open to having help. You know what I mean? It's like they weren't open to somebody else having an idea that might add to theirs, like you were talking about earlier, which is the way I look at life. I look at it like, if I know something and you can show me something that helps me or makes my life a little easier, then I'm all open to it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No,
there's people that just can't handle not being the one that had the. So I don't know. I guess it. Like we were talking about earlier, it comes back to like people being daggone, had the word, sorry.
Genuine.
Go ahead. Yes. There you go.
There you go. See, connected, man. Bam. I knew what you were thinking. But no, like I said, is that there's a lot of people that are noticing a lot of different weird patterns and synchronicities between each and every individual, and it's actually pretty insane to think about, man, because so many people having specific patterns and or things that they friggin' pop up in their head, and then bam, it's just like, huh, this is kind of interesting. What the heck? You know?
Well, that's why the subliminal messaging has been so interesting to me lately, is because I have found it in some of the last places I thought I would have found it.
Movies are a huge one, man. Fucking heck.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm talking about stuff like, okay, weirdest one.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, my wife actually found it. It was a tampon commercial.
Dude,
like, I'm not going to get into the detail.
Movie Serenity. Go watch the movie Serenity, and it'll all make sense. Like, that's one of my favorite movies. It's about a young girl who basically was a experiment, and she was psychic, basically. So the government, aka the Galactic Federation, utilized her, and there's like these zombie-eating alien race and stuff that has transformed humans because of a trial that they did to make humans more docile by putting certain things in the air. You know, so these people ended up freaking just basically killing over and dying, and some of them mutated into like cannibalistic monsters and stuff. It's a really great movie, and the show was called Firefly, and there's a lot of little subliminal things in there.
You know, well. I think I've seen that show, but it's very interesting talking about, and then think about what they did with the kid. You know, it's like I told my wife. I said, because of all of the stuff that they do with the movies, it's all called programming for a reason. You know, it's all mind control. And it's like
all of that stuff, actually, if you do a deep dive into it, though, there's usually a mythological pattern that freaking comes out, and or you can actually pinpoint certain things in history that they're trying to replicate in story as well. That's at least what I've found.
well, it's weird because like the stuff that they put in there as far as the subliminal messaging, we have some of the tiniest things that if you're not looking for them, you would never in a million years notice. But your subconscious all day long will pick it up.
Yep.
And so that's the part that's always, I guess, intrigued me, is like the fact that what we actually look at and see and think about is just a small sliver of what the subconscious actually recognizes and understands. And most people, if they could just get out of their own way and get out of their own head, their subconscious would lead them just fine.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that, man. But that's a journey unto itself, being able to freaking do that. You know, it's kind of like a weaning process that people have to go through.
Red pill or the blue pill, man.
No.
It's one of the things where you have to want it. You can't just, like, say you want it or think about it. Like, you actually have to want to be free from the mind control and all the programming.
No.
Think for yourself. Be your own person.
Mm-hmm. That's what we all have to do, man, is that we have to think for ourselves, be our own persons, follow exactly your, I like to say this, follow your gut.
Yep.
You know.
That controls your health, too.
Mm-hmm. It does.
But anyways, man, I could talk to you all day. Like, it sounds like we have a lot of the same different insights on some things.
You both do have, like, a similar story.
Yeah.
It's weird.
But
especially with the sexist thing.
Lulu, is that a lot of people have the similar story. It just, they come in waves, so to say.
I was just saying, like, the Spectros type of.
Yep. Nope. The Spectra typed up and everything like that. Yep.
It's weird because he's not. I don't know how he. I wonder how he found that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed the last couple of seconds. I had to answer my daughter. But I'm going to jump off of here, and I'm going to keep listening, but I'm going to jump off of here and eat and talk to her right quick. But it has been very good talking to y'all, and hopefully I will talk to you again soon.
Yeah, you can hit me up anytime on Discord, and if I'm around, man, I'll answer. All right?
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
No problemo.
Have a good day, man.
You too. So, young Atlas ended up leaving. Dowd, you still here?
Dowd? He's probably sleeping.
Yeah, we're mad men and women in here, guys. But,
yeah,
you know, the whole thing
Mousy was here earlier.
Is that obviously we got up to, well, we got a lot more to go on this one. So I'm going to have to pick up this stream another time. We have been going for a strong, how long, Lulu?
I don't know, man. How long?
All right, our journey into the rabbit hole is good for today, guys.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
So I hope that everyone ends up having a wonderful day or night, depending on where you are. You know, and hopefully we'll get more people to be able to jump in general and actually be able to coexist without any problems.
Yeah.
Because this actually went pretty smooth. So,
and it would be nice to get people to actually like research things, you know?
Yes.
To get to the bottom of things instead of just back and forth type of shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of actually freaking attacking people and everything and thinking that people are smarter than each other and everything, like, come together, create ideas, and share things, you know, because that's the only way you're going to figure out anything, is that if you actually work together, you know, and, you know, hey, person talking about aliens might have some insight on the fact, and portals might have some insight on the fact of freaking the geopolitics, and so forth. You know what I'm saying, is that freaking everything is interconnected somehow, as the whole puzzle community ends up saying, which honestly it is kind of, you know, oddly enough. But I love you all. Thank you very much for coming and sitting out here, Lulu, and aren't you smart? As well as I am Cicada3301. Daniel Dowd. Alright, you guys have a wonderful night in YouTube land, or day.